Chapter 281 Chapter 278 Yang Lin attended the birthday banquet. Yang Lin hurried back to the hospital. It was already 11:30. He carefully opened the door. Qin Luoxi was still asleep. Yang Lin tiptoed into the bathroom, closed the door, and took a quick shower. He didn't want Qin Luoxi to smell the strong smell on his body. Yang Lin walked over to the bedside, helped Qin Luoxi cover up, and lay down on the sofa, falling asleep. The Devil Killer Organization. Director Qin, Mingrun is dead. Get down here. Qin Tian's face was dark with anger. He had just agreed to Yin Fei's request to cancel the assassination of Yang Lin, and then one of his men died. Did they really think they could bully him? The next day, a phone call woke Yang Lin up. He rubbed his eyes. It was early in the morning, and who was so idle that they were calling like their lives depended on it? Yang Lin looked at the phone. It was Zhao Ling. The killer must be in the hands of the police. He slid the answer button. Yang Lin, the killer has appeared, but he is already dead. Zhao Ling propped her head up with one hand and held the phone with the other. Something was fishy. The killer had obviously experienced torture before death. Who the hell did it? The Qin family? The police department had gone all out and had no clues, but the Qin family was able to do it. How powerful the Qin family really is. Zhao Ling sucked in a cold breath. Oh, I see. Yang Lin said calmly. Zhao Ling was even more certain that the Qin family did it, otherwise Yang Lin would not be so calm. Yang Lin, did you know about this a long time ago? Yang Lin muttered to himself, I definitely know, I personally took care of everyone. I don't know, I haven't woken up yet. Yang Lin made up a reason at random, how could he admit it? Oh, Yang Lin, we will continue to follow up on this matter, you be careful. Okay. Qin Luoxi looked at Yang Lin seriously and asked, have you caught the killer? Well, but he's dead. Did you arrange it? Qin Luoxi frowned. I don't think so, sister didn't tell me about it. I'll call and ask later. Yang Lin casually lied, he didn't want Qin Luoxi to get involved in these things. Just live a happy life. Wife, I can't keep you company today, Wanzhi will come over to keep you company later. He needs to attend the Zhao family's birthday banquet, and he doesn't feel comfortable leaving Qin Luoxi alone here. Okay. Qin Luoxi nodded. 9:30. A small head appeared in the doorway. Haha, I was worried about interrupting your good time, so. Qin Wanzhi walked in slowly, carrying a bag, and there was no embarrassment on her face. She had an expression of curiosity. Yang Lin was speechless. This cousin is too quirky. Born into a big family like the Qins, it's rare to have such a character. Qin Luoxi blushed and whispered, there's nothing good about it, come in. Okay, Yang Lin, you go ahead, I promise to take care of your sister-in-law, don't worry. Okay, call me sometime. Yang Lin looked at the time, it was indeed not early, and he still had to change his clothes. The people attending Zhao Yucai's birthday banquet today were definitely not low status. Don't worry, I will definitely give you a complete sister-in-law. Qin Wanzhi winked and said playfully. Yang Lin sighed and gave up. If I go on, I'm afraid I'll get even more off the mark. Brother Yang Lin, my brother asked me to ask if you're interested in sparring with the troops. Qin Wanzhi suddenly remembered what Qin Hanlin had said. Sparring with the troops? Yang Lin stopped and asked in puzzlement. You've done so well in the world of mortals. Yang Lin suddenly understood and came to his senses. Forget it, with my skills, I'll only get beaten up in the army, so I won't go and join the fun. Yang Lin shook his head, his kung fu was only for self-defense. Okay, my brother will definitely be disappointed. Qin Wanzhi pouted, and since Yang Lin refused, she didn't push it. Turning around, she smiled and whispered to Qin Luoxi. 11 o'clock. Zhao's family. Yang Lin got out of the car, took the gift he brought from the passenger seat, and walked towards Zhao's house. At the door, Yang Lin ran into Li Yushu and Li Guanghai. Li Shishing was supposed to come today, but he suddenly felt unwell and had to give up. Enemies meeting each other are especially embarrassed. Li Yushu and Yang Lin can't look at each other. If it weren't for the wrong occasion, Yang Lin would definitely punch Li Yushu. Li Guanghai won't say a word, after all, where does the generation difference come in? Go! Li Guanghai walked towards the door. Yang Lin, go in. Zhao Ling smiled and said, I just saw the hypocritical look on Li Yushu's face, and it made me feel bad inside. I can't believe she married him. Here, a little token of my appreciation. Yang Lin handed Zhao Ling the calligraphy and painting in his hands. I thank you on behalf of my grandfather. Zhao Ling took Yang Lin's gift and handed it to the butler beside her. Yang Lin followed Zhao Ling inside, and Qin Hong was already sitting inside. Grandpa. How is Luo Shi? He's recovering well, and he can be discharged in a couple of days. That's good. The girl's body needs to adjust a bit, and I'm waiting to hold my great-grandchild. Qin Hong said to his old friend with a smile. Lao Qin, it's still your family cow, we don't know when we'll have to wait until the year of the monkey. No rush, take your time, I'm just one step ahead of you. Qin Hong's smile was in full bloom. Yang Lin didn't interrupt, standing silently on the side. Looking around, they were all big shots. Some of them could only be seen on TV normally. Guanghai, how is old Li's health? Zhao Yucai looked at Li Guanghai on the side. It was unknown whether Li Shishing was really sick or not. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your concern. My father has caught a cold. The doctor has checked him over and there is nothing serious. Just rest. As one gets older, health is most important. Zhao Yucai said apologetically. Grandpa, how is your health? Seeing that there was no one next to Qin Hong, Yang Lin walked over. I'm stronger than before, I feel very comfortable, but I have trouble sleeping at night. Qin Hong was very proud that all the other families had their young people brought in by their elders, but Yang Lin was invited by Zhao Yucai alone, not out of respect for the Qin family. Grandpa, take your time, I'll take a look at you later, and make adjustments based on your physical condition. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I guarantee you a long life. Very good, just as long as I live longer than these old guys. Qin Hong said happily. Yang Lin nodded. Indeed, for large families in the capital, once the older generation is gone, the family will follow a downward path if there is no one to take the lead. Lao Zhao is looking for you, and it's not just to ask you to attend the birthday banquet. He didn't say so explicitly. Yang Lin had also thought about this question. What is it about him that makes Zhao Yucai favor him? If it's just about curing an illness, there are other ways to show gratitude. Asking him to attend the birthday banquet is a different matter. Everyone there is a sharp person, none of them are simple. Just wait and see what happens. If it's difficult, just refuse. Anything happens, I'll cover for you. Qin Hong said seriously. In the past, I didn't know this grandson didn't matter. Yang Lin entered the Qin family, and he will definitely protect him. Thank you, Grandpa, I understand. Chapter 282 Chapter 279 Li Yushu gets beaten up. Yang Lin felt bored. Most of the people present were elders, and there was no way to communicate with them. He retreated to the garden in the backyard, sat down in the pavilion, and let his mind wander. At that moment, Li Yushu and a young woman slowly walked towards the garden, their behavior intimate and obtrusive to watch. Didn't Li Yushu want to form an alliance with Zhao Ling? Why was he messing around with other women? Typical Sea King. Yang Lin looked at the two people walking over contemptuously, feeling for Zhao Ling. Brother Li, what's wrong? Zhao Wire asked softly, and she looked past Yang Lin's gaze. Who are you, and is the back garden where you come from too? Yang Lin originally planned to pretend not to see and purify his eyes. It's just that Zhao Wire's voice is so harsh. Why can't I come if you can? Besides, I came in an open and above-board manner, and you are not necessarily the same. Yang Lin has never been a gentleman when dealing with unreasonable women. You and I are both from the Zhao family, and you are nothing. Zhao Wire strides towards Yang Lin, so rude, she is practically a pariah. I don't know how she managed to infiltrate today's birthday banquet. Li Yushu stands behind her, amused, watching Yang Lin. He wants to see what Yang Lin will do. Zhao Wire is notoriously fierce and unreasonable. Pop. Yang Lin slaps Zhao Wire in the face. Your parents didn't teach you, so I'll teach them for them. Li Yushu didn't move, and Yang Lin understood that he wanted to watch the show. Good. Then watch the show well. The person who was with Li Yushu is not a good person either. It's just right to teach them a lesson for Zhao Ling. How dare you hit me, I'll fight you. Zhao Wei pounced angrily at Yang Lin, and Yang Lin retreated. Pop. Zhao Wei fell on her face. Li Yushu could no longer wait to see what would happen. You want to die? I'll kill you. Zhao Wire felt pain all over her body. Her face was also scraped. What if her appearance was ruined? Wire, are you okay? Li Yushu asked with concern as he helped Zhao Wire up. Big brother Li, I'm in so much pain, I want to kill him. Zhao Wire's face was hideous. If looks could kill, Yang Lin would have died 1,000 deaths already. Half reclining in Li Yushu's arms, she stared fiercely at Yang Lin. What a pair of dogs. Yang Lin, apologize. Li Yushu said in an imperious tone. What do you think you are, telling me to apologize? I heard that the Li family wants you to marry Zhao Ling. What do you think would happen if I showed Zhao Laosher the photos of you two holding hands? Yang Lin waved his phone, from which he had taken several photos from different angles. What a perfect match. Li Yushu and Zhao Wire quickly let go. Delete it, big brother Li was just supporting me, I'll go talk to Grandpa Zhao now, you hit me. Zhao Wire threatened with a guilty conscience. She was only the adopted daughter of the Zhao family. If the Zhao family knew that she had ruined Zhao Ling's marriage alliance, she would definitely suffer a miserable end. Zhao Wire was just jealous of Zhao Ling. No matter what she wanted to do, she could do whatever she wanted. She just wants to steal the one Zhao Ling likes. Let Zhao Ling taste what it's like to have something stolen from her too. Yang Lin, you can show the photo to Zhao Laoren. It doesn't matter, we're doing nothing wrong, so we have nothing to worry about. But the fact is that you hit Zhao Wire, so what do you think Zhao Laoren will do? Li Yushu patted his clothes, looking like he didn't care. He didn't take the alliance marriage seriously. He didn't agree to Zhao Wire's advances, nor did he refuse them. This was his usual attitude. Marriage is just an accessory to him, anyone will do as long as there is benefit. Why don't we try it? Yang Lin walked up to Li Yushu. No, you delete the photos, and you hit me, and it's all forgotten. Zhao Wire didn't dare to gamble. Li Yushu could just walk away, but she couldn't. Without the Zhao family's protection, she was nothing. Ha ha. Yang Lin laughed twice, contemptuously said, I'm going to keep it, what do you care? After saying that, he turned around and left. Yang Lin, I have time tomorrow, I'll go visit Miss Qin at the hospital. You're looking for death. Yang Lin punched Li Yushu in the face. Li Yushu took a big step back and stumbled to sit on the ground, blood streaming down his nose. He just felt stars in his eyes. Li Yushu just wanted to make Yang Lin sick. But he underestimated the position Qin Lucy held in Yang Lin's heart. Yang Lin didn't hesitate to hit him. Zhao Wire was shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief. Someone dared to hit Li Yushu. He is the leader of the third generation of the Li family. The legend of the second generation of rich people in Beijing. Who the hell is he? Zhao Wire didn't dare to act rashly, fearing that she couldn't afford to provoke him. She kept weighing the pros and cons. Yang Lin crouched down, staring at Li Yushu with evil eyes. If anything happens to the people around me, whether you did it or not, I will blame it on you. The people in the front hall heard the commotion in the backyard garden and came over. Yang Lin, what are you doing? Li Guanhai yelled, pushed Yang Lin away, but didn't push, his eyes fixedly staring at him. Yushu, are you okay? I'm fine. Li Yushu's face returned to calm, and the hatred in his heart was full. Good, Yang Lin, we will not rest until we are dead. Li Yushu stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. He had lost face. What happened? Li Guanhai was holding his breath. Today was Zhao Yucai's birthday banquet, and Li Shishing had not come. He could not be too harsh. It was just a misunderstanding, Dad, it's fine. Li Yushu's face was expressionless as he turned and left. He could not make a scene, this was not the place to do so. After walking a few steps, Li Yushu clenched his fists. He would get back the humiliation he had suffered today 100 times over. Li Guanhai also left in silence, furious. After the Li family father and son had left, the crowd dispersed of their own accord. Only Zhao Jinggang, Qin Hong, Yang Lin, and Zhao Wire, who wanted to leave, were left behind. Yang Lin, what happened? Zhao Jingang's face was not looking good. At Zhao Yucai's birthday banquet, someone actually dared to cause trouble. But Qin Hong was standing nearby, so he couldn't get angry either, and could only ask with suppressed anger. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry about what happened today. I was just threatened and had no choice but to intervene. Yang Lin sighed. This incident really hurt the Zhao family's face. Zhao Jinggang frowned. Yang Lin had already apologized, and it wouldn't be good for anyone if he pursued this any further. He glanced at Zhao Yucai next to him, and a different thought came to mind. It shouldn't be like this, Yang Lin is already married. Zhao Yucai was nervous and her hands were full of sweat. Her eyes were darting around, and in the Zhao family, she was most afraid of Zhao Jingang. What are you still standing here for? Zhao Jingang yelled at Zhao Yucai. I'll leave now. After Zhao Yucai left, she didn't forget to look at Yang Lin, she just hoped that Yang Lin wouldn't tell Zhao Jingang about what had just happened. Chapter 283 Chapter 280 Zhao Yucai is sick. Old Qin, the birthday banquet will start soon, let's go to the front hall. Okay, you go first, I'll say a few words to Yang Lin. Qin Hong spoke very calmly, but gave the impression of being angry without being threatening. Okay. Zhao Jingang was about to leave, when Yang Lin called out, Uncle Zhao, I heard that the Zhao family wants to form an alliance with the Li family, I hope you can consider it seriously. After saying this, he put his phone in front of Yang Lin, and several photos appeared on the phone. How dare you? Zhao Jingang was furious and turned around and left. Finally, he knew why Yang Lin would do it. Yang Lin finally couldn't hold back. Although he didn't have much contact with Zhao Ling was a nice and upright person, and Yang Lin regarded Zhao Ling as a friend. He didn't want to see Zhao Ling unhappy because of her marriage to the Li family. Moreover, Li Yushu was a scumbag who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Zhao Ling would definitely not be happy married to him. Since they had met, it was considered a good deed, ridding the world of a scumbag. What the Zhao family did next was none of his business. Grandpa, I've caused you trouble. Yang Lin understood that if Qin Hong had not been there, this incident would not have ended so well. It's fine, as long as you think it's right, just go ahead, I'll back you up. Qin Hong said with a smile, and Zhao Jing'on's expression had already shown that Yang Lin had done nothing wrong, so he didn't ask anymore. Yang Lin's performance made him very satisfied. Zhao Jingang walked into the banquet hall, adjusted his facial expression, and waited until the end of the banquet to speak. Jingang, you need to give me an explanation, my son was beaten up at your house. Li Guanghai stood in front of Zhao Jingang and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. He didn't dare disturb the banquet. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he got, being suppressed by a young man like this. I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Zhao Jingang said, and left without looking back. Li Guanghai felt that something was wrong. His son had been beaten at the banquet, but Zhao Jingang didn't show any remorse. He looked at Li Yushu and was sure that something had happened. He must ask Li Yushu about it when he got back. Zhao Jing'on's reply tomorrow might be a time bomb. The banquet ended in a happy and peaceful atmosphere. It was as if what had happened in the backyard had never happened. After the banquet. In the study. Yang Lin, sit. Zhao Yucai was a bit tired and his voice had weakened considerably. Yang Lin nodded and sat across from him. Zhao Jingang sat to the side. Tell me, what happened in the backyard? Zhao Yucai's eyes were droopy, as if he had fallen asleep. Dad, Yang Lin is not to blame for this. That bastard Li Yushu and Wei were kissing and I was caught by Yang Lin, and there was a conflict, and Yang Lin only hit him. Zhao Jingang has already figured out the ins and outs of the matter, and Zhao Wei has been grounded by him. The more he looks at that brat Li Yushu, the more he doesn't like him. On the other hand, Yang Lin is more and more agreeable to look at, but unfortunately he is already married. Otherwise, he would definitely match Zhao Ling with Yang Lin. As a father, he hopes his daughter is happy. As for the Zhao family, no matter how hard he works himself, or how hard he pushes his son to climb up the social ladder, he cannot do anything to wrong his daughter. I will contact Li Shixing to dispel their idea of an alliance. It's really presumptuous to play this trick under the Zhao family's nose. They don't take the Zhao family seriously. The Zhao family's granddaughter is not for anyone to abuse. Thank you, Dad. Zhao Jingang let out a sigh of relief. He was worried at first that Zhao Yucai would be stubborn and ignore Zhao Ling's happiness for the sake of the Zhao family. Zhao Ling is also my granddaughter. Zhao Yucai looked at Zhao Jing'on's expression and felt a pang in his heart. Dad, I'm sorry. Zhao Jingang lowered his head. Okay, Yang Lin, thank you. Old Zhao, you're too polite. I should be the one apologizing for disturbing your banquet. Yang Lin looked at Zhao Yucai's face. He was sick. Zhao Yucai looked up at Yang Lin and nodded with satisfaction, unhurried and unperturbed. Old Zhao, you asked me to come here because you're not feeling well. Yang Lin wasn't beating around the bush. Qin Luoshi was still in the hospital, and Qin Wanzhi didn't seem like the type to take care of herself. He wondered how they were doing. Achio. Qin Wanzhi sneezed a few times in a row. She muttered to herself, "Who's cursing me?" Yes, after you took your medicine, your body obviously got better, but recently, for some reason, your mental state has been getting worse and worse. There's nothing wrong with your physical examination. Zhao Yucai didn't hide it either. Since he sought Yang Lin's treatment, he could only trust him. Fortunately, Yang Lin is a good person. Do you have the test report? Yang Lin didn't take his pulse directly, but looked sideways at Zhao Jingang. The medicine I prescribed for Zhao Yucai last time has the effect of strengthening the body and nourishing the essence, so in theory, this shouldn't have happened. Yes. Zhao Jingang didn't dare delay, and handed all the test reports to Yang Lin. Yang Lin picked them up one by one and looked at them carefully. Finally, he stopped at a brain CT. 2 minutes later. Zhao, I suggest doing another brain CT. There's a tumor in this area, pressing on the nerves. Yang Lin pointed with his finger and put down the film. A tumor. Zhao Jingang's hands trembled with nervousness, and his mind buzzed. How could this be? Zhao Yucai wasn't too shocked. His head hurt from time to time, and he had already sensed it, but the hospital hadn't been able to find anything. Yang Lin, is there any way? Zhao Jingang recovered and tried to calm himself down. Uncle Zhao, let's check first. Yang Lin did not jump to conclusions. Good. Zhao Jingang was not sure what to think, but he hoped Yang Lin was wrong. Zhao Lao, contact me after the test results come out. Okay. Zhao Yucai nodded. Yang Lin, I'll walk you out. Zhao Jingang got up, feeling extremely depressed. Okay. Yang Lin nodded to Zhao Yucai and turned to leave. Uncle Zhao, don't worry too much, I'll do my best when the results come out. Thank you. Yang Lin didn't say much. This kind of thing can only be digested internally, and no matter what anyone else says, it's useless. Zhao Ling kept walking back and forth at the door. She already knew about the incident in the garden. With something like this happening, an alliance is definitely impossible. She was a little excited inside. Zhao Ling, why are you at the door? Yang Lin had just walked out the door when he saw Zhao Ling. I was waiting for you. Thanks. Zhao Ling said with a smile, her eyes bright in the sunshine. It's nothing, a small favor. I don't like Li Yushu. Yang Lin said with a smile. Anyway, I owe you a favor. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. Zhao Ling was very excited. The problem that had been troubling her had been solved. For a while, she had been wondering how she could avoid marrying into the Li family. Okay, I won't be polite. I'll go first. Luoshi is still in the hospital. Yang Lin thought of what Qin Luoshi had said. It's better to keep your distance. Okay, I'll go see Luoshi when I have time. Zhao Ling was relieved. She sincerely wished them well. Chapter 284 Chapter 281 Qin Wanzhi Stream. What the hell did you do? Li Guanghai slammed the table, left the Zhao family, and Zhao Jingang didn't even see him off. His face felt like it had been slapped, and he felt like vomiting, but couldn't. Zhao Wei and I went to the backyard, and Zhao Wei's behavior was intimate, which Yang Lin saw and caused a conflict. Li Yushu touched his nose, and it still hurts. You're out of your mind. Even if you want to find one, there are plenty out there, so why go after Zhao Wei? Don't you know that your grandfather wants you to marry Zhao Ling? Li Guanghai smashed a cup on Li Yushu's head. The water in the cup ran down Li Yushu's face, mixed with blood. Li Guanghai originally thought that Li Yushu was the least troublesome person in the Li family, and never imagined that he would do such a thing. Li Yushu wiped the water on his face with his hand. At that time, he just felt bored and didn't think much about it. He didn't stop Li Weier's actions. Yang Lin's appearance was an accident. Since it happened, there was no need to avoid it. I will personally explain to Grandpa. The marriage alliance is only being discussed and nothing has been decided. The Zhao family may not marry Zhao Ling to me, and besides, Zhao Ling is not an obedient person. It would be hard to control if I marry her. Use your brain when you do things in the future. Li Guanghai sat down, exhaled, and thought, I still have to deal with Zhao Jingang tomorrow. I've offended the Zhao family today. Fortunately, looking at Zhao Yucai's body, he wasn't doing well. The hospital room. Yang Lin walked in quickly with pastries in his hands. The two of them were reading books and magazines and kept laughing. What were they reading that made them laugh so happily? Yang Lin put down the pastries and wanted to take a look. Pop. Qin Wanzhi immediately closed the book and put it away mysteriously. Qin Luoshi also put a smile on her face. Why did you come back so soon? Was that fast? I was worried that you would be bored, so I hurried back. Yang Lin only realized then that his worry was unnecessary. Wow, pastries, I'm really hungry, thanks, Yang Lin. Qin Wanzhi ate without any manners. Delicious. Delicious, have some more. Qin Luoshi also wanted to eat, but her hand was not convenient, and it hurt whenever she moved it. She looked at the pastries with longing eyes. Luoshi, I'll feed you. Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoshi's mouth-watering expression and laughed. Good. Qin Luoshi was not pretentious, and Qin Wanzhi really smelled delicious and drooled. Yang Lin, how was the banquet? The Zhao family's banquet should be grand, after all, Zhao Yucai's position is there. Something happened. Yang Lin recounted what happened at the banquet, but he did not mention Zhao Yucai's illness, as it involved more serious issues. Damn, Li Yushu is really sick. I always knew he was no good. He may seem refined and gentle on the surface, but in reality, he's worse than an animal. Qin Wanzhi bit her spoon hard, disgusted. Wanzhi, behave yourself. Put. Qin Wanzhi didn't think so, but she was just too shocked to care about Li Yushu's reputation. Qin Lucy's smile suddenly faded as she worriedly asked, will the Li family do anything to you? Our relationship was never good. We never made it obvious before, but today we've made it clear. That's good. In the future, if there's anything, we don't have to deal with it hypocritically. We can just fight it out and see who's stronger. Yang Lin also wants to understand and prepare for the Li family early. Good. I asked the doctor, and if there are no unexpected circumstances, we can go through the discharge procedures tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. There's still a bunch of things waiting for us in Jiangcheng. Good, I'll make the arrangements. The basic things in Kyoto have been taken care of, and the project in Jiangcheng is about to start, so we really have to go back. You're leaving so soon? Qin Wanzhi felt a little lost and put down the cake in her hands. The transportation is convenient, Yang Lin and I will come visit you whenever we have time. After these 2 days of contact, Qin Lucy was also a little reluctant, but they had been out for a long time and there were a lot of things to do in Jiangcheng. Wanzhi, what do you want to do? Yang Lin learned that Qin Wanzhi didn't like the arrangements her family had made for her and had been putting them off. I want to enter the entertainment industry, I like singing, dancing, and acting, but my father doesn't agree. Qin Wanzhi pursed her lips. She followed her family's wishes and pursued a career in politics, but she really didn't like it at all. The entertainment industry is really chaotic, and my uncle doesn't trust you. I know, but I really don't like my current life. It's boring and dull, with nothing to do every day. It's like a parasite just waiting to die. I don't have the ability of my sister Wanru, and I'm not good at business, but I really don't like my current life. Qin Wanzhi frowned and sat down on the chair with her bottom. Have you studied acting, singing, or anything like that? The Qin family doesn't need Qin Wanzhi to do anything, as long as she is happy. I secretly hired a teacher to learn, and my family doesn't know. Qin Wanzhi's eyes lit up. Yang Lin asked like this, there is a play. I will talk to my uncle, as for the result, I can't guarantee. Brother Yang Lin, long live, thank you, you will definitely succeed if you step in. Qin Wanzhi jumped up and down, spinning in circles, finally able to do what she wants to do. Brother Yang Lin, you are my real brother. I'll leave this matter to you. In the future, if you tell me to go west, I will definitely not go east. Okay, I can only say that I will try my best. As for the result, we'll see. Okay, I won't bother you too, I'll go first. I'll wait for your news. Qin Wanzhi was in a great mood, skipping out of the ward. She was going to treat herself well that night. It's great to be young. You are also very young. Yang Lin kissed Qin Luoshi and licked the crumbs from her mouth. Qin Luoshi's face instantly turned red. Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoshi's shy expression, and it tickled his heart. He still managed to control his beastly thoughts. Yang Lin, are you really going to let Wanzhi enter the entertainment industry? Wanzhi is still young, just do what you like. If she gets tired of the entertainment industry one day, she can just come back to the Qin family. As for the Qin family, it doesn't need Wanzhi to support it. Yang Lin doesn't want Qin Wanzhi to follow in Qin Wanru's footsteps, it's too tiring. But will Grandpa agree if Wanzhi is exposed in the entertainment industry? I will talk to my grandfather. I will find a good place for her before she enters the entertainment industry. Yang Lin has agreed to let Qin Wanzhi enter the entertainment industry, and will not let her experience those messy things. Just think about it. Qin Wanzhi did not stop her. Indeed, life is very short, just be happy. The Qin family does not need Qin Wanzhi to carry the burden and move forward. She is only responsible for being happy. The Jingdu company has stabilized, and the company has come up with a normal compensation plan for the family of the deceased. Fong Lei, what are you going to do? Leave it to the police. I originally planned to meet Fong Lei, but now there's no need. We both know it was Li Yushu behind it, but without evidence, Fong Lei won't betray Li Yushu and come forward to testify against him. Fine, then we'll go to Jiangcheng. Back to Jiangcheng. Chapter 285. Chapter 282. Fong Lei is dead. Yang Lin came out of the dean's office. Qin Luoshi's condition has stabilized. She just needs to rest well at the wound site, and she can go through the discharge procedures tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. He looked at the report in his hands and felt a great weight lift off his shoulders. Fortunately, there were no other problems. When he returned to Jiangcheng, he would help Qin Luoshi get healthy. Standing in the corridor, Yang Lin took out his phone and dialed Shi Zhang's number. He had to get started on making arrangements for what Qin Wanzhi had promised. Master, are there any entertainment companies in Kyoto that the organization has an absolute controlling interest in? Yes, the number one entertainment company in Kyoto is owned by the organization, 100%. Good, I want to get someone into the entertainment industry. You arrange for someone most capable to accompany her the whole time, and all resources should be tilted towards her. But don't let her get involved in messy things, and don't expose her identity. Okay, who is she? My younger sister, Qin Wanzhi. I will send you the information later, so make the arrangements. Understood. Shi Zhang had doubts in his heart. Did Yang Lin's younger sister really need to enter the entertainment industry? It was purely a hobby. But Yang Lin has ordered him to take it seriously. Also, gather all the information you can on the Li family and the Devil's Murder Organization, and report back regularly. As for their businesses, swallow them whole if you can. Yes. Shi Zhang jotted it all down. Ever since he started researching Yang Lin's information, Shi Zhang has been doing all this. That's it. Contact me if you have any other questions. My lord, do you need to deal with Fong Lei? No, I don't want to get my hands dirty. Yang Lin took the phone away from his ear. Fong Lei was not worth the trouble. He sent Qin Wanzhi's information to Shi Zhang. After thinking for a moment, Yang Lin dialed Qin Moshan's phone. Before leaving Kyoto, he wanted to say goodbye to him, and more importantly, convince him to let Qin Wanzhi enter the entertainment industry. Yang Lin, how is Luoshi? Qin Moshan received the call, put down the documents in his hands, and asked with concern. Thank you, uncle, for your concern. Luoshi's condition is stable and she can be discharged from the hospital in the next 2 days. Hearing Qin Moshan's words, Yang Lin felt even more disdain for Qin Modai. That's good, the girl has suffered. I heard about your performance in the Zhao family, well done. Qin Moshan had long been unhappy with the Li family, and he was very happy to be able to make them look bad. Yang Lin also laughed, and Qin Moshan's concern made him feel warm. Without asking the reason, he is biased in his favor. Yang Lin, you must have called me for a reason, right? Uncle, today Wanzhi came to accompany Luoshi. She told me her thoughts, that she doesn't like her current job and wants to enter the entertainment industry. I think that's fine, so I'm calling you about it. Qin Moshan didn't say anything. He knew what Qin Wanzhi was thinking, but Qin Wanzhi's identity was special and the entertainment industry was very complicated. Wan Ling had also been emotional because of what happened to Qin Wanzhi. However, Qin Moshan had too many concerns. Uncle, the Qin family doesn't need Wanzhi to sacrifice anything, as long as she is happy. We can take on the responsibility of the Qin family. Don't worry, Wanzhi entering the entertainment industry will definitely not lead to any chaos, and her identity will not be exposed. Uncle, my sister has already given up a lot for the Qin family. I don't want Wanzhi to be like my sister. If Wanzhi doesn't want to stay in the entertainment industry in the future, she can quit at any time. I just hope that she is happy in her life and be herself. If you have the ability, why not do it? Yang Lin's words struck Qin Moshan's heart. Qin Moshan really didn't want Qin Wanzhi to be unhappy. Qin Wanzhi's personality was indeed not suitable for a political career. I'll think about it. Good, if Uncle agrees, I'm sure Wanzhi will be very happy. Well, enough of that, you're going back to Jiangcheng soon, so before you go, come home for dinner and let your aunt cook you some of her specialties. Okay, we'll definitely go. Yang Lin's mouth corners rose slightly. Basically, there is no problem. Qin Moshan is a good father, but being in his position, he has too many concerns. The next day, after the doctor finished checking the room, Yang Lin examined Qin Luoshi's body and determined that there was no major problem. He plans to go through the discharge procedures today. Jiangcheng is already stirring, and they need to hurry back. Li Yushu's little tricks are really non-stop. At this time, the phone rang. It was Zhao Ling. Yang Lin had a bad feeling. Yang Lin, Fong Lei has committed suicide. After a short period of shock, Yang Lin asked, when? Are you sure it was suicide? Li Yushu is really ruthless, dead people are the safest. The doctor found out when he went in to examine him in the morning and confirmed it was suicide. Zhao Ling was also shocked by the news. I see. Yang Lin, after Fong Lei committed suicide, the Luoshi company case will be closed here. Good. Yang Lin held the phone tightly. He still underestimated the ruthlessness of Li Yushu, who would not even spare his childhood friend. How could Fong Lei have committed suicide for no reason? It must have been because of the pressure from Li Yushu. What a monster! What a beast! Fong Lei is dead? Yes, he committed suicide. Yang Lin continued packing his things, feeling very depressed. He had to be prepared. Li Yushu was capable of anything, especially when it came to the people around him. He had to plan carefully when he got back. Their battle had reached the surface and he had to be on guard. Yang Lin, don't think too much, I will face it with you. Qin Luoshi also thought about the safety of the people around him. Security is an area that needs to be taken seriously. Li's company. Li Tong stood in front of Li Yushu, not daring to breathe. She had just received the news that Fong Lei had committed suicide and was very shocked. When did it happen? Li Yushu asked calmly, his face showing no expression, but his hands were clenched into fists, his arms bulging with veins, his heart was not at peace. This morning. Arrange Fong Lei's funeral and take care of his family. Yes. Li Tong immediately went downstairs to make the arrangements, unable to stay for even a moment, it was too oppressive, it was as if he were suffocating. Stepping out of the office, Li Tong breathed in large gulps of air. Li Yushu did not explode. He slowly walked to the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of white wine, and poured a glass. He gulped it down. The burning sensation filled his mouth. His eyes were red and bloodshot. Li Yushu's heart was bleeding. He had feelings for Fong Lei, brotherly love. He only wanted to let Fong Lei take this responsibility, and through operations in the future, get him out of prison sooner. He didn't want his life. Fong Lei misunderstood him. Now it's too late. Li Yushu poured himself another glass and continued to drink it in one gulp. Finally, he poured the remaining wine on the windowsill. Fong Lei, have a good journey, I will avenge your death for you. Li Yushu sat heavily on the sofa. At this moment, his hatred for Yang Lin reached its peak. No rest until death. 10 minutes later. Li Yushu took out his mobile phone and dialed a person's phone number. Do me a favor. After hanging up the phone, Li Yushu's face revealed an evil smile. Chapter 286 Chapter 283 Yang Lin went to Qin Moshan's house for a gathering. The compound. The Qin Moshan family did not live in the old Qin family mansion, but here, due to work reasons. Qin Wanzhi was happy, bouncing around the doorway, the smile at the corner of her mouth showing her good mood. Yang Lin parked the car in front of the door. Yang Lin, brother, sister-in-law. Qin Wanzhi trotted over, supporting Qin Luoshi. What are you so happy about? Qin Luoshi asked with a smile. Sister-in-law, my father has agreed to let me enter the entertainment industry. Qin Wanzhi's eyebrows and eyes revealed joy. Brother Yang Lin, thank you, I love you. As long as you're happy, I can only help you here. As for entering the entertainment industry, you have to rely on your own abilities. I've heard it's very hard. Qin Wanzhi is his guarantor for entering the entertainment industry, and Yang Lin will definitely say what needs to be said. I'm not afraid of hard work, I like it, don't worry, I will never let you down. Qin Wanzhi promised. This is her dream. Love outweighs everything. Okay, I've already made the arrangements. You just need to do a good job professionally. You don't need to worry about anything else. The most important thing is that you can't reveal your identity. No problem. Qin Wanzhi promised. She never thought of revealing her identity in the first place. Brother Yang Lin, sister-in-law, let's go in. Okay. Yang Lin took the prepared gift out of the trunk and walked in. Sister, you're here too? You're the only ones allowed to come to my uncle's house, but I can't? Qin Wanru asked impatiently. How could that be? You're the eldest, you can come whenever you want. Yang Lin said happily. Qin Wanru's change was visible to the naked eye. It seems that the power of love is very strong. He glanced at Yunfeng, who was sitting nearby. This brother-in-law Yunfeng is set. That's more like it. You guys just stop being smart-mouthed and come over for tea. Qin Moshan was wearing a casual outfit and was familiar with making tea, his mouth slightly raised. They walked over and sat together. Luoshi, if you don't feel well, the guest room is clean, you can go rest. Qin Luoshi's face was still pale, and Qin Moshan said worriedly. Uncle, I've been lying in the hospital and have been moldy for a long time, I've wanted to walk around for a long time, I'm fine. That's good, do everything within your means. Good. Qin Moshan poured them each a cup of tea. Let's drink tea. Yunfeng, how are your grandparents and parents? They are all in good health. Yunfeng put down his teacup. He had already told his family about his relationship with Qin Wanru and had received their support. That's good. We are usually busy and don't get to see each other very often, but we can keep in touch in the future. Qin Moshan poured Yunfeng another cup of tea and glanced at Qin Wanru. The holiday is almost over, isn't it? There's still a week left. When he thought about this, Yunfeng clenched his fist slightly. He didn't want to leave, but the rules could not be changed. Spend some time with Wanru. Qin Moshan didn't say anything else. A soldier had his duties, and there was nothing he could do. I will. During this time, apart from going back to have a meal with his parents, he had been with Qin Wanru the whole time. They had spent too little time together. Qin Wanru lowered her head, feeling a little sad in her heart. Yunfeng silently held Qin Wanru's hand. Treasure the time we spend together. Uncle, sister, I plan to go to Jiangcheng tomorrow. Yang Lin broke the silence. Okay, if anything happens in Jiangcheng, you must tell me. Qin Wanru was uneasy. He had completely broken with Li Yushu, and with Li Yushu's character of being vengeful, he definitely would not let it go. Sister, just rest assured and take care of yourself. Yang Lin's heart warmed, but he sincerely hoped that Qin Wanru would think more about herself. Dinner is ready. Wan Ling came out of the kitchen, holding a fragrant dish in her hands. Let's eat, try your sister-in-law's cooking, I'm in your debt. Qin Moshan smiled and put down the teacup in his hand. It's just simple home cooking, I don't cook much either, don't be picky. Wan Ling's face was full of smiles, she was very happy. Mom, I'll help you serve the food. Great. In no time, the table was full of dishes. Second aunt, you've worked hard. Not at all, I'm so happy you're here. Wan Ling sat down next to Qin Moshan and poured a glass of red wine. I'm so happy that you two have found your own happiness. I hope you'll always be happy together. Qin Moshan smiled with relief. Thank you, second uncle. Everyone smiled happily, raised their glasses and drank up. Second aunt, your cooking is delicious, I'll come for dinner more often in the future. No problem, I'm usually home alone. If you want to come over, just give me a call and I'll cook for you. Auntie Air, you're so nice. The family had a happy meal and laughed together. Wanru, how's your mother? Wanling asked carefully. Yin Yen didn't dare mention it to Qin Wanru because she wasn't feeling well. She's doing quite well. My mother and Yang Lin have already become acquainted, and her illness has improved a lot. It's mainly a mental illness. After we're both done with this period of time, we'll go visit my mother together. That's good. Let me know when you go, and bring me something back. When Yin Yen was at the Qins, she got along with her very well, unlike Li Jinjin, who acted like she was above it all. Sure, my mom will be very happy. After dinner, everyone chatted again, and the atmosphere was very good. Ding dong dong. Yang Lin's phone rang. He saw the caller ID, stood up, and walked over to answer the call. Sure, Zhang must have something important to say, otherwise he wouldn't have called. My lord, there is something you need to decide. Speak. The organization has in its hands an important military technology that can be applied to the country's high-end military industry. A country wants to buy it, and the price is 5 billion. What do you think? 5 billion? Military technology? Yes, the organization has invested heavily in the field of science and technology, and has a lot of advanced technology, some of which has already been put into production and applied. Hold off for now, let me think about it, and send me the information. Good. That's a big move, 5 billion for a piece of military technology. Yang Lin opened his phone and looked at the information on it, feeling at ease. No wonder he was willing to spend so much. With this technology, it would be a deterrent to other countries. Yang Lin, is something wrong? Qin Moshan looked at Yang Lin, who was deep in thought, worried that he had encountered a problem and didn't know how to solve it. Yang Lin raised his head and looked at Qin Moshan thoughtfully. As Qin Wanzhi had said, Qin Moshan was one step away from reaching the top, but it was not easy to take this step in times of peace. Isn't this an opportunity? Moreover, no matter how much money it is, Yang Lin will never betray his country. In that case, let it help Qin Moshan reach the next level. In this way, the Qin family will also be more stable. Second uncle, let's go to the study and talk about something. Chapter 287. Chapter 284. Wife, do you like it? Yes. Qin Moshan got up, Yang Lin followed behind him, and they walked together to the study. The people outside looked at each other in confusion. What was so serious that it needed to be discussed in private? Never mind them, you guys eat the fruit, they must be talking about work. Wan Ling placed the washed fruit on the table. Yes. Study. Sit. Yang Lin sat opposite Qin Moshan. Are you having any problems? No, uncle, I heard from my sister that you are facing a promotion problem, and your opponent is a Li family member. Yang Lin asked straight to the point. Yes, don't worry about this, I have a plan. Qin Moshan thought it was something else. There was indeed resistance to the promotion, but it was not something a junior should worry about. Uncle, I've sent you some information, take a look. Yang Lin directly forwarded the information to Qin Moshan. The more Qin Moshan read to the end, the more surprised he felt, and his expression was out of control. This military technology has been researched by the country for a long time, but the results have been unsatisfactory. Where did this information come from? Qin Moshan asked seriously, afraid that Yang Lin was doing something stupid. Uncle, I have a research and development team in my hands, and this is what they have researched. A country wants to buy this technology. The person in charge of the company just called me about this. Qin Moshan stared at Yang Lin intently, trying to determine the truth in his words. A research and development team requires a lot of money. Qin Moshan was a little suspicious. He knew that the country's investment in science and technology was measured in billions of units. Without the Qin family's help, how could Yang Lin, who was still young, have achieved so much? Uncle, you don't need to doubt this. The things I've given you are 100% independently developed by us. You should have heard of the 2-nanometer chip. I have already submitted it to the country. Gui, the president of the General Research Institute, knows very well. You can ask him. There are some things that Yang Lin cannot explain clearly, so he can only change the subject. Qin Moshan didn't say anything. He had heard about the 2-nanometer chip, and since Yang Lin had said so, he would definitely have someone investigate. But there were major loopholes in Yang Lin's story. Since he didn't want to talk about it, Qin Moshan didn't intend to pursue it. Yang Lin definitely wouldn't harm him. Qin Moshan held the phone in his trembling hands, looking at the information on it, ecstatic. No wonder that kid asked about his promotion as soon as he arrived. He wanted to use this technology to make a name for himself. Good boy. When can I have the complete information? Qin Moshan was also very polite. This technology is very important, and of course he should fight for his interests. He will still fight for Yang Lin. Uncle, what's the rush? Yang Lin smiled. Of course, brat, this technology is very important. A strong military can deter the enemy. Uncle, I won't do it for free. Other countries are willing to pay 5 billion to buy it. Yang Lin relaxed his body. Of course, he wasn't asking for 5 billion. He didn't lack money. If he wanted it, it would be easy to get, but he always had to seek some benefits. 5 billion? You've invested a lot of money. What do you want? I don't have 5 billion. Qin Moshan took out a cigarette, lit it, and just wanted to smoke outside, but he was just a junior and had some scruples. You're the one who got promoted this time, and I'll give this technology to the country for free. Uncle, I've already joined the Qins, and I have to think about the Qins too. I'm not blackmailing you. With your abilities and seniority, you deserve to be promoted, and this technology is just a bonus. I don't like the Lius, and they're not getting promoted, no way. Yang Lin put his hands on the table, disgusted at hearing the Lius. I'll report this to the higher-ups, Yang Lin. This technology must not be sold abroad under any circumstances, do you hear me? Qin Moshan said sternly, stubbing out the cigarette in his hand. Don't worry, I'm very patriotic and won't sell it, but if you keep marking time, I'll just keep it for myself. Yang Lin shrugged his shoulders. He knew Qin Moshan's character, and he could only push him a bit harder. If you do this, it'll lose its flavor. I don't care. I've already handed it over for free, and I won't accept any conditions. If that's not good enough, I'll just keep it for later, when I need it. Okay, I'll report back to the higher-ups right away. Yang Lin nodded, and went back to find out what other goodies there were in the organization, and get them working properly. The system is really awesome. Uncle, Aunt, it's getting late, we'll go back first. Yang Lin looked at the time, it was late. Okay, I'll contact you later, remember what you promised me. Don't worry, Uncle, I won't go back on my word. June pin number 1. Honey, this bed is really comfortable. I'll ask my sister where we bought it, and we'll get one like it when we get to Jiangcheng. Yang Lin lay on his back, feeling like he was falling asleep. Yes, it is quite comfortable. Qin Luoshi looked at Yang Lin and smiled. Yang Lin, help me take off my clothes, my hands are not very handy. Qin Luoshi wanted to change into some comfortable loungewear, but her hands still hurt when she lifted them. Here it comes. Yang Lin jumped up and ran into the walk-in closet. I'll help you. Yang Lin stood behind Qin Luoshi and slowly unzipped her skirt. The two of them were pressed close together, the temperature searing hot. Yang Lin, stand back. Qin Luoshi unconsciously wanted to take a step forward. Call me husband and I'll move away. Yang Lin blew hot air in Qin Luoshi's ear, and Qin Luoshi felt uncomfortable. It tickled behind her ear, and her face unconsciously turned red. If I don't call, I still have injuries, and you dare to bully me, I'll go back and tell my mom. Qin Luoshi said with a shy smile, as cute as she could be. Yang Lin's heart itched, but he couldn't do anything. She even learned to tell tales. Yang Lin gave Qin Luoshi's but a gentle slap. Yang Lin, you hit me. Qin Luoshi's face turned even redder, as if it was about to bleed, as she said coquettishly. You know what this is called? Yang Lin rested his head lightly on Qin Luoshi's right shoulder and pulled the zipper all the way down. Qin Luoshi's smooth, white, tender back was exposed. My dear husband. Qin Luoshi closed her eyes and called out unnaturally, feeling the warmth of Yang Lin's fingers. Wife, you're so good. Yang Lin held back hard, Qin Luoshi was still a patient. He quickly helped Qin Luoshi get dressed and ran towards the bathroom. Honey, you rest first, I'll take a shower. Qin Luoshi smiled lightly as she watched Yang Lin run away. Serves you right. After you've recovered, I'll treat Yang Lin well. A moment later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Yang Lin walked out wrapped in a towel, and Qin Luoshi's eyes fixed on Yang Lin's upper body. Tan skin, 8-pack abs, and a superb body. Even supermodels can't compare to him. Qin Luoshi couldn't help but swallow. Yang Lin saw this and walked in, lifted Qin Luoshi's chin and asked seductively, Wife, do I look good? Chapter 288 Chapter 285 Li Yulin and Han Manyun are talking. Qin Luoshi came back to her senses and wondered what she was doing, being attracted to Yang Lin's body. How horny she must be. Qin Luoshi withdrew her gaze, but Yang Lin held her chin up, so she could still see unless she closed her eyes. Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoshi's constantly changing face and found it funny. So cute. Honey, do you like it? Do you want to touch it? Yang Lin leaned down, lowered his voice, and coaxed her. Qin Luoshi's eyes widened. Yang Lin's face was close at hand, so handsome. His voice was so nice to hear. Qin Luoshi's face flushed until her ears, turning red and purple. She swallowed. She was still sick, and Yang Lin couldn't do anything to her. It was Yang Lin who would suffer. Poof. You little. Qin Luoshi looked up, her eyes wide, leaned forward, and said coquettishly into Yang Lin's ear, "It looks good, I want to touch it." Yang Lin gasped. He was going to die. Qin Luoshi used her uninjured hand to start at Yang Lin's Adam's apple and slowly stroked down. Yang Lin felt his body's blood vessels burst, and the blood kept rushing to his brain. Demon! Qin Luoshi's body is still not well. She can't do anything. He's digging his own grave. What a disaster! Yang Lin let go of Qin Luoshi's chin and took a step back. Qin Luoshi laughed out loud. You think you can play with me? Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoshi's expression and said with a raised eyebrow, "When you're better, I'll show you what I'll do to you." After saying that, Yang Lin ran back into the bathroom and took another cold shower. Qin Luoshi was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face, but he also felt a tingle in his heart. Hey! Let's talk about it when you're better. This time. Yang Lin came out, put on a vest, and sat on the bed. Wife, how can you bear it? Yang Lin pinched Qin Luoshi's face, tender and smooth, full of elasticity. You start playing first. Qin Luoshi looked up and slapped Yang Lin's hand away. But, the figure is really good. How does it compare to others? I don't know, I've never seen a man without clothes on. Qin Luoshi spoke with justification, trying to dig a pit, but there was no way. Yang Lin hugged Qin Luoshi's forehead and kissed her hard. He won her heart. Yang Lin wasn't talking about this topic, he didn't want to take another shower. Luoshi, after we go back, I plan to hire a professional bodyguard to protect the people around us. I'm worried that Li Yushu will play dirty and take the people around me as his target. Good. Qin Luoshi had originally considered this, and Yang Lin said what was on her mind. After Yang Lin left, Qin Moshan used his connections to get in touch with Guo Xiaohua to find out about the chip. After putting down the phone, Qin Moshan laughed. No wonder he is a Qin. After confirming that what Yang Lin said was true, he immediately grabbed his clothes and rushed to the military region. Since Yang Lin was willing to give up such an important military technology, he definitely could not let Yang Lin down. Squeeze out the Li family and be promoted. Sky Bar. Han Nanyun was very depressed. She drank cup after cup of wine alone. Li Yushu had ignored her during this period. No matter what method she used, she couldn't see Li Yushu. From what the elders meant, the Li family didn't want to marry with the Han family. Li Yushu, you really are something. The more Han Nanyun thought about it, the angrier she became. She threw the glass in her hand on the ground. The sound of a cup breaking. Han Nanyun leaned helplessly against the sofa and looked at the ceiling. The upper class already knew the news. She was like a joke. Tears slowly flowed down her face. Why be so cruel? From heaven to hell, it's no big deal. Without the Li family's protection, many old foxes in the business world began to stir. For this reason, she was scolded by Han Shuashan. He Huali could not protect her either, and could only let the Han family elders ridicule her. It's so hard. What's wrong with me? I like Li Yushu, and I've been trying hard, but the Han family just doesn't measure up to the Li family. Han Nanyun broke down and started crying, tears streaming down her face. As she cried, Han Nanyun curled up on the sofa. At that moment, the door to the box was pushed open. Li Yulin walked in elegantly. Han Nanyun sat up abruptly and shouted angrily, "Who told you to come in?" Han Nanyun only saw Li Yulin clearly when he came closer. Li Yulin, didn't you go abroad? Han Nanyun wiped the tears from her face. Crying? Li Yulin sat down next to Han Nanyun. Han Nanyun didn't reply, she felt very awkward. Li Yulin was her classmate, and at one time he had even chased after her. But Han Nanyun only had eyes for Li Yushu, and didn't respond to Li Yulin in any way. I just got back from abroad and heard that your marriage to my brother fell through. Li Yulin slowly sipped the wine in his glass. He came here today with friends for a party. Someone told him that Han Nanyun was drinking alone in a private room. Very good. Han Nanyun meets his aesthetic standards, and most importantly, she is smart. This time, he is back to take back what is his. After his own father, Li Guangxing, was shot and killed, the Li family didn't even bother to investigate. It's so ironic. He needs to get into the core of the Li family. Li Yushu's marriage alliance doesn't look down on the Han family. But he can both get into the Li family and find a helper. As for Han Manyun, just using her, each taking what they need. It's over, are you Li family satisfied? Han Manyun's face is cold, everyone is laughing at her. If you can't marry my brother, you can marry me, don't you want to form an alliance with the Li family? Li Yulin continued drinking, he just wanted to make Li Yushu sick. You. Han Manyun didn't expect Li Yulin to say such a thing, and she clenched her fists in anger. What, I'm wrong. The Han family is in a bad situation, and you're not having an easy time at home, are you? You always have to get married, and it's all about marriage alliances. Find a husband with a stronger background, the right choice. Li Yulin ignored Han Manyun's anger, it wasn't worth it. His goal was simple, to get back what belonged to him and his father. Han Manyun slowly let go of his hand. Li Yulin was right. They were born into wealthy families and were all tools of the alliance. The Li family was the one the Han family most wanted to ally with. Li Yushu's path was blocked. Li Yulin could do it, though. Face value is determined by strength in everything. Why me? I need a smart wife, and you happen to fit the bill. Li Yulin spoke slowly, finishing the last sip of wine in his glass. I'll wait for your answer. Li Yulin stood up and was about to leave. Han Manyun's mind flashed with many images. She really didn't have many options, and it was useless to be capable. I promise you. Li Yulin's hand on the doorknob froze. Humph. Just as I thought. Okay, I'll talk to my grandfather and go to the Han family in a few days to propose. After saying that, he strode out. Han Manyun sat helplessly on the sofa, and tears flowed out once again. She had sold herself once again. Chapter 289 Chapter 286 Yang Lu has been captured. The next day. Yang Lin was sitting outside the villa drinking coffee when he picked up his phone and dialed Shi Zhang's number. Master. Get me 10 good men, they will follow me to Jiangcheng this afternoon. Okay, I'll make the arrangements right away. Shi Zhang replied immediately. My lord, the Li family is competing with us for a mineral resource. This mineral resource is rich in rare resources and is expected to last 30 years. At present, the mineral resource has not been discovered, but the Li family has been using their power to obstruct it. It's at that stage. Yang Lin came alive. A mineral resource for 30 years is of immeasurable value. The information is stuck in the approval process. Send me the name and information, I'll take care of it. Good. Shi Zhang knew that Yang Lin was a Qin family member, and as long as the Qin family stepped in, the matter could be resolved smoothly. After receiving the information sent by Shi Zhang, he realized that the department head in charge of the approval was a Li family member, and this matter was a bit difficult. At this time, he thought of Zhao Yucai. So, Yang Lin dialed Zhao Jing'an's phone. Uncle Zhao, did the examination of old Zhao come out? It's out. I was just about to call you. It's true that it's a tumor, just as you said. Zhao Jing'an was in a low mood. Yang Lin, do you have any ideas? The doctor's advice is to have the operation immediately to determine whether it is malignant, but the location of the tumor is so special, and my father is getting old. Where are you? I'll come over. Yang Lin didn't dare to jump to conclusions, and could only wait until he saw the report. At home. Okay, I'll be right over. Yang Lin said hello to Qin Luoxi and rushed to the Zhao family. Zhao family. Zhao Jing'an was waiting at the door himself, and he was very anxious. No one else in the family had been informed. Uncle Zhao. Yang Lin, thank you for coming. Uncle Zhao, it's okay, where's the report? My father has it. Let's go in. Okay. The two hurriedly walked to the backyard. Yang Lin, thank you again. Zhao Yucai was very unhappy with the result. He still wanted to continue living and pave the way for his children. If he left now, the Zhao family would only slowly go downhill. Old Zhao, you're too kind. Let me take a look at the report first. Yang Lin looked carefully at the report. His brows furrowed. The position was indeed not good, but it wasn't difficult either. Old Zhao, you need to arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. If you trust me, I will personally perform the surgery for you. Yang Lin, is there a high risk? Zhao Jing'an's face was solemn, and he was extremely nervous. Uncle Zhao, I can't guarantee 100%, but I will do my best and make it 100%. Thank you. When do you want to start the surgery? 3 days later, let's get ready. Yang Lin thought for a moment, and he first sent Qin Luoxi back to Jiangcheng. He believed that Zhao Yucai also had things to arrange. Good. Zhao Jing just started to arrange. Old Zhao, you rest well, trust me. Ha, I trust you. Zhao Yucai always felt that Yang Lin was not simple, and he chose to believe in Yang Lin. Old Zhao, you rest first, I'll go first. Zhao Yucai was not feeling well, his eyes were closed, and Yang Lin didn't want to disturb him. Outside the door. Yang Lin, call me in the morning, is there something wrong? Uncle Zhao, I do have something that I need your help with. I have a company, and the approval of the documents has been stuck. The Li family wants a share, but as you know, my relationship with the Li family, the person in charge of the approval is a Li family member. Yang Lin believed that Zhao Jinggang understood what he meant. The name of the company, send me the approval documents. Zhao Jinggang did not hesitate, he was not happy with the Li family either. Because of Zhao Yucai's incident, he did not contact Li Guanghai to dispel the marriage between the two families. Thank you, Uncle Zhao. You're welcome, but I'm sorry about my father's illness. Uncle Zhao, you're welcome, I'll do my best, don't worry. Yang Lin did not delay, he had to rush back to Jiangcheng in the afternoon. June pin number 1. After packing their bags, the two of them prepared to go to the airport. Just as they were about to leave, they heard the sound of a car turning off outside. Sister, why are you here? Yang Lin asked in surprise. They had already called, so there was no need to see them off, and Qin Wanru was also busy. If you're leaving, I definitely have to find time to see you off. Qin Wanru gave her a glare. Sister, I want to keep a low profile. Yang Lin thought about the scene from last time when they came to Beijing and were surrounded by onlookers, and his scalp tingled. Don't worry, my private jet is being maintained. That's good. Yang Lin finally let his guard down. It's not that he can't handle it, it's just that there's no need. I just got word that Li Yushu is also going to Jiangcheng. If you get into trouble, give me a call. Qin Wanru was not at ease. Li Yushu going to Jiangcheng now is definitely not a good thing. Don't worry, if he dares to make trouble, I will definitely not go easy. No matter what you do, safety comes first. Qin Wanru instructed, she has already sent someone to keep an eye on Li Yushu, and they will receive news of any movement. Don't worry, you know I'm invincible. Yang Lin gave Qin Wanru a hug. She was so nervous, she kept treating herself like a child. Yes, you're capable. Qin Wanru shot Yang Lin a disgruntled look. Sister, when are you going to invite me to your wedding banquet? It's still early. What, Yunfengyi doesn't plan to marry you? Yang Lin asked with raised eyebrows. If Yunfengyi dares to let Qin Wanru down, he will definitely beat Yunfengyi half to death. We've only met for a few days, and he'll be leaving again soon. Don't worry about us, I've got it under control. Okay, when you get married, I'll get you a big present. Great. Qin Wanru laughed happily. Let's go, or we'll miss the plane. The driver took their luggage and put it in the trunk, and set off for the airport. On the way, Yang Lin received a call from Qin Moshan. What is it, uncle? It's settled, you can give me the technical data. Has the appointment document come down yet? It's already been ironed out and the process is underway, it's a done deal. No, this is such an important thing, we must wait until it's been confirmed. We've already waited this long, we can wait a little longer. The Li family is very powerful, Yang Lin doesn't want to leave any room for error, we must have an official appointment letter. You kid, you don't trust me. Qin Moshan knows that Yang Lin is only looking out for his best interests, but the staff are waiting, and the process will take time. It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to be more careful. The Li family are despicable, capable of anything. Yang Lin didn't relent, and Qin Moshan didn't know what to say. Okay, remember that no one can be given anything, it can only be kept for me. Uncle, don't worry, I'll leave it to you 100%. Yang Lin said with a smile, crossing his long legs and relaxing against the back seat. Qin Wanru was about to ask Yang Lin something. But Yang Lin's phone rang again. Brother Yang Lin, Yang Lu has been taken away. Chapter 290 Chapter 287 Li Yushu, I'm coming. What? Yang Lin sat up straight, his voice doubled, his heart lifted, and his face slowly sank. Brother Yang Lin, I was shopping with Yang Lu when suddenly a van came from behind, pushed me over, and pulled Yang Lu onto the van. Yu Qinyan was at a loss for words, trying hard to remain calm and explain what had happened. She was terrified. She hadn't seen who it was. Yang Lu was just a student, who could she have possibly offended? There was nothing she could do, so she quickly contacted Yang Lin. Did you see the license plate? Yang Lin clenched her fists, trying hard to calm herself down. She couldn't panic, she just couldn't panic. Yang Lu couldn't have offended anyone, it could only have been directed at her. The car was emitting cold air. Qin Wanru and the others stopped talking and looked at Yang Lin. They realized that something had happened. Look carefully, it's Hubei. Yu Qinyan clearly reported the number. I know, take care of yourself. After hanging up the phone, he immediately contacted Fong Tian. Tell everyone to quickly check the license plate Hubei. Yang Lu is in the car. After you find it, stay put and call me. Yes. Fong Tian just wanted to congratulate Yang Lin on joining the Qin family, but after hearing his words, he dared not linger. Who the hell was it that dared to pluck feathers from a tiger's butt? Yang Lu was arrested? Qin Luoshi's face sank, and the thing she was worried about had happened. Yang Lin clutched the phone tightly and nodded. Sister, I can't wait, I have to hurry back to Jiangcheng. Yang Lin didn't dare imagine what to do if anything happened to Yang Lu. He angrily pounded on the car door. I'll arrange for a plane to take off immediately. Don't worry, I'll have someone look for her too. After Qin Wanru finished speaking, she immediately began making arrangements. 1 minute later, Yang Lin calmed down. Since it was targeted at him, Yang Lu would be safe for the time being. He sent a message to Shi Zhang, asking him to have the people he had arranged in Jiangcheng find Yang Lu. Taking a deep breath, he dialed Li Yushu's phone. No answer. Call again. Yang Lin was even more certain that Li Yushu was behind this. This time, he will show no mercy. When he arrives at the airport, Li Yushu still doesn't answer the phone. Yang Lin angrily slaps the back seat, and Qin Wanru has already gone to communicate and arrange for the plane to take off early. An unfamiliar phone call comes in. Yang Lin, this is Li Yulin, Li Yushu's cousin. What's up? Yang Lin stops what he is doing. Calling him at this critical moment, does he have an ulterior motive? I want to take Li Yushu's place in the Li family. Li Yulin explained his intentions directly. He had learned from someone close to Li Yushu that Li Yushu had kidnapped Yang Lin's sister. He had come up with a plan. What's it got to do with me? Yang Lin tried hard to remain calm. He had seen Li Yulin's profile in the Li family files, but had not paid much attention to him. I know Li Yushu kidnapped your sister. I'll help you find out where she is, and you help me get rid of Li Yushu. Are you afraid that I will tell the Li family? No, I know you don't like the Li family, especially Li Yushu. I can cooperate with you, I don't like him either. The Li family has never taken me seriously, they should pay the price. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Li Yulin's eyes hardened, and the pen in his hand snapped in two. I want to see sincerity. Okay, I will send you the location of Yang Lu when you get off the plane. After saying that, Li Yulin hung up the phone. What's going on? Qin Wanru had already arranged for the plane to take off in 10 minutes. Sister, do you know Li Yushu? Yang Lin repeated what Li Yulin had told him on the phone. He is 2 years younger than Li Yushu and has been abroad for a long time. His father, Li Guangxing, was shot and killed, but the Li family did not pursue the matter and hastily settled the matter. Qin Wanru frowned. He had paid little attention to Li Yulin's information. The main reason was that Li Yulin was too low-key. He never imagined that he was so ambitious. That explains it. He wants Li Yushu dead and has a grudge against the Li family. Yang Lin looked up ahead. Yang Lu was safe until Li Yushu called him, and that was enough. I will immediately have someone investigate Li Yulin's situation abroad. You stay calm and take things one step at a time. Qin Wanru reminded him, although Li Yulin said there was no problem, one could not be careless. Born into such a family, no one is simple. I know, sister, let's get on the plane first. Yang Lin tried hard to remain calm. Since he knew that Li Yushu had captured someone, he just had to wait. It was just too bad for Yang Lu. Yang Lin was very annoyed. 3 hours later, Yang Lin got off the plane and received a location. He immediately told Fong Tian's people to rush over. Luoshi, you go back first. Yang Lin, be careful and be safe. Okay. Yang Lin told Shi Zhang to arrange for someone to protect Qin Luoshi personally. He didn't dare to take it lightly, fearing that Li Yushu still had a backhand. After arranging for Qin Luoshi, he drove towards the location. Li Yushu came to an abandoned warehouse and looked at Yang Lu, who was asleep, and smiled evilly. Yang Lin, you also have your moments of panic, huh? The game has just begun. Yang Lin called him many times, but he didn't answer. One can imagine how anxious Yang Lin was. Repeated humiliation made Li Yushu unable to remain calm and pretend. His heart was not at peace. No one had ever dared to treat him like this. Only he had stepped on others to play. Li Xiao, do you want to wake someone up? No, how is the security here? No problem, we have been operating here for many years. Good. Li Yushu took a check out of his pocket and handed it to the person in front of him. Reward the brothers. Thank you, Li Xiao. The man took the check with both hands. Li Yushu had always supported them, and not a penny had been missing. Go out. Li Yushu looked at the time. Yang Lin had already landed. Very good. He took out his phone and sent a message, Act. Li Xiao, there are 3 cars surrounding the place. The man anxiously ran in. Li Yushu immediately stood up. Yang Lin was so fast. It was beyond his expectations. Don't panic. Tie the people up and lock the door. Li Yushu walked to the side and arranged things. Yes. The man did not hesitate and hurried to make arrangements. Fong Tian got out of the car and stayed in place, waiting for Yang Lin. Su Huan, arrange the people, surround this place, no one can escape. Yes. Su Huan took his men and immediately began to set up. Yang Lin drove the car at breakneck speed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the warehouse. Before getting out of the car, he received a text message. Yang Lin sneered, it was indeed despicable. Young master. What's the situation inside? There's no movement. I've already had people surround the place. HM. Yang Lin nodded. He had already sent the people Shi Zhang had arranged to ensure the safety of the people around him. He strode up to the front of the warehouse and shouted, Li Yushu, I'm here. Chapter 291 Chapter 288 Deal with it cleanly, understand? Li Yushu narrowed his eyes. Yang Lin found the place so quickly. He underestimated Yang Lin's strength. Let him in alone. Li Yushu yelled, and the men around him did not dare to hesitate, and went directly to open the door. Li Xiao will only let you in alone. Young master. Fong Tian called worriedly, not knowing how Li Yushu had arranged the warehouse. What if it's a trap? It's fine, you wait for my news outside. Yang Lin raised his hand, while at the same time becoming vigilant. He walked in step by step. The door closed. As soon as Yang Lin went up, he saw Yang Lu tied to a chair, her head drooping, unconscious. What have you done to her? Yang Lin asked angrily, his eyes flashing. She's fine, she's just asleep. The man said tremblingly, his body unconsciously taking a few steps back. Yang Lin's aura of power was terrifying. Li Yushu turned around, looked Yang Lin square in the eye, and said, I underestimated you, finding your way here in such a short time. There's a traitor among us. This thought simultaneously came to Li Yushu's mind. Is it difficult? I don't think it's difficult at all, no need for nonsense, let the person go. Yang Lin took a step forward, unafraid of Li Yushu's gaze. Let the person go, ha ha ha, then what's the point of me capturing her? Li Yushu walked over to Yang Lu, placing his hand next to her neck. What do you think will happen if I use some strength? Stop. Yang Lin snapped, not daring to gamble with Yang Lu's life. Li Yushu's life is not comparable to Yang Lu's. This is the right attitude for a conversation. Li Yushu's voice cooled down. Seeing Yang Lin's face, he thought of the series of humiliations he had suffered, humiliations he had never experienced before. Kneel down. Li Yushu walked up to Yang Lu, grabbed her hair, and Yang Lu's face was directly in front of Yang Lin's. You. Yang Lin's neck veins bulged with anger, and the surrounding air dropped a few degrees. I don't want to say this a second time. Li Yushu placed his other hand directly below Yang Lu's neck. Yang Lin plopped down on his knees. Ha 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 ha. Li Yushu laughed. His laughter resounded throughout the warehouse. Feng Tianyi and the others heard the laughter and stared worriedly at the warehouse door. They were going to poke a hole in the warehouse door. Brother Feng, what should we do? Su Huan walked over and asked anxiously. The surroundings had already been set up, and as soon as Feng Tian gave the order, they would rush in. Wait. Feng Tian squeezed out a word from the corner of his mouth. He didn't dare to act blindly, not knowing the situation inside. If Yang Lu was hurt, Yang Lin would definitely be very sad. Li Yushu stopped laughing, and a ruthless look came into his eyes. He wanted Yang Lin dead. Even if there will be trouble later, but with the Li family backing him up, it will be solved slowly, and it's nothing more than giving up some interests. Interests will be slowly taken back. Crawl over here. Yang Lin has been observing the surroundings. There are 4 people present, and everyone's hands are behind their backs, so there must be guns. He has to look for an opportunity to catch Li Yushu. Yang Lin bends down and slowly crawls towards Li Yushu step by step. Pop. Li Yushu kicks Yang Lin down with one kick. This kick is to repay you for the punch you gave me. Li Yushu's face was grim, releasing the hatred in his heart. Yang Lin propped himself up. He just hoped that Yang Lu would not wake up and leave a shadow on her. Suddenly, he saw another figure appear in the window of the warehouse behind Li Yushu, holding a gun in his hand. Sure, Zhang's man. Here's my chance. Li Yushu, you kidnapped Yang Lu, and I will not let this matter go. I will come out of here and uproot the Li family. Ha ha ha, what are you? You are delusional to think you can get rid of the Li family. Li Yushu let go of Yang Lu, took out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Yang Lin. You came here today, so you will die here. You 2 siblings will go to the underworld to be companions. Li Yushu walked step by step towards Yang Lin. Here comes the opportunity. Yang Lin counted the time. 1, 2, 3. Ah. Yang Lin kicked Li Yushu's wrist, and the gun flew out. He jumped up and grabbed Li Yushu, who was blocking himself. Then there were 4 consecutive gunshots. All the people present were shot in the head and couldn't have died anymore. Li Yushu forgot the pain in his wrist. His eyes were wide open, unable to believe it. He wanted to look behind him. But Yang Lin controlled him. Li Yushu, the wheel of fortune has turned. Outside the warehouse, Feng Tian couldn't sit still anymore when he heard the gunshots. Rush. He couldn't care less about that, in case Yang Lin was hurt, he couldn't imagine it. They violently opened the warehouse door. Seeing the 4 people lying inside, they gasped. All of them were killed with 1 shot to the head. How strong is Yang Lin? A god-like being. Yang Lin saw Feng Tian and his group and threw Li Yushu to the ground. Keep an eye on him. Yang Lin finished speaking, ran over to Yang Lu, and put his hand on her pulse. Fortunately, Yang Lin let out a deep breath and let his guard down. Feng Tian, take Yang Lu and leave first. What happens next is not suitable for Yang Lu to be here. Good. Feng Tian walked over, picked up Yang Lu, and walked out. He glanced at Chuanyu. Go, I'll be here. Feng Tian nodded and left with peace of mind. After Feng Tian left, Yang Lin squatted down and patted Li Yushu's face. Go ahead, tell me how you want to die. Yang Lin's face showed no expression, but in Li Yushu's eyes, it looked like he saw a devil. You can't kill me. Li Yushu swallowed. He was scared. When did Yang Lin have such a powerful master by his side? His eyes kept darting to the window behind him. I can't kill you, why? Yang Lin sneered. I am the young master of the Li family, and besides, I have already arranged for someone to kidnap Qin Luoshi. Li Yushu steadied his nerves. The Li family was his greatest backing, and he had Qin Luoshi in his hands. Yang Lin dared not take any rash action. That's funny. I am the young master of the Qin family, and you want to kill me. So what if you are the young master of the Li family? Are you sure your people kidnapped Qin Luoshi? Yang Lin put one foot on Li Yushu's ankle and stepped hard, crushing it. Luckily, he had prepared in advance, otherwise Qin Luoshi would have suffered again. Li Yushu screamed in pain. He panicked. What did Yang Lin mean? He subconsciously wanted to get his phone. You don't need to look at your phone. Your people have failed. Everyone is dead. I will definitely not let you go. Li Yushu was terrified. His chest kept rising and falling. How did Yonglin know his plan? That's right, I haven't considered letting you go either. In that case, go to hell. Yonglin stood up and looked down on Li Yushu condescendingly. No, you can't do this, I can give you whatever you want. Li Yushu was really scared and panicked. He didn't want to die. At this moment, he regretted it. No need, everything in the Li family will be mine little by little. Yang Lin's voice was like a spell, bit by bit shattering the defenses in his heart. Yang Lin, our Li family is not only powerful in the country, but we have also cultivated people abroad. If you kill me, you will also be caught in an endless pursuit, never ending. Li Yushu looked up again. He was gambling. Gambling that Yang Lin was afraid of the unknown. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Yang Lin. Deal with it cleanly, understand by accident? Chapter 292 Chapter 289 Li Yushu, die. Understood. Quan Yu shouted. He will strictly enforce Yang Lin's orders. Li Yushu's death is 100% accidental. Yang Lin didn't want to waste any more words, he still had to go see Yang Lu. A dragon has its vulnerable spots. Family and friends are Yang Lin's last line of defense. As for the foreign forces Li Yushu mentioned, there are always people who can help him figure it out. Xieji Hospital. What about it? Yang Lin rushed to the hospital, and Yang Lu had already been admitted to a VLP ward. The doctor had already examined her and said that Ms. Yang had inhaled a large amount of hallucinogenic gas, which had caused her to fall into a coma. She was fine and would wake up tomorrow. That's good. Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief and continued to ask, did you do a full body check? He was worried that Li Yushu might have something up his sleeve. Yes, a full body check, no problem. Feng Tian has already made all the arrangements. Okay, you go back and rest. Yang Lin sat by the bed, looking at the sleeping Yang Lu, hoping that she would not be affected. Feng Tian silently left the ward. He still had things to do. An hour later, the police station received a report that a Beijing licensed car had spontaneously combusted in the countryside, and the person inside was burned beyond recognition. Yang Lin was lying on the sofa nearby, and he dialed Qin Luoshi's phone to report his safety. Yang Lin, how are you? Qin Luoshi has been very worried, but she dares not disturb Yang Lin. She was attacked when she returned, but fortunately she was protected. It can be imagined that the situation on Yang Lin's side is even more dangerous. Qin Luoshi has been on tenterhooks, unable to sit still. I'm fine, Yang Lu is in the hospital, I'm not going back tonight, you go to bed early. Yang Lin's voice is soft, and a smile appears on her face. How is Yang Lu, is she hurt? She's not in any danger, and she can come back tomorrow morning. I just don't know if she'll be traumatized. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow morning and talk to her. Qin Luoshi relaxed and leaned back on the bed. How is Li Yushu? He should be dead by now. Yang Lin didn't hide anything. In just over an hour, everything should be taken care of. Dead? What are you going to do about the Li family? Deny it. Even if we know, we're not afraid. If he dared to do it, he has to bear the consequences. Yang Lin said firmly. He suddenly thought of Li Yulin's words that Li Guangxing was shot and killed, and the Li family did not pursue it, which shows that the Li family is afraid. What kind of power would make the Li family afraid? Okay, let's face it together. Qin Luoshi stretched her eyebrows. She would never abandon Yang Lin. If there is a storm, then let's go through it together. Are you okay? You weren't hurt, were you? It's fine. The people you arranged for me to protect me very well. Qin Luoshi's heart warmed. Despite the crisis, Yang Lin had still been thinking about her safety. That's good. Get some rest. I'll give you a call. Yang Lin needed to keep Qin Wanru informed of the situation, so that she wouldn't be caught off guard if the Li family suddenly took revenge. Okay. Qin Luoshi hung up the phone reluctantly, closing her eyes. Qin Wanru received the news that Li Yushu's car had spontaneously combusted and that he had died. She let out a relieved sigh. Yang Lin was fine. Ding dong dong. Qin Wanru picked up her personal phone, and it was Yang Lin calling. She smiled and answered the call. Yang Lin, how is Yang Lu? She's fine, she'll wake up tomorrow morning. You already know? Yang Lin asked in surprise. Judging from the tone of Qin Wanru's voice, she already knew she was fine. I just got the news that Li Yushu is dead, so you must be safe. Sister, if you got the news, the Li family should have known too. If the Li family retaliates, can you handle it? Yang Lin asked worriedly. He didn't want to cause trouble for Qin Wanru because of himself. It's fine, your sister and I aren't vegetarians. If the Li family dares to come, I'll take them on. Okay, I'll have someone cooperate with you fully. If the Li family launches an attack, we'll take a piece of flesh from them. Yang Lin said fiercely. From beginning to end, the Li family was like a dog's skin plaster, clinging to people, disgusting. Okay, no specific news has been passed on. Have you cleaned up your tail? No problem. The car caught fire spontaneously, and the person was burned beyond recognition, so there is no evidence. That's good. If the Li family gives you trouble, let me know. Okay, thanks, sister. Qin Wanru hung up the phone. She had to start preparing. Li Yulin had been paying close attention to the situation here. When he heard the news that Li Yushu's car had caught fire spontaneously, he laughed so hard that he almost choked. Cough cough. Yang Lin really didn't let him down. Next, it was time for him to perform. He took out an unused blank card and dialed Yang Lin's phone number. Yang Lin, this is Li Yulin. I received the message. Yes. Since I have received the message, I want to see what you will do next, and also investigate whether the Li family has cultivated influence abroad. Li Yushu's last words have been hovering in Yang Lin's mind. He doesn't want to be stabbed in the end. Foreign influence? Li Yulin muttered. He has never heard of it. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Good, very good. Since the Li family doesn't consider him family, he doesn't have to go easy on them. I'll find out what's going on, don't worry. Within 3 months, I'll take over the Li family business completely, and I'll slowly gather power as well. Li Yulin has endured humiliation abroad for so many years, and this is the day he's been waiting for. Good, I'll wait for your news. Yang Lin didn't say anything else. He wants to see the result of the Li family's defeat. As for what Li Yulin does, he doesn't care. Li family. What did you say? Yushu's car spontaneously combusted and the person died. Li Guanhai stood up excitedly, unable to believe it. The car spontaneously combusted. How is that possible? Yes, sir, the news came back from the police station. The secretary didn't dare to look up, extremely scared. Li Guanhai sat down on the chair with a clang, as if he had aged 10 years. How is that possible? Li Yushu was his most proud son. How could he die for no reason? There was absolutely nothing wrong with the performance of his car. There was only one possibility: he was killed. What was Yushu doing in Jiangcheng? I don't know, I only know that the young master suddenly changed his itinerary and went to Jiangcheng. After arriving in Jiangcheng, he didn't stop anywhere else and went directly to an abandoned warehouse. The secretary had already investigated thoroughly before coming here, and Li Guanhai would definitely ask. Did you find out why he went to the warehouse? Not yet. It's been too short a time, and we're still investigating. Idiot. Li Guanhai is furious. His son is dead. The secretary stands there, motionless. Go to Jiangcheng. Li Guanhai is going to Jiangcheng to find out what happened and bring his son home. He won't let the murderer of his son go. Blood calls for blood. Okay, I'll arrange the car right away. The secretary exits the study and takes a deep breath of fresh air. Li Guanhai is sitting there, his eyes red from crying. Chapter 293. Chapter 290. Reactions from all sides. A few hours later, the news of Li Yushu's death spread throughout the upper circles of Kyoto. Yang Lin had just returned to the Qin family. Li Yushu is dead. The situation of the top second-generation rich has changed drastically. They all began to pay attention to the wind direction. Zeroya Villa. Han Manyun handed a glass of wine to Li Yulin. Her eyes were wandering. She also got the news that Li Yushu was dead. I don't know if I should be happy or sad. Did you know that Yushu is dead? What, you can't bear to let go? Li Yulin took the red wine and gulped it down in one go. No. Han Manyun's face changed. She didn't dare to upset Li Yulin. Li Yulin's methods scared her. Do your own thing and worry less about other things. In addition, since Yushu just died, it's not appropriate to go to your house to propose marriage for the time being, so postpone it. Li Yulin notified Han Manyun expressionlessly. Good. Han Manyun sat there, afraid to make a sound. This really was an inappropriate time. Zhao family. Dad, Li Yushu is dead. Zhao Jingang said in a panic. Li Yushu was the Li family's most proud child. The Li family definitely won't let this go. A mess is inevitable. The Zhao family must also prepare for it. Who did it? The police station's news was that the car spontaneously combusted, and the person had been burned beyond recognition. Anyone with eyes could tell that it definitely wasn't that simple. There's just no evidence. Spontaneous combustion? Zhao Yucai said with a sneer. Dad, do you think it could have been Yang Lin? I heard that when Yang Lin returned to Jiangcheng, at the airport, his face looked really bad, like something had happened to him. Zhao Jingang analyzed, combining the information he had. Zhao Yucai opened his eyes, then closed them and said, "It doesn't matter if it was Yang Lin or not, as long as you remember whose side you're on." Yes. Zhao Jingang nodded. Jiangcheng police station was in an uproar. Chief, from the scene, the car did spontaneously combust. There were no cameras at the scene, and none of the surrounding cameras showed anything unusual. The team leader handed the investigation report to the chief. Zhang Weiman frowned. He didn't believe that the young master of the Li family would die in a car that spontaneously combusted. He must have had bodyguards around him, but where did they go? The Li family has been pressuring us. Li Guanhai will be in Jiangcheng in an hour. What do we tell them? Zhang Weiman's head ached. Get out. Zhang Weiman thought for a moment and then dialed Zhao Jingong's phone. Sorry to bother you, sir, but I need to ask for your advice on something. It's about Li Yushu, isn't it? Yes. Nothing can hide from you. The Li family has been pressuring us, but judging from the evidence at the scene, it was definitely caused by spontaneous combustion. Zhang Weiman went over the incident and the results of the investigation. What do you want to do? I can't make up my mind, so I'm asking for your advice. Zhang Weiman couldn't tell what Zhao Jingang meant and didn't dare to express an opinion. All the evidence indicates that the car spontaneously combusted. What are you worried about? After saying this, Zhao Jingang hung up the phone. Zhang Weiman understood. He had someone immediately prepare all the evidence from the scene, ready to be handed over to Li Guanhai. Jiangcheng Airport. Li Guanhai got straight into the Rolls-Royce waiting at the airport. To the police station. Yes. The driver started the car and drove towards the police station. Jiangcheng Police Station. Zhang Weiman is at the police station with a crowd. He received a call from Li Guanhai and arrived at the police station 5 minutes later. Zhang Weiman dared not neglect Li Guanhai. 5 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the police station. The driver got out of the car, opened the door, and Li Guanhai walked out. He was slightly angry, his eyes suppressed. Li Lao, please come in. Zhang Weiman didn't dare say anything else. Li Guanhai's face was so bad, it was as if he were about to kill someone. The young policeman's forehead broke out in sweat at the sight. He could not withstand Li Guanhai's momentum. Director's office. What's going on? Li Guanhai stood in front of Zhang Weiman, his face so dark it could drip blood. Oldly, we have surveyed the scene, including the surveillance within a 5-kilometer radius, and there is nothing suspicious. The car has also been identified by a professional, and it is indeed caused by spontaneous combustion. These are the inspection reports. Zhang Weiman handed the information to Li Guanhai with both hands. Li Guanhai slapped the information in front of him and overturned it. This is not what I want. Do you think my son's car would spontaneously combust? Li, from the results of the on-site investigation, this is indeed the case. Zhang Weiman said with a difficult face, knowing that things were not simple. He could not get involved in the matters inside. Fine, very well, since you can't give me an answer, I will find it myself. Where is Yushu's body? Li Guanhai's eyes were red, bloodshot, and dissatisfied, and his face was pale. Li Xiao's body burned up in the car's spontaneous combustion, leaving only a small part of it. Li Guanhai's expression became more and more hideous, and Zhang Weiman didn't dare to continue. Li Guanhai's heart was bleeding. He had lost his only son, his best son. Even the corpse was incomplete. How could he accept it? Pop. Li Guanhai was so distraught that he vomited blood. Mr. Li. Zhang Weiman anxiously shouted, if Li Guanhai had an accident at the police station, he, the chief of police, would be finished. Li Guanhai wiped the blood from his mouth and said coldly, I will have someone take away Yushu's body. After saying that, Li Guanhai walked out of the chief's office. The secretary immediately helped Li Guanhai and got into the Rolls-Royce. Master, let's go to the hospital. Li Guanhai closed his eyes and nodded. He still had a lot to do and couldn't just collapse. Good. The secretary hurriedly made arrangements. Qin family. Master, Li Yushu died in Jiangcheng. Lu Kai stood respectfully in front of the desk. Who did it? Qin Hong glanced up at Lu Kai. Li Guanhai definitely won't let it go. It seems to be the young master. Seems? Qin Hong put down the documents in his hands and took off his glasses. According to the clues, the young master met with Li Yushu, and Li Yushu died after that. The young lady should know about this. Lu Kai didn't dare hide it. If Yang Lin really did it, the Qin family must be prepared for retaliation from the Li family. Go! Qin Hong waved his hand. He took out his phone from the drawer and dialed Qin Wanru's phone. Grandpa, it's so late, do you miss your granddaughter? Qin Wanru was a little tired, but she still said coquettishly and sweetly. Yes, I miss you all. Li Yushu is dead. Did Yang Lin do it? Few juniors are used to coquettishly sweet-talking Qin Hong, and he was a little uncomfortable with what Qin Wanru said. Grandpa. Qin Wanru was a bit embarrassed. He wasn't sure of Qin Hong's attitude. Yang Lin is my grandson. Qin Hong sighed. Grandpa, it was Yang Lin who asked someone to do it. Qin Wanru let out a sigh of relief. If Qin Hong intervened, the Li family would only suffer. In this matter, Li Yushu was at fault in the first place and he didn't have a reasonable argument. Why? Qin Hong knew in his heart that Yang Lin was a person who wouldn't do something like this for no reason. Even if he was very unhappy with Li Yushu. Chapter 294 Chapter 291 I need 3 special assassins, and I'll pay whatever you want. Grandpa, Li Yushu kidnapped Yang Lu and is threatening Yang Lin with her. Qin Wanru told him everything that had happened in great detail. I see, find some people with good skills to protect Yang Lin, just in case the Li family jumps the gun in desperation. I understand, thank you for reminding me, Grandpa. Qin Wanru said gratefully, the older still the wisest. As long as there is Qin Hong, the Li family will not dare to move. Qin Wanru also felt relieved. As long as she guarded against the Li family's underhanded tactics, she would be fine. On the other side of the story, Li Zhenjin received the news that Li Yushu had died, and she stumbled and sat down in a chair. How could this be? How could Li Yushu be dead? He was the outstanding member of the third generation of the Li family. The Li family's hopes were all in him. No way. A quarter of an hour later, Li Zhenjin came back to her senses and dialed Li Guanhai's phone. Brother, Yushu is dead. Li Guanhai closed his eyes. He didn't want to admit it, but the images from the scene kept flashing through his mind, telling him that this was really what had happened. Li Guanhai had poured all his resources into Li Yushu, and Li Yushu had lived up to expectations and been up to the task. But at this moment, all hope was shattered. Brother, who did it? Li Zhenjin's face was gloomy, and her fingernails scraped against the table with a harsh sound. Still investigating, hang up. Li Guanhai had no mood to deal with anyone, his heart was bleeding. Whoever it is, they will have to die for my son. He slammed his seat, stared fiercely ahead, and then slowly closed his eyes. Li Zhenjin's phone slid down her ear and dropped with a loud sound to the ground. Who in the world is so bold? The Qins have Qin Wanru and Yang Lin, who else in the Li family can hold things up? Will the Li family be suppressed by the Qins in the future? Li Zhenjin didn't dare to think about it. Her biggest backing is the Li family. The next day. My head hurts. Yang Lu slowly opened her eyes, looked at the ceiling, and moved her limbs. There was no one around her. She thought about being tied to a car by someone yesterday, and then having a towel covered her mouth, and finally passing out, not knowing anything. Yang Lu fearfully lifted the quilt and checked her body. Fortunately, there was no strange feeling. She let out a sigh of relief, but her mind was still a little fuzzy. Yang Lu looked around. This was a hospital. She had been saved. At that moment, the door to the ward opened. Yang Lin walked in carrying breakfast. Brother! Yang Lu, you're awake. How do you feel? Yang Lin asked nervously, setting down the food in his hands. Brother, I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Did you save me? Well, just lie back, I'll get the doctor to check you over. Yang Lin dared not be careless. After all, he didn't know how much sleeping pill Yan Lu had inhaled. There had been so much noise yesterday, and she hadn't even woken up, so the dosage must have been quite high. Don't affect your brain. A few minutes later, the examination was complete. Just rest well, there's no harm done. Thank you, doctor. Yang Lu felt much better after a short rest. Yang Lin sent the doctor away, closed the door, and asked with concern, Are you sure you're okay? Brother, don't worry, I'm sure I'm fine, I wouldn't joke with my own health. Yang Lu said playfully, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. Brother, Yang Lu, the matter has been resolved, I have caused you trouble, but don't worry, it won't happen again. Good. Yang Lu nodded. Since Yang Lin didn't want to talk about the process, she didn't ask any further. You must be hungry, have some breakfast, I'll go through the discharge procedures later. Luo, she misses you, go stay at my place for a few days. Yang Lin dared not be careless. He didn't know what the Li family would do, and Yang Lu was under his own watch, so she was safest. The security system at Rose Manor had been upgraded, and there were many more bodyguards. Shi Zheng's people were also around. Qin Wanzhi had also deployed additional manpower here, and Rose Manor was currently the safest place. Good, I've missed my sister-in-law too. Yang Lu drank the congee and smiled happily. Jiangcheng Hotel. Did you find out? Li Guanhai hadn't slept all night, his eyes bloodshot as the figure of Li Yushu kept flickering through his mind. Although he had 2 sons, Li Yugang had been sent abroad when he was very young and was no longer around. Li Yushu had always been by his side, never leaving, and their bond must have been even deeper. Master, this is the investigation report. From the investigation, it seems that this matter is related to Yang Lin. The secretary handed the information carefully to Li Guanhai, who dared not jinx himself. Li Guanhai exploded at the slightest provocation. Li Guanhai said with clenched teeth, taking the file and leafing through it. Go, bring the person to me. Li Guanhai slammed the file down on the table. This matter is inextricably linked to Yang Lin. Master, Yang Lin is the young master of the Qin family. This secretary didn't continue. If it were in the past, he would have been arrested, but now Yang Lin has entered the Qin family. If he is arrested, the Qin family will definitely not let it go. This matter has become a big deal, it won't end well. How dare you question my decision? Li Guanhai slapped the secretary. Master, I was wrong, I'll do it right away. The secretary knelt down, hunched over, and his voice trembled. Get out, within an hour, I want to see Yang Lin standing in front of me. Yes. The secretary crawled to the door, stood up, and ran out. Li Guanhai sat down on the sofa. Yang Lin's identity was indeed special, but he couldn't swallow this. Yang Lin obviously did this. He just did it very cleanly. After thinking about it, Li Guanhai dialed Li Shixing's phone. What's the situation? Li Shixing had just finished dinner with Li Yulin and walked into the study. All signs indicate that Yang Lin is involved in this matter, but there is no evidence. If there is no evidence, find evidence. If you can't find it, go back to Kyoto. Dad, are you just going to let it go? I'm not willing to. Li Guanhai said excitedly. Li Shixing's attitude surprised him and made him angry. Is Li Yushu not his grandson? Just let it go. If you're not willing to let it go, then find the evidence. Yang Lin is Qin Hong's grandson. You should understand that without evidence, you can forget about getting past Qin Hong. Li Shixing pointed out the problem. Li Guanhai was so blinded by hatred, but he wasn't. The Li family still had to move forward. Guanhai, there's still time. Now is not the time to start a conflict. Li Shixing warned, and hung up the phone. Dad. Li Guanhai wanted to say something else, but all he heard was the sound of dial tone. Ah. Li Guanhai dropped the phone to the ground and gasped for breath. He was unwilling to accept this, he hated it. Since he couldn't do it openly, he would do it in secret. No matter what, he would not let Li Yushu die in vain. Yang Lin must be buried with him. Li Guanhai took out his phone and dialed an overseas number. I need 3 super assassins, you name the conditions. Chapter 295. Chapter 292. Yang Lu arrives at the Rose Manor. Okay, I agree to your terms. When can the person arrive? Li Guanghai doesn't care about that, he is now single-mindedly determined to avenge his son. The day after tomorrow, have your people ready. Okay. Li Guanghai puts down the phone and takes a deep breath. Yushu, this is the last thing your father can do for you. Inside the car, Yang Lin and Yang Lu are sitting in the back. Yang Lu, if you feel unwell, let me know in time. Brother, I'm fine, I'm alive and kicking, how about I dance for you? Yang Lu's heart warmed. Yang Lin had already asked no less than 10 times, he was just waiting for her to perform a backflip. Okay, I believe you. Yang Lin petted Yang Lu's head fondly, he really was worrying for nothing. At this time, Shawnee called. Shawnee is the person Shi Zhang has placed by his side, the captain of the 10 men, coordinating everything in Jiangcheng. He only takes orders from Yang Lin. My lord, someone intercepted us on the way, but it has been dealt with. Good. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, playing dirty with him. Very good, then you're welcome. The secretary paced back and forth, his own people have been gone for 2 hours, and the phone has been out of reach until now. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and finally plucked up the courage to knock on the door. Master, the person who arranged the kidnapping of Yang Lin has lost contact. Go away. Li Guanghai waved his hand, and he was even more certain that Li Yushu was Yang Lin's killer. That's enough. The secretary let out a sigh of relief. He thought he would get a scolding, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Master, just now the company sent news that young Master Li Yulin will take over young Master's work in the group. Li Guanghai looked up in shock, unable to believe it, so soon. His son died yesterday, and today Li Yulin is taking over. This is a slap in the face. How could Li Xing do this? Li Guanghai is exhausted and his face is pale. Master. The secretary quickly took out his heart medicine and fed it to Li Guanghai. Master, take care of your health. Go. Li Guanghai said weakly. The secretary slowly exited the room and closed the door. Dad, are you that anxious? Li Guanghai said sarcastically. He also stepped on his other brothers, and now it was his son's turn. Unwilling to accept it, Li Guanghai lay on the bed and slowly closed his eyes. Rose Manor. Sister-in-law, I'm here. Yang Lin jumped cheerfully in, holding Qin Luoshi's arm. Yang Lu, how are you? Qin Luoshi looked up and down at Yang Lu. Although Yang Lin said there was nothing wrong, seeing it with her own eyes made her feel more at ease. Sister-in-law, I'm fine. Yang Lu spun around in place and said with a smile. That's good, sit down and eat something. Sister-in-law, is your shoulder okay? Qin Luoshi was wearing a sling at home because of her shoulder injury, and the injury on her shoulder was obvious at a glance. It's fine, I just accidentally grazed it. Qin Luoshi winked at Yang Lin, she didn't want Yang Lu to worry. Oh, sister-in-law, does it hurt? No, it's almost better. Yang Lu let out a sigh of relief, but looking at it, it didn't seem like a scratch. Yang Lin understood what she meant and said, Yang Lu, I'll put your luggage in the guest room, I'll go check on it later. Okay, thanks brother. Yang Lu smiled sweetly, her eyes pure. Study. Yang Lin sat in a chair and made a few phone calls. Since the Li family had started moving, Yang Lin would not sit around and do nothing. At least he wanted to bring Li Guanghai down. He hoped that Li Yulin would not let him down. As he thought about this, an unfamiliar number called in. Yang Lin smiled, Li Yulin was indeed cautious. Yang Lin, I have taken over the work of Li Yushu and officially taken over the Li family business group. Congratulations, you have taken a step. Yang Lin didn't ask about the process, it didn't matter, what mattered was the result. Yang Lin, I just want to get back what belongs to my father, I don't care about anything else. Li Yulin made his attitude clear, he wanted to gain a foothold in the Li family and needed to find someone to cooperate with. Yang Lin is undoubtedly the most suitable. On my way home today, someone tried to kidnap me. Yang Lin did not pick up on Li Yulin's words. Li Yulin wanted to use him, and Yang Lin wanted to do the same. My uncle. Li Yulin said with certainty. Right, do you think your uncle would let me go? No. Li Yulin thought back to the past and felt that he had threatened Li Yushu's position. When he was very young, he was sent abroad by means and kept under surveillance, except that the person being monitored was turned against him. Yang Lin, you must pay attention to your personal safety. Your uncle definitely will not let this go. You are the young master of the Qin family. On the surface, he dares not offend the Qin family, but in private, he is most likely to find a killer to deal with you. A killer? Yes, the Li family has connections with a foreign killer organization. The Devil's Killer Organization? Yang Lin suddenly felt as if he had opened up two meridians, and he understood many things at once. Yes, last New Year's Eve I overheard my uncle and his father talking, but I only know a little because of my limited connections. Li Yulin was surprised. Yang Lin knew about the Devil's Assassins. This organization is very mysterious. He has been investigating it for a long time, but has only managed to get a little information. He doesn't know anything else. I understand. How can I cooperate with you? For the project in the shantytown, can the Li family get the initiative? Don't worry, I will personally return the private profits to you. I need to gain my grandfather's approval through this project. Okay, no problem. I have one condition. Tell me. I need to know Li Guanghai's news and movements. No problem. Li Yulin immediately agreed, and he hoped even more that Yang Lin would get rid of Li Guanghai, which was something he didn't say out loud. Yang Lin leaned back in his chair, turning around, wanting to get rid of Li Guanghai once and for all. Thinking about this, Yang Lin dialed Shi Zhang's phone. Shi Zhang, how much information do you have on Li Guanghai? Has he violated any rules or laws? Li Guanghai is pursuing a career in politics, and if anything illegal ever comes to light, his career will be over. The organization has collected some information on the Li family. Li Guanghai has contacts with foreign institutions, and there is a risk that he may leak secrets. Really? Yang Lin jumped up from his chair. This is really timely. Yes, but I'm not sure if it's enough to convict him. It's not particularly rigorous. Shi Zhang expressed his concerns. It's fine, send me the information, that's enough. Okay. Shi Zhang immediately sent the information to Yang Lin. Shi Zhang used the information at hand to completely buy out and attack the Li family's business. I have a few companies, if you need to cooperate, you go contact them. Okay, I'll get started right away. Okay, let me know when you have results. I'll find time to go to the organization. In the meantime, you consolidate all resources, including the company information I sent you, and formally establish a group. Yang Lin considered this for a long time. Only if he was strong enough to intimidate his enemies could he protect the people he cared about. Chapter 296 Chapter 293 Jioding is under investigation. After arranging everything, Yang Lin stretched. He had to take time out to go to Kyoto again to give Li Guanghai some wine, enough for him to drink a pot. Yang Lin walked out of the study and saw Yang Lu wearing a cute nightgown, barefoot, holding a pillow, hovering back and forth at the door of the master bedroom. Yang Lu, what are you doing? It's late, why aren't you sleeping? Brother, I can't sleep alone. Can I sleep next to my sister-in-law? Yang Lu tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. She was restless inside, and the image of being tied up kept coming back to her. After waking up, she kept pretending to be calm, not wanting Yang Lin to worry. Yang Lu had just finished talking with Yu Qingyan, and after thinking about it, she forgot to put on her shoes. She took a pillow and walked outside the master bedroom, lingering there. Yang Lin sighed. Yang Lu was still afraid, and there was a shadow in her heart. She could only take things slowly. Okay, go in. Yang Lin opened the door, and Yang Lu followed and walked in. Qin Luoshi was sitting on the bed reading a book. Yang Lu, what's wrong? Sister-in-law, I can't sleep alone. Can I sleep next to you for the night? Yes, come over here. Yang Lu smiled and quickly ran to the bed. Brother, I'll borrow your wife for the night, I'll give her back to you tomorrow. Okay, you guys get some rest. Yang Lin smiled at them, walked out of the room, and closed the door. He took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Luoshi. Luoshi, Yang Lu is scared, please comfort her. Sigh. With a long sigh, Yang Lin walked towards the study. The project in the shantytown is going to start tomorrow, and he has to go in person. The hitman that Li Guanghai hired is also worth paying attention to, it's a headache. After dealing with company matters, he needs to go to Kyoto immediately to give the evidence to his grandfather. At the same time, he will give a copy of the evidence to Zhao Yucai for double insurance. The Li family will definitely be greatly weakened in the short term after losing Li Guanghai. The next day, Yang Lin got dressed, finished breakfast, and looked at the two people sitting on the sofa playing around. His mouth slightly raised at the corner, it's really good. Luoshi, I'm going to the company to finalize the project. You and Yang Lu just rested home. The security measures at Rose Manor are very good, so I don't worry about assassins getting in. Yang Lin had discussed this matter with Qin Luoshi early in the morning. Okay, be careful. Qin Luoshi had a vague look of worry in his eyes. The assassin that Li Guanghai had hired was definitely not simple. I know, don't worry. Yang Lin patted Qin Luoshi's head to show his comfort. Brother, don't worry, I'll stay at home, keep your wife company, and wait for you to come home. Yang Lu's face was filled with a smile, her body leaned slightly forward, she hugged Qin Luoshi's arm, and her legs kept swinging. Good, as long as you're happy. Jioding Construction. Lin Feng waited outside Yang Lin's office early in the morning. How's the preparation going? President Yang, all the information is ready, here's the contract, take a look. Change the contract a little, Huaqin Construction will take 51%, and we'll take 49%. Lin Feng froze in place and did not react for a while. Mr. Lin, why? Just do as I say, I have my reasons. Yang Lin did not distrust Lin Feng, he just knew that the fewer people who knew, the better. Money was not important to Yang Lin, even if he did nothing now, money would still come in every day. He wanted to control Li Yulin and bring down the Li family. He would give up profits on this project to stabilize Li Yulin's position in the Li family. Okay, I'll go make the changes now. Lin Feng is worthy of being a special assistant, and immediately agreed. Yang Lin checked the company's recent projects and found that they were all running normally. Half an hour later, he got up and walked towards the meeting room. In a moment, Lin Feng walked in with a crowd of people. Yang Lin looked up. Li Yulin was here. Wang Yuanjian was standing behind him. Please sit. Li Yulin sat across from Yang Lin, and the people behind him sat down in turn. Lin Feng, give them the contract. Yang Lin didn't make any gestures, and simply said. His relationship with Li Yulin is no one else's business. Li Yulin glanced at the contract, closed it, and knew in his heart that Yang Lin had agreed. He had come today to make his position clear. He was also showing it to his grandfather, so that it would be okay if Li Guanghai questioned him when he got back. Li Guanghai was in a difficult position himself right now. Li Yulin didn't believe that Yang Lin didn't have a backup plan. Wang Yuanjian was puzzled, and looked through the contract in confusion. What happened? Why does the Li family have the majority? Does Yang Lin have too much money to burn? What happened in the middle? Is there a problem? No. Wang Yuanjian shook his head. He has seen how powerful Yang Lin is, and he has something on Yang Lin's hands. He dares not say anything if he has doubts. Besides, Huaqin Company, which benefited from this matter, has no need to pursue it further. Even if there is something fishy, it has nothing to do with him. He just makes his money and enjoys his life. No problem, just sign it, I have things to do. Yang Lin said cleanly. Good. Wang Yuanjian, as the chairman of Huaqin Construction, signed the contract. 2 minutes later, the two sides signed the contract. General Yang, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Li Yulin and Yang Lin shook hands symbolically, and the meaning of it was only understood by themselves. I still have things to do, so I won't entertain you. For any follow-up questions about the project, contact my special assistant. Okay. Wang Yuanjian quickly agreed. Yang Lin did not linger, and walked out of the office. The renovation of the shantytown project is also a good thing for the people of Jiangcheng. Since he has reached a cooperation with Li Yulin, there is no need for petty actions in the middle. He sent Feng Tian a message, solve the traitor. I hope Li Yulin will not let him down. General Lin, something's happened. Lin Feng quickly walked in. What is it? Don't panic. Lin Feng swallowed and said, the business sector, taxation department, fire department, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development have jointly investigated our company, saying that someone has organized the company to evade taxes, cut corners on projects, and the fire safety is substandard, posing a great fire hazard. People from several departments, all come to the lobby. Lin Feng has already asked the competent department to receive them, and he hurriedly came over to report. This is so abnormal. All the company's procedures are legal and done very well. There is no such behavior. It can only be said that someone wants to fix Jioding. It came really fast. Yang Lin sneered. It must be Li Guanghai's doing, only he has such energy. President Lin, do you know who is targeting the company? Lin Fong looked at Yang Lin's expression and said with certainty. Yes, don't worry, just get all departments to cooperate, I'll handle it. President Lin, roughly how long will it take? We have a few major projects, and once construction stops, the daily losses will be huge. Within 3 days, as soon as possible. Yang Lin guessed that it seems like he has to go to Kyoto today. Good. Lin Fong did not ask anymore, there were still many things to deal with. Lin Fong, have someone book me a ticket to Kyoto on the earliest flight. Chapter 297 Chapter 294 Yang Lin is in Kyoto again. He is not going to be able to go back tonight, so he thinks about it and calls Qin Luoshi. Yang Lin, has something happened at the company? Qin Luoshi has just received a call from Qin Changsheng asking if she knows anything about the company. Qin Changsheng had already contacted Qin Changming, who didn't know why so many departments were targeting the company. Even Qin Changming was bypassed. Qin Changsheng was very worried and could only conclude that the people targeting the company came from Kyoto. Yes, Li Guanhai did it. I've already booked a ticket to Kyoto. Just let Dad know. Don't worry, the problem can be solved in 2 or 3 days. Okay, you must be careful. Qin Luoshi's slender, white hands held the phone tightly, and because he was holding it too tightly, his hands began to turn red and his voice trembled. Don't worry, promise me that no matter what happens at the company, you, your parents, and Yang Lu will not leave Rose Manor. Yang Lin's only concern was that after he left Jiangcheng, Li Guanhai would come back and harm Qin Luoshi and the others. Okay, I know, if anything happens, I will contact you through the mobile phone network and I will not leave the manor. Okay, I'm going to the airport. Well, keep in touch, and let me know if there's any news, don't keep it from me. Okay. Yang Lin took a deep breath. He wasn't worried. With the system's help, his physical condition and perception abilities had greatly improved, and he had people around him to protect him. 3 hours later, Yang Lin arrived at the airport in Kyoto. Qin Wanru's car was already parked outside the airport. It was just very low-key this time, in stark contrast to the high-profile arrival the first time. Sister, I'm sorry to trouble you again to pick me up. Yang Lin, unsurprisingly, saw Yun Fingyi next to him and suddenly smiled. No trouble, I already know about the company's business. You're going to see Grandpa, I'll go with you. Sister, Brother Yun is eyeing me hungrily, so I won't be a nuisance and disturb you too. I can handle things, so don't worry and enjoy your romance. Yang Lin said jokingly, and the atmosphere lightened up. What if Grandpa doesn't help? Qin Wanru was not sure that Qin Hong would definitely help Yang Lin. If Qin Hong did not intervene, it would be difficult to fend off Li Guanhai's advances. She had already decided that she would do whatever it took to get her grandfather to agree, even if she had to throw a tantrum. Sister, how did you manage before Grandpa came to your rescue? Yang Lin suddenly asked seriously. Qin Wanru had always treated him like a child. Sister, I've grown up. You can rest assured that I'll do what I want. If I really can't handle it and need help, I'll definitely come to you for help, no doubt about it. What you need to do now is to fall in love with Yun Fingyi. Leave the rest to me, I can handle it. Yang Lin had never spoken to Qin Wanru so seriously before about his thoughts. He didn't want Qin Wanru to be as tired and on edge as she had been in the past. Qin Wanru was moved. She blinked her eyes, turned her head to the other side, and said slowly, okay. That's right, after you drop me off at the old mansion, you guys can go about your business, don't worry about me. Yang Lin's face returned to its usual smirk, and he let out a sigh of relief. What he said today was a bit harsh. An hour later. The Qin family compound. Sister, you guys have fun. Yang Lin, if anything happens, you must call me. I know, go on your date, I won't bother you. Yang Lin closed the door and told the driver to drive off. After straightening his clothes, Yang Lin walked into the Qin family compound. Before coming, he had already called Qin Hong. Young master. Lu Kai waited at the door, timing his arrival. Uncle Lu, how is Grandpa's health? Very good, recently he has been eating more than before, and his complexion is good too. Lu Kai said with a smile, genuinely happy. Let's go. Li Xinjun was about to go out to have dinner with He Lihua and take in a concert by a young pop star. Recently, there have been a lot of family problems, and she is very upset. When she calls her family, she is either scolded or there is silence, and the atmosphere is so depressing. If she doesn't relax, she will become depressed. Oomph, bad luck. Li Xinjin snorted. Since Yang Lin was going back to the Qin family, nothing good had happened. Yang Lin looked at Li Xinjin, who was dressed in all kinds of jewelry, and sarcastically said, "The Li family just lost someone, and you are dressed so flirtatiously. What do you think Li Guanghai will think?" You. Li Xinjin was so offended that she didn't say anything. She was going to meet a young hottie, so she definitely had to dress up. "Uncle Lu, let's go." "Okay." Lu Kai nodded and followed Yang Lin to leave. "Yang Lin, sooner or later, I will definitely kick you out of the Qin family, just like what happened to Yan Yan back then," Li Xinjin said with clenched teeth, burning with anger. She snorted coldly and turned around to leave. "Master, the young master is back. Come in." Yang Lin pushed open the door and walked in. Lu Kai was standing outside the door, closing it gently behind him. "Li Guanghai has begun to suppress Luo Shi's company. Is that why you're here?" "Sort of, but not exactly. Even if Li Guanghai didn't use all his power to suppress the company, I have no intention of letting her go. Li Yushu died at my hands, and he and I have long since been at each other's throats." Yang Lin directly admitted and continued, "Grandpa, I will definitely eliminate the Li family, which used its power to force my mother to leave and get rid of her." "Yang Lin, do you know how powerful the Li family is?" Xin Hongyi's eyes fixed on Yang Lin, making people gasp for breath. "I know, but I will still do it." Yang Lin controlled his mind and spoke firmly. "Tell me your thoughts." Xin Hongyi sat down, lowered his head, drank tea, and looked just like a normal person. "Grandpa, here is some evidence. Can you see if it can bring down Li Guanghai? We have to take things one step at a time. First, let's get Li Guanghai." Qin Hong took the information. "Good boy, you didn't come empty-handed." When Qin Hong saw the end of the information, he was filled with rage. "What's the difference between this and treason?" Pang. Qin Hong slammed the table. "Grandpa, take care of your health, it's not worth it. You go, I'll make the arrangements." Qin Hong let out a breath and closed his eyes. "Okay, Grandpa, get some rest early, I'm going to the Zhao family." "Zhao family?" "Well, Zhou Lao is not in good health, I'm going to operate on him soon, and I'll mention Li Guanghai to him in passing." Yang Lin did not believe in Qin Hong, it's just that with Zhao Yucai's involvement, Qin Hong would be under much less pressure. With the Zhao and Qin families tied together, the Li family wouldn't dare to make a move. Good. Qin Hong's mouth slightly lifted, the Qin family has someone to carry on the family name. "Grandpa, you take care of your health, after a while, I will give you some tonics, for now, just drink the medicine you just opened 2 days ago." "I know, go." Yang Lin didn't say anything else, got up and left, he still had to go to the Zhao family. After Yang Lin left, Qin Hong opened his eyes and smiled with relief. Chapter 298 Chapter 295 Inhow comes to Kyoto. 7 p.m. Zhao family. "Yang Lin, you haven't eaten dinner yet, have you?" Zhao Jingang received Yang Lin's call and stood in the courtyard waiting. Zhao Yucai's spirit was getting worse and worse, and now he had to rely on taking painkillers to relieve the pain. "I just took some." "Uncle Zhao, you look a bit haggard." Yang Lin surveyed Zhao Jingong's face. He looked haggard, with deep bags under his eyes and bloodshot eyes. "It's nothing. You haven't rested, have you? Let's go to the bedroom." Zhao Jingang didn't say much. He had been exhausted the past 2 days, but he had to hold on. Bedroom. Zhao Yucai was lying on the bed. He had a terrible headache today, but he had just taken the painkillers and lay down. "Yang Lin, take a look at this recent report." Yang Lin picked up the report and read it carefully. "Uncle Zhao, arrange the surgery immediately." "Are you sure?" Zhao Jingang subconsciously wanted to take out a cigarette, but finally put it down. "Uncle Zhao, I will do my best. This surgery is tricky, but Yang Lin can handle it." "Okay, when is the surgery scheduled?" "Tomorrow morning." "Okay, I'll go arrange it now." Zhao Jingang took a deep breath, glanced at Zhao Yucai, who slowly sat up in bed. "Yang Lin, sit down." "Zhao Lao, slow down." "I'm fine, much better. You just returned to Jiangcheng, and today you're going back to the capital. What happened?" Zhao Yucai got out of bed and sat in the chair next to him. "Old Zhao, to be honest, I came here this time because I need your help with something." Yang Lin told the whole story, and handed Zhao Yucai the Li file. Zhao Yucai took the file, opened it, and started reading. "Old Zhao, I just gave a copy of this file to my grandfather before I got here. Yang Lin added softly. Standing aside, silent. No matter what decision Zhao Yucai makes, he will not interfere. After all, it involves the issue of taking sides, and the impact is significant. I will discuss this matter with your grandfather. Zhao Yucai closed the file, and his tone did not change in any way. Good. Yang Lin did not ask any more questions. The operation can wait a while, you will be in Beijing for the next 2 days. Yes. Good, I won't entertain you, just rest. Okay, Zhao Laosher, you rest. Yang Lin turned around and left the bedroom. 9 times out of 10, Zhao Yucai had agreed. Uncle Zhao, I'll go first. Call me before the surgery is ready. Okay, be safe on the road. Zhao Jing'an's thoughts were in turmoil as he gave his instructions. After Yang Lin drove away, Zhao Jinggang turned around and returned to the bedroom. Dad, Yang Lin is gone. Take a look at this information. Zhao Yucai pointed at the documents on the table. Zhao Jinggang picked it up and looked through it carefully. The more he read, the more frightened he became. How dare he? He let out a gasp. Dad, what are you going to do? The Zhao family needs to make a choice. Zhao Yucai narrowed his eyes. Yang Lin's appearance has disrupted the balance in Kyoto. Go out. Yes. Zhao Jinggang nodded. He understood what Zhao Yucai meant. He really underestimated Yang Lin before. How did he get such important evidence? It's beyond me. Zhao Yucai picked up his phone and dialed Qin Hong's number. Lao Zhao, I saw it. Yes, Lao Qin, what are you going to do about it? Get rid of the evil. Okay, see you at the meeting tomorrow. The two men's brief conversation resulted in a major decision. The two families were closely linked. Tomorrow was destined to be an extraordinary day. June pin number 1. Yang Lin lay on his back on the bed, in a big shape. It felt good. With his eyes closed, he thought that the matter of Li Guanghai should have a result tomorrow. He swung his limbs, the bed was empty. He missed Qin Luoshi a little and wondered how she was at home. So, Yang Lin took out his mobile phone and sent a video to Qin Luoshi. Honey, what are you doing? Yang Lu and I are watching a movie, it's so funny. Qin Luoshi couldn't help but laugh out loud. How are you, is everything going well? Everything is going well, if nothing unexpected happens, I can get the result tomorrow. That's good. Qin Luoshi finally let go of her worried heart. Yang Lin heard Yang Lu's laughter continue, and helplessly said, Okay, I won't disturb you watching the movie, see you in a few days. Okay. Qin Luoshi nodded, and the smile on his face grew even wider. Hey, I thought they would be uncomfortable if they left me. Yang Lin shook his head and threw his phone aside. He walked into the bathroom and took a shower. 5 minutes later, Yang Lin came out and heard his phone ringing non-stop. What's so urgent? It's like a death knell. It can be heard in the bathroom and it never stops. Yang Lin takes the phone and there is an unfamiliar call. Hello, guess who this is? Yang Lin is confused, it's not April Fool's Day today, is this a prank? If you want to say something, say it, if not I'll hang up, this is boring. Just take a guess, I'll give you a hint, I'm related to you by blood. Hang up. Childish. Yang Lin didn't want to waste time. If he had the time, he might as well read a novel. Wait, you're so boring, how will you find a wife? What do you care if I find a wife or not? Yang Lin was a little angry, this was ridiculous. Okay, cousin, you can't even take a joke, it's not funny. Inhow felt that Yang Lin was about to lose his temper and didn't dare to continue playing. Cousin? Who are you? Yang Lin was full of questions, Feng Shamei didn't have anyone like that. I asked my aunt for your number. I plan to go to Beijing, and I hope my cousin will take care of me. Inhow nagged Yan, asking her to help persuade his father to let him go to Beijing. He was full of curiosity about the mainland. Yan was also eager to see her son, and after Inhow's persistent persuasion, she agreed. Auntie? Yang Lin slowly got it in his head that this person was his uncle's child. Yes, I am Inhow, and Yan is my aunt. Inhow said with certainty. Oh, I see. Yang Lin understood and replied sheepishly. Cousin, I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow, remember to pick me up. This is my first time in Kyoto, I don't know the area, you must take me with you, otherwise if I get lost, my aunt will definitely be sad. Inhow started to play the fool again, bringing his skills into play and pestering her. Yang Lin was shocked. It was the first time he had heard a man act like such a baby. Without saying a word, he was at a loss for a moment. "Cousin, are you there? Squeak something. Cough, cough. Here. That's good. Don't forget tomorrow, or your cute cousin will be left on the street. I'll send you the flight information later. Good night, cousin, sweet dreams, see you tomorrow." After Inhow finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Yang Lin listened to the beeping sound coming from the phone and was mesmerized. Then, a text message came through. The verification message from VX also appeared in the phone message reminder. Without even thinking, it must be Inhow. Why did a cousin who likes to play pranks suddenly appear? Yang Lin smiled helplessly, hoping to have time to pick him up tomorrow, otherwise he didn't know what kind of trouble he would get into. Chapter 299 Chapter 296 Cousin, wait for me. Yang Lin passed Inhow's VX verification. "Cousin, see you tomorrow." Inhow sent a big cute emoticon, which made Yang Lin shiver. Yang Lin shook his head, put down the phone, and got busy. The next day, the government held a high-level meeting with a few people. After 2 hours of meetings, it was decided to relieve Li Guanghai of all his duties and imprison him for life. When the news came out, there was an uproar in the political and business circles. The Li family was in decline. Li Shishing returned home without saying a word and locked himself in his study. Li Guanghai stood outside the door, he was finished. How could this be? It's impossible, he couldn't believe it, he had always been very cautious, why would this happen? Something went wrong, there was a traitor around. Li Yulin was drinking red wine at the company, raising his glass to celebrate with the heavens. Retribution came too soon. He originally thought that it would take a long time to bring Li Guanghai down, and for that reason, he was prepared for a protracted battle. But it's only been a few days, and Li Guanghai has been brought down. He got the news that this high-level meeting was organized by Qin Hong and Zhao Yucai working together. Yang Lin's influence cannot be underestimated. As long as they cooperate well and listen, Li Yulin believes that he will get Yang Lin's support. After all, a defeated Li family is useless, but a controlled Li family is of great use. Li Yulin finished drinking in one go, and laughed as he put down the glass. Li Zhenjin came back late from playing yesterday, and just got some rest. She saw the text message from Yihuali asking about something. She sat up in bed, unable to believe it. How could this be? So, she dialed Li Guanghai's phone. She dialed 5 times in a row, but no one answered. It's over. She spread her arms in resignation, and her phone slipped out of her hands. What should she do? Li Guanghai had fallen from power, and who in the next generation of the Li family could carry the banner? Once Li Shishing was gone, the Li family would have no one to carry on the family name, and it would be over. What would become of her in the future? Who was it that had been targeting the Li family all along? Li Zhenjin pounded on the table like crazy, covering up her inner fear. Qin Modai has not returned home for a long time. The Li family has had an accident, and Qin Modai must have already heard about it. This marriage is not going to work out. What should she do? After much thought, she trembled as she dialed Li Shishing's phone number. Li Zhenjin had always been afraid of Li Shishing, but she had no choice. She wanted to know what the Li family was planning next. There was no answer. She could not just sit around and wait for death. Li Zhenjin quickly got dressed and washed up. She wanted to go back to the Li family to find out what was going on. Mrs. Qin. Miss, the results of the high-level meeting are in. Li Guanghai has been stripped of all his duties and sentenced to life imprisonment. Uncle Fuchs smiled and told Qin Wanru the news he had received. That's great. My little brother is really something. Qin Wanru happily clapped her hands and stood up. We have to celebrate today. Uncle Fuchs, book a private room, I want to celebrate properly. Yes, miss. Uncle Fuchs smiled with relief, exited the office, and finally saw the light. The Zhao family. Zhao Jingang escorted Zhao Yucai home and slowly helped him inside. The meeting was too long and exhausting. Dad, the surgery is scheduled for tomorrow, is that okay? Zhao Jingang asked in a low voice. Zhao Yucai nodded. The Zhao and Qin families were already bound together, and the Li family had been seriously injured and could not make a splash. the Qin family still had that young Lin brat. Zhao Yucai could rest assured and have the surgery, even if he could not get up from the operating table, he would have no regrets. Dad, you rest well, I'll make the arrangements now. Zhao Jingang walked quickly out of the room. There must be no mistakes in tomorrow's surgery. Qin Modai was talking to someone, and his secretary came up to him and whispered something in his ear. What, are you sure? Yes, it's already spread. The secretary said with certainty. He knew the news and immediately came to report it. I know, go away. Qin Modai waved his hand to indicate. I suddenly have something to do, we can talk about the cooperation later. Qin Modai said to the person across from him, giving the order to leave. Okay, Mr. Qin, we'll talk later. After the partner left, Qin Modai stood up and made a phone call to get the full story. He made up his mind to properly recognize his son. He had long since taken a dislike to Li Jingjin, and since the Li family was finished, there was no need to keep Li Jingjin. It would be better to part on good terms, but if that wasn't possible, don't blame him for being rude. Thinking about this, Qin Modai made the call. However, after making several calls, they were all hung up on. Qin Modai was furious. Yan Lin, don't think that just because you've had some success, you don't have to pay any attention to me. Kyoto Airport. Yan Lin sat in the car, waiting for Inhow. He didn't answer any of the calls from Qin Modai, and finally blocked the number. He already knew the result of Li Guanhai, and he assumed that Qin Modai had also called him about this. Blame, scolding, and hypocrisy. Yang Lin doesn't want to hear any of it. Yang Lin doesn't think Qin Modai has a conscience and wants to make amends. Yang Lin doesn't want to do something so self-serving. Qin Modai only has interests in his eyes. Family affection means nothing to him. Yang Lin let out a long sigh and rested one hand on the glass window. It was almost time, so he opened the car door, walked to the airport exit, and waited for Inhow. Last night, Yang Lin confirmed Inhow's identity with Yan, who also asked Yang Lin to take good care of Inhow. Of course he couldn't refuse. Yang Lin looked at the photo on his phone and kept looking around the exit. He saw a man wearing holey shoes, torn jeans, a green t-shirt, and dyed red hair walking towards him. Hi, cousin. Yang Lin opened his mouth, his eyes wide, and looked at the photo on his phone again. Is this the same person? He was shocked. If this was someone from the older generation, they would have beaten him with a broom. The matching was just too shocking. Cousin, what's wrong? Dazzled by my fashionable appearance. After saying that, Inhow didn't forget to twirl around. Yang Lin took a step back in disgust, and everyone around him cast strange looks. Yang Lin really wanted to find a hole and dive in. It was so embarrassing. He really didn't understand Inhow's fashion. Yesterday on the phone, I already thought Inhow was a show-off, but today he has completely changed my opinion. Not only is he a show-off, he's practically a moron. How could my uncle raise such a son? God, the thought of Inhow following him makes Yang Lin's head hurt. Let's go, the car is outside. After saying this, Yang Lin walked quickly towards the airport gate, not wanting to stop for a moment. Inhow quickly followed behind, saying non-stop, cousin, wait for me, you're going too fast, my hair is all messed up. Inhow kept messing with his hair as he walked. Yang Lin pretended not to hear, and kept walking without looking back. He wanted to stay away from Inhow to avoid being accidentally hurt. Cousin, wait for me. Chapter 300, Chapter 297. Qin Wanru organizes a dinner. Cousin, what are you running so fast for? Inhow pulled open the passenger door and hurriedly got in. Get in the back. Why? I think the passenger seat is fine. Inhow fastened his seatbelt. He didn't want to move, and he wanted to have a good conversation with his cousin along the way. Yang Lin's head hurt, and he wanted to drive carefully. If he let Inhow ramble on, he was afraid they would wreck the car and kill each other. Get in the back, if you don't, you can hitch a ride. Yang Lin's expression is serious, and Inhow sensibly opens the car door, walks to the back, pulls open the door, and gets in the car and sits down. Cousin, you dislike me so much, I'll tell Auntie about this. Inhow hugs his backpack and looks out the window. For safety's sake, I want to drive properly. Yang Lin says calmly, with hundreds of ants crawling inside. So that's why, I thought my cousin didn't like me, and it hurt me. How about this, cousin, you drive properly, and I'll take a nap. Inhow was in a good mood. He closed his eyes and began to think, my cheap cousin is not bad. I'll keep an eye on him. After learning that his aunt had found her son, his mission was over. He needed to relax first, and this was a good opportunity to meet his cousin, whom he had never met before. Yang Lin also kept quiet and started the car. Inhow came to Kyoto alone and didn't know his way around. It was fine. He would be taken to Junpin No. 1, which had many rooms, and Uncle Liang could take care of him. Along the way, Inhow did not say a word, and Yang Lin was able to concentrate on driving. Ding ling ling. A phone rang. Yang Lin directly pressed the answer button in the car. Yang Lin, where are you? I'm driving from the airport to the house. Inhow is in Kyoto. Inhow. Qin Wanzhi knew that Inhow was her uncle's youngest son, but she had never met him. Yes, he's in the car. Yang Lin hadn't finished speaking when Inhow opened his eyes and impatiently said, Cousin, I'm Inhow. I've missed you so much that I came to find you. Okay, I'll book a private room. Yang Lin, you bring Inhow over. Han Lin and Wanzhi will come too. We'll celebrate at noon. Qin Wanru's face was beaming with a smile, and she was in a good mood. Cousin, you're so nice. I'm just getting hungry. See you soon. Love you. Yang Lin put a hand to his forehead. This is really getting familiar. Send me the location. Inhow's words caused Qin Wanru to burst out laughing. So cute. Okay, I'll send it to you right away. As soon as the call ended, the location was sent. My cousin is the best, she must be beautiful and kind. Inhow muttered to himself, leaning on the car door with one hand, completely relaxed. My sister is definitely the best, less talking on the phone, and get some rest. Yang Lin thought about Qin Wanzhi being there too, and wondered what would happen with the two of them and their outgoing personalities. Fine, my cousin just knows how to tell me to shut up. What's the point of having a mouth if you don't use it? Just eat? Inhow rolled his eyes, lay down in the back seat, and closed his eyes. Yang Lin sighed helplessly, his tone a little heavy. 40 minutes later. Yang Lin parked the car and said to Inhow, Get out, we're here. Great, my stomach has been grumbling for a long time, I'm starving. Inhow pushed open the car door and jumped out. Yang Lin, you're here too. Qin Wanzhi happily greeted him. Qin Moshan had already agreed to let her enter the entertainment industry, and it was probably Yang Lin's doing. She had already made preparations and signed with the No. 1 entertainment company in Kyoto to begin her acting career. Who are you? Call properly, my cousin is already married. Inhow hung around and blocked Yang Lin's way. Qin Wanzhi then noticed Inhow with dyed red hair and wearing colorful clothes next to Yang Lin. She burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha. What a strange sight, red and green, it's hideous. What's so funny? Inhow stood up straight and glared at Qin Wanzhi angrily. Yang Lin took a step back to avoid being affected. Your whole look is so funny, I can't stand it, I'm sorry. Qin Wanzhi tried hard to hold back her laughter, but it was useless, she still burst out laughing. Qin Hanlin also tried hard to hold back, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. After all, he was Yang Lin's cousin, so he couldn't be too obvious. Wanzhi, that's enough. Inhow's face was ashen. His outfit had been affirmed by others, but he never expected to arrive in the capital and be laughed at. What's so funny? Do you know anything about fashion, country bumpkin? Yes, I'm a country bumpkin, and I really don't understand your fashion. I've learned my lesson. Qin Wanzhi finally put away the smile, said with a sincere face, and her small hands clenched hard, trying not to let herself laugh out loud. Humph. Inhow snorted and walked towards the hotel. Yang Lin, he really is your cousin? Qin Wanzhi asked in a low voice. Well, the son of my uncle, it's been confirmed. Okay. He just arrived in Kyoto, don't provoke him. Understood, I'll take good care of his emotions. Qin Wanzhi smiled mischievously and walked towards the hotel too. Yang Lin, thank you. Qin Mo has heard the news of his promotion. Qin Moshan told Qin Hanlin that it was all thanks to Yang Lin. Ah. Yang Lin was a little confused. My father's promotion has been confirmed, and the documents will be coming down in the next 2 days. We are family, so don't be polite. Yang Lin patted Qin Hanlin on the shoulder. Qin Hanlin originally thought that Yang Lin would need their help and support to enter the Qin family, but he never expected that the first to benefit would be the Qin family. The Qin family's position in the capital has become even more stable. Inside the box, Qin Wanru and Yun Fengyi arrived early and sat chatting. As soon as Inhow entered, he saw Qin Wanru and embraced her. "Cousin, I've missed you so much." Qin Wanru was dumbfounded, her body stiffening. Apart from Yunfeng, no other man dared to hug her. Yunfeng's face turned black as coal. Immediately pulled Inhow away from Qin Wanru, blocking him in front of Qin Wanru, and he was about to act. It was only because he heard the words, "cousin." Inhow stumbled and almost sat on the ground. Qin Wanzhi couldn't help but laugh again. Inhow felt very humiliated, and walked to Yunfeng's face, provokingly asking, "Who are you?" "I'm hugging my cousin, what business is it of yours?" "She is my wife, and no one is allowed to hug her except me." "Wife, I didn't hear from my aunt that my cousin got married." "Cousin, you secretly got married without notifying your aunt." Inhow leaned sideways, looked at Qin Wanru behind him, and had an inquisitive expression on his face. "Okay, he is my boyfriend Yunfeng." Qin Wanru walked to the front, sizing up Inhow. He was dressed in a way that was not flattering. "I told you, how could you not tell my aunt?" "Cousin, this is my first time in Kyoto, you have to show me a good time, or I'll go back and tell my aunt." Inhow found a chair and sat down. Yunfeng stood uneasily beside Qin Wanru. He was going back to the army tomorrow, and the appearance of Inhow made him very uncomfortable. "If you want to have fun, find a tour guide to take you around. You're a big boy, you're not afraid of getting lost." Chapter 301 Chapter 298 Qin Wanru, "Young Lin, you really don't take me seriously." "Stingy, I didn't ask you to bring it, what's your hurry?" Seeing that the two were about to argue, Qin Wanru quickly stopped them. Today is supposed to be a celebration, she doesn't want it to end in discord. Besides, Inhow is visiting Kyoto for the first time, and he should be properly entertained. "Fong Lei, he's my cousin, visiting Kyoto for the first time, so don't be jealous." "Inhow, order something to eat." Qin Wanru separated the two and sat in the middle. "Cousin is good, unlike someone not married yet, and already acting like this. I'll have a serious talk with my aunt when I go back." "Stop." Yang Lin quickly stopped her. Qin Wanru had finally found happiness, but Inhow had ruined it again. There was nowhere for her to cry. "Inhow, haven't you heard, it's better to demolish a temple than to ruin a marriage?" Qin Wanzhi came up to Inhow and slapped him. "Little sister, don't you know that it hurts?" Inhow pitifully touched the spot where he was slapped by Qin Wanzhi. "What did you call me, little sister? Am I that old? I'm younger than you." Qin Wanzhi said unconvinced, touching her smooth, tender face. "Okay, then I'll call you little sister." Cousin, I'm starving, can we serve the food?" Inhow looked at them pitifully. He was really hungry. He had sneaked out early to avoid being caught by his father. He hadn't even had breakfast, the food on the plane was terrible. "Good. Uncle Fu, let's order." Qin Wanru responded, and it was also good to stuff Inhow's mouth with food to prevent him from arguing with Wanzhi. Within a few minutes, the table was full of dishes. "It smells so good, I won't be polite." Inhow ate with no regard for his appearance, gulping down mouthfuls. "Slow down, you'll choke." Qin Wanzhi shifted her position away from him in disgust and ate in small bites. "Better to choke than to starve to death." Inhow retorted, his mouth full of food. Qin Wanzhi shook her head and ignored the two of them arguing. The Li family had lost Li Guanghai and Li Yushu and was badly weakened, so there was cause for celebration. The Li family has been trying to suppress the Qin family for so many years, and they never imagined that Yang Lin would come back for just a few days and bring the Li family to its knees. With such ease. Cheers. The few people raised their glasses and said cheers with gusto. Their mood was relaxed. The Li family's self-destruction was only a matter of time, and as long as Li's patriarch was still alive, the Li family would be fine for the time being. Yang Lin put down his wineglass and could only endure it, but the Li family could not make a big wave. "Just kill them and it will be over." Inhow suddenly blurted out a sentence. It shocked everyone and made them break out in a cold sweat. "Inhow, don't be reckless, this is the capital, Li Shishing is in a high position of power." Qin Wanru frowned, staring sternly at Inhow. She knew that her uncle's family was involved in the underworld abroad, and Inhow must have had contact as well, but abroad was not the same as at home, and he couldn't do whatever he wanted. Once Inhow did something like this, it would be difficult for him to get out of the capital. "I know, I'm just joking, don't be nervous." Inhow had finished eating, wiped his mouth, and drank his wine. "In the future, you can't make jokes like that." Qin Wanru reminded him again. Okay, I got it." Inhow slumped in his seat. He wouldn't cause trouble for Qin Wanru. He came to Kyoto to relax. Qin Wanru was about to speak again when the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Qin Wanru hung up directly. After a while, the phone rang again. Qin Wanru hung up again. After a few back and forths, even if she blocked the number, different numbers would keep calling. Cousin, whose number is that? Yang Lin already knows the answer. Qin Modai. Qin Wanru's face is full of disgust. Cousin, give me the phone. Inhow reaches out and asks Qin Wanru for the phone. Qin Wanru can't do anything to Qin Modai, he's different. Seeing that Qin Wanru is not moving, Inhow stands up and walks over directly, taking the phone from her hand. Connect. Qin Wanru, you've got some nerve, not even answering my calls. What are you? Why should I answer your phone, idiot? Inhow said unceremoniously, with a menacing look in his eyes. This is the person who caused my aunt to have a lingering illness and has never been well since. Who are you? Qin Modai was furious. No one had ever dared to speak to him like that before. Even Qin Wanru and Yang Lin had at most ignored him and never cursed at him. Who cares who I am? Who do you think you are? You piece of shit, full of shit, get out. Inhow would have yelled at him if it weren't for Qin Wanru and the others. Cousin, don't mind him. If he calls you again, I'll answer. Inhow handed the phone to Qin Wanru and sat down nonchalantly. Good. Qin Wanru was moved, and Yang Lin's impression of Inhow also changed. Qin Modai looked at the phone that had been hung up, his face turning red with anger. He threw the phone to the ground. He wanted to see who dared to speak to him like that, without knowing the world. Find out immediately where Qin Wanzhi is right now. In the private room. Great, I applaud you. Qin Wanzhi gave a thumbs up. She would never dare speak to Qin Modai like that. It's nothing. If Qin Modai doesn't know how to appreciate it, I'll let him taste my fist. Inhow raised his fist and waved it in front of Qin Wanzhi's face. Impressive. Qin Wanzhi bowed, conceding defeat. Yunfengyi felt extremely comfortable in his heart. He couldn't do anything to Qin Modai after all, he was Qin Wanzhi's father, and his future father-in-law. But Inhow did what he couldn't do. Inhow, drink. Why would I drink with you? When I came in, you were going to hit me. It was all a misunderstanding. I'll show you around the capital this afternoon. Fine, just do it for my sister's sake. Inhow gulps down the wine in front of him. Everyone laughs happily, forgetting about the little incident just now. Let's go. The meal lasted for more than 2 hours. Everyone has things to do in the afternoon, so they will get together again later. Let's go, cousin, you just said you'd take me out this afternoon, you can't go back on your word. No problem. Yunfengyi nodded, promising something, he would not go back on his word. Inhow still very much to his liking, if the dress can be changed a little better. That's fine, cousin, I don't want you to accompany me in the afternoon, don't miss me. Inhow stood up, looking at Yang Lin with a face of regret. Qin Wanzhi burst out laughing. Inhow, you really think you are a piece of cake, everyone is scrambling to keep you company, cut it out. Forget it, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. Inhow waved his hand, arguing with a woman is not honorable, you lose face if you lose. Cut it out, you can't win against me. Qin Wanzhi pouted her lips and stood up too. Okay, let's go. Qin Hanlin spoke out to stop the two from arguing. The few of them came to the hall, chatting and laughing. Qin Modai came towards them menacingly. Qin Wunhua, Yang Lin, you really don't take me seriously. Chapter 302 Chapter 299 Qin Modai gets beaten up. Qin Wanru and Yang Lin's faces changed. They never expected Qin Modai to show up. And he's so righteous about it. Who gave him the face? Who do you think you are? Why would they take you seriously? You piece of shit, how dare you yell at me? Inhow's face was dark with anger. He didn't even go looking for trouble with Qin Modai, and he just showed up on his own. In that case, he won't be polite. Let's collect some interest first. Qin Modai's chest was shaking with anger, and fire could be seen in his eyes. You are the one who just answered the phone, who the hell are you? He wanted to find out who had the audacity to speak to him. The young man in front of him, wearing inappropriate clothes, could not possibly be a child from a big family. He looked like a common citizen. Offending him will not end well. What's it to you? There was a coldness in Inhow's eyes. If it were possible to kill someone in the country, Qin Modai would already be a dead man. How dare you, bear, teach him a lesson for me. Yes. Xiongxi behind Qin Modai agreed and took a step forward. Stop. Qin Wanru shouted angrily. Inhow has just arrived. If he gets beaten up, she won't be able to explain to her uncle. Wanru, he is the third person you raised. Qin Modai glanced at Yunfengyi on the side. This shouldn't be happening. Yunfengyi is still here, so even if Qin Wanru wanted to, she wouldn't be so brazen. But who is this young man in front of her that Qin Wanru was defending so fiercely? Qin Modai's eyes kept darting back and forth. Oof. You think everyone is as despicable as you? Qin Wanru stood next to Inhow and said sarcastically. The crowd behind them frowned and didn't say a word. No one expected Qin Mute to say such things and slander anyone. Yang Lin walked over to Qin Wanru and said with contempt, not all crows in the world are black, only you are like that. You. Qin Mute pointed at them with his finger. Inhow was about to lose his temper, but when he heard Qin Wanru and Yang Lin defending them, his heart warmed. He decided to wait and do it gently. Xiao Xiong, what are you waiting for? If we can't touch Qin Wanru and Yang Lin, then we'll take the kid as a scapegoat. They're defending Inhow, so let Qin Wanru and her brother see that in the Qin household, he calls the shots. Qin Wanru tried to stop him, but Inhow said slyly, my hands are a little itchy, so I'll spar with him a bit. Inhow threw his bag on the ground. He walked up to Xiongxi and said. He said sinisterly, if you die or become disabled later, don't blame me, just say you chose the wrong master. How dare you? Xiongxi roared, and punched Inhow. Just then, Inhow jumped up and kicked Xiongxi in the neck. With one move, Xiongxi fell to the ground. Close your eyes. He's dead. Everyone was stunned. Yunfengyi narrowed his eyes. He had been in the army for a few years and thought he was pretty good, but he couldn't reach Inhow's level. Qin Hanlin was also shocked. A master. Qin Wanzhi covered her eyes with her hands. This was so amazing. She had just kept on laughing and arguing with Inhow. Inhow wouldn't hit her, would he? Yang Lin was also surprised. If it were him, he could do it, but it wouldn't be so easy. Qin Wanzhi lightly pursed her lips, and after a while, she recovered and said to Uncle Fook, get rid of him. Yes. Uncle Fook didn't dare delay. Killing someone in public was no small matter. How dare you kill someone? Qin Modai retreated. The young man in front of him was no ordinary person, just one move and he could kill someone. Xiongxi's kung fu, Qin Modai knew, was no problem fighting 10 opponents at once. But in front of Inhow, he couldn't even defend himself against one move. What's wrong with killing someone? I don't mind going with you. Inhow pressed in tighter and tighter, only a punch away from Qin Modai. Stop. He slapped Qin Modai hard, and this slap was for Yin Yen. If it weren't for Qin Wanru and Yang Lin being there, Qin Modai would now be a corpse lying on the ground. Qin Modai's eyes were filled with stars, he had lost 3 teeth, his face was swollen, and blood kept dripping from the corners of his mouth. Qin Modai looked at Inhow in horror. He didn't dare to provoke Inhow anymore. He was worried that if he wasn't careful, he would die at Inhow's hands. My name is Inhow, Yin Yan's nephew. Don't ever show your face in front of me again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you. And if you ever bother my cousins again, I'll send you straight to hell. Inhow's voice was cold, as if he had just come from the underworld, and it was completely out of place with his attire. Get out! Then Inhow yelled. He was afraid that if Qin Modai didn't leave, he wouldn't be able to control his urge to strangle him. Qin Modai covered his face and kept backing up. The Yin family. No wonder they're so arrogant. They're fighting for Yin Yen. Good, very good. He'll definitely get back what he lost today. Qin Modai turned around and left. There was silence in the room. 1 minute later. Inhow smiled and said to Qin Wanru, cousin, pay attention, I just taught a beast a lesson, don't be angry. Qin Wanru's mouth hung open, as if she could stick an egg in it. Was this really the same Inhow who had just displayed such overwhelming strength and killed without blinking an eye? I'm not angry, but you have to promise me that you won't kill anyone else in the capital. Qin Wanru took a deep breath and said. This time, it was Qin Modai who started the trouble, so she was able to fix it. But what if she encounters someone ruthless? Okay, I'll promise you anything as long as you're not angry. Inhow was worried that Qin Wanru and Yang Lin would be angry with him because he hit Qin Modai. Fortunately, they weren't angry. It can be seen just how unpopular Qin motto is. Cousin, what about you? Inhow, poking his head to look at young Lin. If I hit him, I hit him. Good. Inhow felt better in his heart. They are still reasonable. Inhow, go with Thingy to buy some clothes first, change them, and then let him take you out to play. Why, I think it's pretty good. Inhow looked at what he was wearing and was very satisfied. I don't want Thingy to be surrounded by people. Qin Wanru said in a bad mood, and there was nothing Inhow could do about it. Okay, then I'll reluctantly change clothes. Inhow nodded with a little regret and turned to Yun Flingy and said, Cousin, let's go. We'll go buy clothes first and complete your cousin's task. You can take me around afterwards. Okay. Yun Flingy put aside his thoughts. As long as Inhow doesn't have any hostility towards Qin Wanru, he can do whatever he wants to the others. It would be best if in the end, Qin Modai never appears in front of Qin Wanru again. That way, Qin Wanru won't be unhappy. Little beauty, I'm leaving now. Don't miss me. Inhow winked at Qin Wanzhi and waved to Qin Hanlin on the way out. Hot eyes. Qin Wanzhi covered her eyes with her hands. She deeply suspected that Inhow had a split personality. How could he switch between two faces seamlessly? After Inhow left, Qin Wanzhi pulled Qin Wanru and said, Sister, is he really not sick? Chapter 303 Chapter 300 Yang Lin intends to operate on Zhao Yucai. Qin Luoshi shook her head. Inhow definitely isn't sick, otherwise Yin Yan wouldn't have let him come to Kyoto. No. Okay, I'll stay away from him in the future, I'm scared. Qin Wanzhi shook her body and shuddered, fortunately not Inhow's enemy. Wanzhi, let me walk you back, I have to go to the army. Qin Hanlin patted Qin Wanzi's head. Inhow's behavior was indeed surprising, but it wasn't something that would make her afraid. She just hoped that Inhow wouldn't cause trouble in the capital. Sister, find some time to emphasize to Inhow that there are many hidden tigers and dragons in the capital, and don't get into trouble. I know, don't worry. Qin Wanzi nodded, and that was what she planned to do too. After everyone had left, Yang Lin stood next to Qin Wanzi. Sister, has Qin Modai been harassing you? No, before he didn't even look at me. Now that you're back, the Li family is gradually declining, and the Qin family's position is even more secure. I'm sure he wants to use his father's reputation to get ahead. Qin Wanru felt desolate inside. How did she get such a father? That's a nice thought. Sis, if he's looking for you, just let me know and I'll send him straight to a nursing home. Yang Lin said coldly. Okay, I still have things to do at the company, I'll go back to work first. Where are you going? I'm going back to rest. Yang Lin thought about it. There wasn't much to do in Beijing, just waiting for the operation on Zhao Yucai to be over, then he could leave. Good. Yang Lin moved his wrist. To be honest, he really didn't feel anything for Qin Modai, the only bit of hatred he had was because of Qin Wanru. But today's performance by Qin Modai really annoyed him. Why was he such a father? He was no better than his adoptive father. Pathetic. Yang Lin walked out of the hotel and just got into the car. The phone rang. Yang Lin, the surgery is scheduled for tomorrow, at the military hospital. Good, is Zhao Lao at the hospital? Yes. Okay, I'll go over there now, to prepare for the surgery. Thank you. Zhao Jingang said gratefully. He had inquired from many sources and was sure that Yang Lin's medical skills were fine, and even surpassed 99% of doctors, which was why he had let Yang Lin be the main surgeon. Li family. Li Guanhai knelt before Li Shishing, head bowed, not saying a word. It's already a lost cause, so there's no point in saying more. Dad, take care of your health. Li Shishing slowly turned around, his eyes clouded. How could you be so careless? He hit Li Guanhai with a stick, and when that didn't satisfy his anger, he added a few more blows. I will definitely avenge Yushu's death for him, but you were too hasty and that's why there were so many loopholes. There's no point in saying more, I've already made the arrangements, go inside and recuperate properly. After saying this, Li Shishing turned around, with his back facing Li Guanhai. Both of his sons are dead, as is his most accomplished grandson. Is it really the will of heaven to destroy the Li family? Li Shishing is unwilling to accept this. While he is still in power, he wants to support Li Yulin and at the same time observe the other younger generations. The Li family cannot just fade away. Li Guanhai clenched his teeth and said nothing. He bowed 3 times to Li Shishing, stood up, and walked out of the study. Li Guanhai did not hate Li Shishing. He knew that Li Shishing had tried hard, otherwise he would not have been imprisoned, but shot. But he had not forgotten his son's revenge. Li Guanhai concealed the matter of the 3 assassins. No matter what happened in the end, Yang Lin must be killed. At the last moment, he issued his final order: Yang Lin must die. As for the future of the Li family, it was none of his business. Li Guanhai walked despondently to his car to be picked up. 3 o'clock. Yang Lin arrives at the military hospital, where he calls Zhao Jingang. He is only then allowed to pass through. Uncle Zhao, have all the preoperative examinations been done? They were all done this afternoon, and the results are still pending for 2 items. Good. Yang Lin follows Zhao Jingang through the heavy security and enters the ward. Yang Lin, this is Hu Guowei from the military hospital, President Hu. President Hu, this is Yang Lin, the surgeon who will operate on my father. Hu Guowei has a square face with a serious expression. He looks at Zhao Jingang in disbelief and asks, "Are you sure?" "Yes." "Jingang, surgery is no joke. How can he do such a complicated surgery well when he is so young?" "Nonsense. If you are not responsible for Lao Zhao's body, I am still responsible for his body, and I disagree." Hu Guowei's face is cold and displeased. "President Hu, why would I joke about my father's health? Yang Lin discovered and pointed out the tumor in my father's brain, otherwise the illness would definitely have been delayed." Zhao Jingang patiently explained that Hu Guowei and Zhao Yucai were from the same batch of people. They had already retired, but Hu Guowei was very skilled in medicine and couldn't let go, so he returned to the hospital to continue presiding over the work, but he rarely performed surgery. "No, I don't agree." No matter how Zhao Jingang explained, Hu Guowei would not relent. He was in a difficult situation. When dealing with subordinates, he could give direct orders. But with Hu Guowei, Zhao Jingang could not do it. Yang Lin stood aside and did not say a word. He understood Hu Guowei's concerns. If it weren't for the system, Yang Lin would not have believed that such a young man had peerless medical skills. Pure nonsense. But that was the reality. This matter was left to Zhao Jingang to resolve. Zhao Jingang looked apologetically at Yang Lin. Hu Guowei's work still needs to be done by Zhao Yucai. Lao Hu, I trust him. He will perform my surgery. If anything goes wrong, I will take full responsibility. Zhao Yucai sat up. He had just taken the painkiller and was feeling better now. Lao Zhao, you're also messing around. When he was so young, he was still learning medicine. How could he possibly perform such a complicated surgery? Hu Guowei was furious and doubled his voice. Lao Hu, do you think I would joke with my own life? I'm not stupid, I trust Yang Lin. Zhao Yucai has also inquired from many sources, and Yang Lin's medical skills are trustworthy. Qin Luoshi's vegetative state was cured by Yang Lin. Fine, this is your choice, I don't care anymore, do whatever you want. Hu Guowei stormed out of the ward. Lao Hu. Zhao Jingang called worriedly. It's fine. Zhao Yucai smiled and looked at Yang Lin. Yang Lin, don't be offended, Lao Hu is also thinking about my health. After the operation, when I get better, he will believe that you can do it. Old Zhao, I'm fine, you rest well, tomorrow I will do my best to cure you. Yang Lin promised. No matter what, Zhao Yucai has just started to get to know him now, and he has helped him. He has also done a lot of practical things for the people. The Qin and Zhao families are tied together, curing Zhao Yucai's illness, the 2 families will unite against the Li family, and they will have more backing. No matter what, Yang Lin will do his best. Good. Zhao Yucai smiled, infected by Yang Lin's self-confidence. Tomorrow he will definitely be able to walk out of the operating room alive. Chapter 304 Chapter 301 A trip to the bar. Because the operation was at 8 o'clock the next morning, Yang Lin did not return to the villa, but stayed at a hotel near the hospital. Yang Lin lay in bed, constantly simulating in his mind the process of operating on Zhao Yucai. Unconsciously, he fell asleep. On the other side of the city, Yunfengyi took Inhow out for the afternoon. As evening approached, Yunfengyi wanted to end the trip. He had to return to the army at noon the next day, and he wanted to spend the evening with Qin Wanzhi. He wouldn't be back for a while after this trip to the army. So Yunfengyi didn't want to waste any time. Of course, he didn't want to take Inhow with him to find Qin Wanzhi. With this big light bulb around, he would definitely be pestering Qin Wanzhi. Cough Inhow, it's getting late, I'll take you to Yan Lin's place. The nightlife in Kyoto is just beginning. I don't want to go back yet. You go ahead, I'll hang out, and when I'm tired, I'll go back. Inhow knows exactly what Yunfeng is thinking. He has checked the time countless times this afternoon, and it's almost as if he can't hide the fact that he wants to go keep Qin Wanru company. He's the one who brought her here, so he must make sure she gets home safely. If you're a man, don't be so fussy. If you don't want to go back, just keep hanging out with me. Inhow looked left and right. The nighttime capital was beautiful, but going back to bed would be a waste of the scenery and a waste of time. Yunfeng's mind was long gone. After thinking about it, Inhow is not a child. Okay, this is my phone number. If anything happens, give me a call. Okay. Inhow added Yunfeng's VX and saved the phone number. He knew Yunfeng wouldn't be able to stay put for long. Never mind, I'll just have fun on my own. As soon as Yunfeng left, he turned back to Inhow seriously and said, "This is Kyoto. Remember, you mustn't get into trouble." It's not that Yunfeng is making a big deal out of nothing. This afternoon, when he was accompanying Inhow on a tour, if he hadn't intervened, Inhow would have gotten into a fight with someone. He's seen Inhow's skills before, and when he strikes, people die. In Kyoto, dead people are a big problem. I know, annoying, just like my dad. Inhow waved his hand to let Yunfeng go early. Peace and quiet. Having said all that, Yunfeng didn't linger and drove away directly. Inhow had long heard that nightlife was exciting, so he opened the mobile app and started searching for the biggest nightclub in Kyoto. Fortune Bar. Okay, this is the place. Having decided on the location, Inhow got into a car and headed straight for the destination. Fortune Bar. A booth. Qin Wanzhi and her best friend Mu Fangling got excited. At first, Qin Wanzhi wanted a private room, but Mu Fangling refused. What's the point of coming to a bar and sitting in a private room? In the end, at Mu Fangling's insistence, they asked for a booth. Qin Wanzhi was initially reluctant to go because her family was strict and this was the first time she had been to a bar. In the past, she would only go to private clubs. After more than 10 minutes of getting used to it, and coupled with the lively atmosphere, Qin Wanzhi started to move to the rhythm. Tomorrow is the start of formal training, and in the future, she definitely won't have time to go out. Besides, if she becomes famous, she will find it even more difficult to go to bars. It was at the urging of her best friend that Qin Wanzhi came here. Wanzhi, what do you think, is it exciting? Very good. Qin Wanzhi swayed recklessly and said loudly. The music inside the bar was deafening and unleashed the wild. Cheers, Wanzhi, when you become a big star in the future, remember to look after me from time to time. No problem, cheers. Qin Wanzhi and Mu Fangling drank a glass of red wine in one gulp. The two of them laughed and drank together, dancing to the music. Inhow stood at the entrance of the bar and could hear the music and shouts inside, exciting. He really didn't choose the wrong place. Inhow strode in, looking at the beautiful women along the way, wearing suspenders, short skirts, and high heels, and some even had intimate encounters in the hallway. I didn't think people in China were so open-minded. Inhow touched his nose and casually found an empty seat to sit down and order a bottle of whiskey. Shaking to the music, he finished his task and needed to release his energy. Not far away, a lean man dressed entirely in black was drinking alone. He had been unable to contact his employer, and by how was very depressed. He went to the bar and sat down by himself. He wondered what the organization was thinking, arranging for 3 top-level assassins like him to come to Kyoto at the same time. What a waste of talent. It was a waste of resources. With this kind of time, they could have taken on more missions. The other two had also arrived in Kyoto, but the organization had rules, and they didn't know each other's whereabouts. In any case, Bai Hao has already thought it through. After solving the target assignment tomorrow, he will return to the organization without delay. Leave the contact with the employer to the organization. Sir, can you buy me a drink? A beautiful woman gently lowered her body, bending over. Bai Hao looked up and could take in the beautiful view. The woman is an expert at the bar, and she is very good at judging people. Although Bai Hao was alone and didn't say a word, he was definitely not simple. She will definitely get her prey, and maybe even make a fortune. Get lost. Bai Hao spat out a word. Such a woman is ridden by thousands, where does she get her confidence from? Besides, Bai Hao doesn't like Chinese women, foreign women are hot and more open-minded. The smile on the beauty's face froze. Isn't the whole point of coming to a bar to relax? Stop pretending. Handsome, you don't know how to create a mood, how will you find a wife in the future? The beauty was not discouraged, and she sat directly next to Baihao, reaching out to Baihao's chest and moving her hand up and down non-stop. She just didn't believe that Baihao didn't feel anything. Baihao narrowed his eyes. He just wanted to drink quietly and didn't want to cause trouble. Since you don't know how to be good, then go to hell. Ah. The beauty let out a loud scream, and her wrist was crushed by Baihao's grip. It hurt so much. Let go of me. The beauty's scream startled the people around her. Qin Wanzhi was sitting nearby, sticking her head out to see Baihao's actions. Frowning, she had drunk a little and her sense of justice took over, and she said loudly, "You only know how to bully women, scumbag." Baihao let go of the beauty's hand, glanced at Qin Wanzhi, and stood up. Inhow also noticed the movement here. Baihao. He frowned, narrowed his eyes, and when they had been on a mission before, they had met, but Baihao had run away. What good can come from a killer coming to the capital? It's just that Qin Wanzhi is here too. It's a headache. It's better not to see it, but if you see it and don't do anything, you will definitely be taught a lesson by Qin Wanzhi and Yulin. Hey! You can't even relax. You're a hard worker. However, Inhow's face did not show any expression of not wanting to get involved, but instead he smiled playfully. Inhow walked towards Baihao. Chapter 305 Chapter 302 Qin Wanzhi is injured. Hey, are you deaf? You broke someone's hand, take them to the hospital. Qin Wanzhi crossed her arms, looking indignant. Yes, are you a man or not? You only know how to hit women, scumbag, you won't be able to have kids in the future. Mu Fangling also angrily scolded from the side, she can't stand men who hit women the most. Her mother had been battered by her father since she was a child, and every time she was helplessly on the sidelines as a child, watching her mother being beaten. Later, as she grew up, she started working hard and finally brought her mother out of the house. Mu Fangling abominates it when a man hits a woman, and she hates the man who did it so much that she wants to kill him. Baihao shook off the beautiful woman and walked out of the booth. Qin Wanzhi and the others followed him out. Stopping Baihao. What, you want to run after hitting someone? I'll call the police. Inhow looked at Qin Wanzhi and smiled lightly. Qin Wanzhi is really something, a top-notch killer who doesn't hesitate to kill. She dares to stop him, I applaud her. Get out of the way, I don't want to kill anyone. Baihao's patience was running out. If this wasn't China, he would have already started. He didn't care about Inhow's feelings. Baihao, long time no see. Inhow didn't wait any longer. If he hurt Qin Wanzhi, it would be hard to explain. Inhow. Baihao, as if facing a great enemy, grabbed Qin Wanzhi by the neck and held her in front of him. This was a miscalculation, and Inhow rubbed his forehead. Let her go, and I'll let you go. Qin Wanzhi was so shocked that she broke out in a sweat, and she had almost sobered up from the wine. Mu Fangling was so shocked that she couldn't speak clearly. Let her go, or I'll call the police. After she finished speaking, Mu Fangling took out her phone, and her hands began to tremble. Inhow, do you take me for a fool? Get out of the way. Baihao carefully led Qin Wanzhi slowly out of the way, keeping an eye on Inhow, wary of any sudden moves. Inhow, help me, I was wrong. Qin Wanzhi's voice was full of tears. She had never seen anything like this before, she had always been well protected. Inhow, so it's your girlfriend, that's good, if you dare to make a move, I'll kill him, you know, it's easy for me to kill her. Baihao said while looking for an escape route. He didn't know the position of Qin Wanzhi in Inhow's heart, so he could only gamble. I have nothing to do with her, you can kill me if you want. Inhow walked towards Baihao with a careless face. Hearing this, Qin Wanzhi burst into tears, her tears kept flowing, and she cursed, Inhow, you bastard, I will definitely tell Sister Wanru. Mu Fangling was also dumbfounded, what should she do? The music in the bar stopped, and everyone who was afraid ran towards the door. Only a few people who were enjoying the spectacle stood around, not saying a word. The manager of the bar also ran over, accompanied by a group of bodyguards. Sir, calm down. This bar belongs to the Han family. If you let the person go, we will forget about what happened today. The manager could only appease him first. If there was a death, he would have a hard time explaining himself. The bar might even have to close because of this. He could not bear such a price. Get out! Baihao roared angrily. He was being stared at by Inhow, and he panicked. If Inhow wanted to kill someone, no one could escape. When he came out, Bai Hao didn't bring a gun. If he had known, he would have brought one, and at such a close distance, he would have definitely been able to solve Inhow with one shot. Killing Inhow would definitely get him reused when he returned to the organization. Bai Hao dragged Qin Wanzhi towards the door, and everyone was afraid to move. Inhow was confident that he could kill Bai Hao, but what if he hurt Qin Wanzhi? Trouble. He could only follow Bai Hao's footsteps. Step by step, he walked towards the door. A motorcycle was parked outside the door with the key still in it. Bai Hao found the right moment, gave a light slap, and pushed Qin Wanzhi towards Inhow, who got on the motorcycle. Inhow caught Qin Wanzhi and, with a backhanded motion, drove a silver needle into Bai Hao's body. Bai Hao felt his body stiffen, his movements paused slightly, and he sped off on the motorcycle. After running for 100 meters, both he and the motorcycle collapsed. Inhow hugged Qin Wanzhi, only to hear her sobbing softly. "It's okay. My back hurts." Qin Wanzhi only felt a burning, bone-piercing pain in her back. Inhow looked at her, worried that Bai Hao had poisoned her. "Wanzhi, how are you feeling?" Mu Fangling hurried over and tried to pull Qin Wanzhi out of Inhow's arms. But she couldn't move. "I'll take her with me, you go back." "No, who are you? Take her and let go." Mu Fangling's heart, which had just let go of its fear, started to race again when she heard Inhow's words. "She is my sister's younger sister, so you can tell who I am." Qin Wanzhi couldn't delay any longer. He pushed Mu Fangling away and quickly carried Qin Wanzhi away. Mu Fangling wanted to say something, but before she could, Inhow disappeared. She thought about what Inhow had just said, and her heart eased a little. Qin Wanzhi's sister is Qin Wanru, and Qin Wanzhi knows Inhow, so there shouldn't be a problem. Inhow found a high-end hotel and booked a presidential suite. Qin Wanzhi is already unconscious. He gently lays her on the bed and pulls back her shirt. A large red patch is visible on her back, faintly tinged with purple. She's been poisoned. He really underestimated Bai Hao. Inhow opens the bag and takes out a small bottle, sprinkling the powder on the injured area of Qin Wanzhi. He takes out a pair of gloves and puts them on, slowly smoothing the powder around. Done. Inhow takes off his gloves and throws them in the trash. He sat down, crossed his legs, and looked at the sleeping Qin Wanzhi. She wasn't bad looking, but he didn't expect her to be so fierce, to help out when she saw injustice. He shook his head. She really doesn't know when to stop. If she hadn't been there today, Qin Wanzhi would be a corpse. Even if the Qin family is influential in the country, what can they do? Bai Hao escaped, and it would be difficult to catch him. Inhow let his legs drop and his stomach started to grumble. Forget it, he can't just leave her behind and go away, so he'll just order something to eat. They did leave, but a murder had occurred at the entrance to the bar, and it caused a lot of commotion. Especially when they found out Bai Hao's identity, the police started to get busy. None of this was Inhow's business, so he ate the food delivered by the hotel to fill his stomach. It was so comfortable. It was a waste of such a wonderful night. He could only sit by the window and watch the outside scenery, which was boring. Wiping his mouth, he stood up and walked towards the bedroom. He saw Qin Wanzhi rolling back and forth non-stop, tugging at her clothes. Something's wrong. Poison, Inhow was sure he had already solved it. He strode over to the bed and looked at the back of Qin Wanzhi's head, which had returned to normal. Why was she still uncomfortable? Qin Wanzhi's hand grabbed Inhow, as if she had grabbed a lifesaver. "I'm so uncomfortable, I'm hot." Chapter 306 Chapter 303 Damn it, no one can bully me. What? Inhow broke free from Qin Wanzhi and looked at her, surprised, as she rolled all over the bed. "You haven't eaten pork, but you've seen a pig run. But that shouldn't be the case. When did the killer group's poison take on this nature?" Qin Wanzhi's screams grew louder and louder, and her clothes were all messed up as she tugged at them. This can't be, if something happens to her, there won't be any way to explain it. Inhow hugged Qin Wanzhi and walked towards the bathroom. He put her in the bathtub, turned on the shower and poured cold water over her. He couldn't think about it anymore, he had to solve the problem at hand. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And she didn't seem to be getting better. Just when it seemed to have stopped for a while, she started writhing around again. Damn, what the hell kind of drug did he give her? Inhow angrily threw away the showerhead, ran to the bedroom, opened the app and started searching and consulting. Looking at the reply in the app, he knew what to do. He returned to the bathroom. Qin Wanzhi somehow managed to get up. She was pressed against the wall, rolling non-stop. Be careful. Inhow quickly grabbed her and scooped her into his arms to prevent her from slipping. Qin Wanzhi grabbed Inhow, her eyes glazed over, her body was in so much pain. Help me. She blew hot air from her mouth, her body shaking non-stop. Her clothes were clinging to her body because she had been showering, and her curves were on full display. She had a great figure. Inhow swallowed. Damn, are you sure? Don't blame me if you wake up. Qin Wanzhi seemed to hear him, nodded. She was in so much pain, it was like 10,000 ants were biting her, her body was about to explode. Inhow didn't say another word, picked up Qin Wanzhi and walked towards the bedroom. The two of them fell onto the bed, their clothes scattered all over the floor. A night of passion. The next day. Military Region Hospital. Yang Lin had breakfast at the hotel at 7 o'clock and then came to the hospital. He had to do some pre-operative preparations. Old Zhao, you're in good spirits. Yang Lin asked with a smile, taking the test results that had been placed to one side and looking at them carefully. Not bad. Zhao Yucai didn't bother, looking out of the window, wondering what he was thinking. Old Hu, you're here. Zhao Jingang quickly moved aside. Hu Guowei's face was very bad, he didn't dare provoke him. I'm the hospital director, can't I come? Hu Guowei's tone was not good. After returning yesterday, he had someone investigate Yang Lin. His medical skills were indeed good, but Hu Guowei was still not at ease and came early in the morning. Yes, of course you can come. Zhao Jingang sighed in his heart. The old child was talking about him. Okay, Lao Hu, don't look so sour. We don't know if we can see each other in the future, so smile. Zhao Yucai looked at Hu Weiguo with a smile, and he was already prepared for the worst. Bah. Don't say such unlucky things. Don't you trust that kid? Hu Weiguo glanced at Yang Lin, who had been reading the report intently, as if it wasn't about him. Old Zhao, don't worry, you will definitely be able to get off the operating table. Yang Lin put down the medical report in his hands and said seriously. Don't say big words just yet. I'll go in with you and assist you. Hu Guowei still had a cold face. In his opinion, no matter what, he dared not believe that Yang Lin, who was so young, could perform such a complicated surgery well. Even he himself could not guarantee it. Old Hu, you can go in, but you must listen to me when it comes to what happens on the operating table. Yang Lin did not back down, staring at Hu Guowei. A matter of life and death cannot be taken lightly. Hu Guowei did not say anything. He went in just to keep an eye on things. If Yang Lin's operation was radical, he would definitely stop it. Old Hu, if you can't do it, I suggest you stay outside. Hu Guowei still didn't say anything. People of their generation are all determined to keep their promises. Old Hu, I trust Yang Lin. Just listen to him. Zhao Yuji knew that Hu Weiguo was being nice to him, but it would be even more dangerous if there were disagreements on the operating table about who was in charge and who was listening. Okay, but I still have to go in. I'll let the head of surgery assist you. Okay. Yang Lin did not stop this time. As long as Hu Guowei doesn't mess around on the operating table, he doesn't care if he goes in and watches, so go ahead. Let's operate. Okay. Operating room. All preparations have been made. Let's begin. Yang Lin took the scalpel and operated quickly. Hu Guowei stared in amazement at Yang Lin's actions. This is amazing. Time passed by minute. Other side. Qin Wanzhi moved her body. It hurt so much, like being run over by a car. All her bones are broken. She lowers her head and lets out a scream. Ah. Her clothes are scattered all over the floor, she hugs the quilt, confused. What happened? Inhow had just fallen asleep for 2 hours when he was woken up by Qin Wanzhi's scream. He scratches his ear. What's the noise? Inhow, you brute, what have you done to me? Qin Wanzhi kicks Inhow, her body aches, how can she meet anyone today? Missy, think about what I did to you. Shouldn't it be what you did to me? Inhow sat up, the quilt slipping off his body. He rubbed his head, it really had taken a lot of energy. Ah, rascal, get dressed. Qin Wanzhi hid her head under the quilt. The images from last night gradually became clear, she was so embarrassed, it was as if she had taken the initiative. Inhow didn't say anything, picking up the clothes on the floor and putting them on one by one. Yesterday, you went to the bar and were poisoned. The residue of the poison was in the medicine that helped you. Stop talking. Qin Wanzhi interrupted Inhow. She remembered everything that happened yesterday. She could only blame herself for being careless, going to the bar, and trying to be a good person. Otherwise, the things that happened afterwards would not have happened. No one is allowed to talk about what happened last night. Just pretend it never happened. Got it? Qin Wanzhi looked up, her eyes filled with tears. Inhow didn't want to take responsibility in the first place. His life wasn't suitable for Qin Wanzhi. But just hearing Qin Wanzhi say that, a little pain stabbed Inhow's heart. You go ahead, I'm going to take a nap. Qin Wanzhi lay down, covering her head with the quilt. She didn't want to say anything, she just wanted to be left alone. Inhow took his bag and walked out of the bedroom. He sat on the sofa outside and took out a cigarette from his bag. Light it. What's the matter? I came to Kyoto to relax, and I gave it all up for the first time, and I was still disliked. The main thing is that Qin Wanzhi is still Qin Wanru's cousin. This relationship is so messed up. How can I stay in Kyoto anymore? But now turning back is not his personality. After finishing the cigarette, Inhow regained his composure. Damn it! Inhow decided to sneak out early. Isn't Yang Lin's base camp in Jiangcheng? If you can't stay in Kyoto, go to Jiangcheng. Thinking about this, he dialed Yang Lin's phone. No answer? Damn it, everyone bullies me. Inhow cursed under his breath, patted his bottom and walked out of the room. Hearing the sound of the door closing outside, Qin Wanzhi's head poked out from under the covers, and tears slipped down her eyes. Chapter 307 Chapter 304 Fangling, wait, go buy me some medicine. Inhow walked aimlessly on the road. Where was the carefree travel he had promised? Damn it, who cares? Just play it how you want. Besides, he had already refused yesterday, it was just Qin Wanzhi forcing herself on him, and he was just doing her a favor. After building up the courage, Inhow began searching for fun places in Kyoto. Cousins are unreliable, so you'd better rely on yourself. Hotel. Qin Wanzhi dragged her broken body up. She still had to go to the entertainment company in the afternoon, but when she stood in front of the mirror and saw the bruises on her body, her face fell. How could she go in the afternoon? This looked like it had been left behind after the passion, and it gave a bad first impression. God, kill me. Qin Wanzhi looked up and looked at the ceiling. What should she do? Play the diva. Before she became famous, she already had such a reputation. This is not what she wants. Trying to calm herself, she just hopes that the meeting this afternoon will be simple and straightforward. She puts on some makeup to cover up her face. Qin Wanzhi looks at the clothes on the floor. She can't wear them. Thinking about this, she takes out her phone and sees more than 10 caller IDs on it. She immediately calls Mu Fangling back. Wanzhi, how are you? I called you, why didn't you answer? I was worried. Mu Fangling asks a series of questions in a hurry. I'm at the hotel. Buy me a set of clothes and come over. What hotel? Clothes? You can tell me when you get here. Okay. Mu Fangling gritted her teeth. She should have stopped Qin Wanzhi from being taken away yesterday. She blamed herself deeply and ran out with the car keys. Military Region Hospital. The lights in the operating room went out. Yang Lin walked out. Yang Lin, what's wrong? Zhao Jingong's palms were sweating, his heart pounding non-stop, and he asked nervously. Zhao Shu, don't worry, the surgery was a success, just rest up afterwards. Thank you, Yang Lin. Zhao Jinggang was so excited that he kept thanking him, it was really great. Hu Guowei staggered out, his face showing visible signs of excitement, and immediately pulled Yang Lin and said, Yang Lin, I apologize for my previous disrespectful words, you are truly a natural medical genius. Old Hu, you're too kind, I still have a long way to go. Yang Lin had been operating for several hours and was very tired, but his hand was constantly being held by Hu Guowei. Cough cough, Yang Lin, do you want to come work at the hospital? I'll let you have the position of director. Hu Guowei had no intention of letting go, but instead held on even tighter. Yang Lin was a rare genius. He couldn't just let him go, it would be a loss to the medical community and the hospital. Yang Lin was a little unable to laugh or cry, and helplessly said, Old Hu, I still have a lot of things to deal with, so. It's fine, you can go busy when you have things to do, I'll take over for you. No matter what Yang Lin said, Hu Guowei could always find a way to solve it. Anyway, Hu Guowei was determined to keep Yang Lin. Yang Lin looked to Zhao Jingang for help, and Zhao Jingang was also quite at a loss. He couldn't do anything about Hu Guowei, so he could only shake his head at Yang Lin. Hu Guowei pondered for a while, and for the time being, that would be fine. You can't force someone to do something, and if Yang Lin quits after leaving, there's nothing he can do about it. Okay, you brat can't bluff me. Old Hu, don't worry, I promise I'll do what I said I would. Yang Lin said with a bitter smile, looking at Hu Guowei's hand. Okay. Hu Guowei reluctantly took his hand away, his eyes still staring straight at Yang Lin. Cough cough. Mr. Hu, I'm a little tired, I'm going to go rest first. Okay. Yang Lin hurriedly left without a moment's rest. Sitting in the restroom, Yang Lin let out a deep breath, his hands were tired. He took out his phone and looked at the missed calls on it. This is when he remembered Inhow, wondering where he slept last night. Yang Lin immediately dialed Inhow's phone. My dear cousin, you finally remembered me. My sister-in-law is no longer in Kyoto. What did you do last night? Be honest, or I'll tell my sister-in-law. Inhow's dissatisfied voice came over the phone. He was killing it on the computer, with the speaker on. Looks like you had a good time. I was worried for nothing. Yang Lin rolled his eyes. What a worrywart. Of course he wasn't worried about Inhow, just that he'd get into trouble and others would suffer. Oh, cousin, you're still worried about me, I'm so touched, where are you, I'll come and visit you. Inhow threw the mouse aside, it was too easy, there was no fun in playing. I'm at the military hospital, I've just had an operation, if you want to come over, just come. We can't just leave Inhow there, if he causes trouble, it'll be even harder to solve. Okay, cousin, send me your location, I'll come right away. Inhow stood up and stretched, he was stiff. I wonder how Wanzhi Qin is doing. Inhow shook his head and pushed the thought out of his mind. They are both adults, who can't play. After receiving Yang Lin's location, he immediately hailed a taxi and jumped in. Hotel. Wanzhi, how are you? Mu Fangling put down the clothes in her hands, took Qin Wanzhi's hand, looked her up and down, and saw the marks on her body. This is an animal, isn't he Wanru's cousin? How could he do such a thing? Mu Fangling jumped up in excitement, cursing, her breasts rising and falling, her chest feeling stuffy, as if something was blocking her breath. No, I have to call Wanru, I can't let that brat get away with it, he's worse than an animal. The more Mu Fangling thought about it, the angrier she became, and she pulled out her phone. Fangling, don't. Qin Wanzhi stopped her. What, are you still thinking about that brat? What's going on in your head? Someone like that needs to be punished. Mu Fangling's fiery temper flared up, and she couldn't be stopped. Fangling, it's not what you think, it was me, I forced myself on her. What? You? Mu Fangling couldn't believe it, her eyes fixed on Qin Wanzhi. Qin Wanzhi lowered her head, pursed her lips, and said with red eyes, last night I. She told the story of what happened. This. Mu Fangling angrily slapped herself. If she hadn't insisted on dragging Qin Wanzhi to the bar yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. Wanzhi. It's okay, it's in the past. I'm going to an entertainment company this afternoon. You help me put on makeup and cover up my body. Qin Wanzhi gathered her emotions. Since it had happened, she could only face it. Okay, I'll help you. Mu Fangling took the bag and began to help Qin Wanzhi put on makeup, trying hard to control herself from letting the tears fall. Qin Wanzhi thought of something. She hadn't taken any precautions last night. She whispered, Fangling, later, go buy me some medicine. Chapter 308 Chapter 305 Zhao Yucai's surgery was a success. Inhow sat in the car and sneezed a few times in a row. It couldn't be that he caught a cold from exercising last night. It's not that bad, he's always been in good health. Inhow shook his head. At that moment, the car stopped. Inhow scanned the QR code to pay and got off the car directly. Cousin, I'm here. In the car, Inhow looked up Yang Lin's information through the system. He didn't expect that this cheap cousin was quite something, and his medical skills were also quite good. Indeed, with the Yin family blood flowing through his veins, there was not a coward among them. Cousin, I'm at the hospital entrance. Okay, I'm in the third floor surgical waiting room. Okay, you'll be able to see your handsome cousin soon. Inhow hung up the phone and trotted into the hospital. Although he didn't like the atmosphere in the hospital, he was going to nag Yang Lin into going back to Jiangcheng, so he had to go in. Yang Lin leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes to rest, and when Inhow came over later, he wouldn't be able to enjoy any peace and quiet. A ringtone sounded. Yang Lin was thinking, can't Inhow find a place? He picked up his phone and saw it was Lin Feng's call. Lin Feng, what's the matter? Mr. Yang, all the relevant departments have withdrawn from the company. Do you need the company to issue a statement? Lin Feng knows that it must be Yang Lin's trip to Kyoto that has resolved the matter. The company's stock price has fluctuated due to inspections by the relevant departments. Send it. Issuing a statement from the company is also a warning to the Li family. Moving his things will cost them, which will just drive up the company's stock price, killing two birds with one stone. Okay, I'll do it right away. Things are developing too quickly, and Yang Lin feels incredible about what has happened in this period of time. It's unbelievable that someone who was previously unreachable has been brought down by me. Cousin, I'm here. Inhow put down his bag, sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and surveyed the surroundings. Where were you last night? Last night? What happened? Inhow asked alertly. Did Yang Lin find out? Qin Wanzhi would never tell Yang Lin. Did you do something bad? I know you're asking where I was, what are you nervous about? Yang Lin narrowed his eyes and stared at Inhow. Nothing, I just stayed up late at the bar yesterday, and I didn't want to disturb you, so I found a hotel near the bar and stayed there. Inhow was unnatural, twisting his body like a guilty thief. A hotel? By myself. What else? Find a girl. Inhow stretched his neck and indeed found a girl, Yang Lin's cousin. The relationship was unclear, but he couldn't admit defeat. Okay, I'm done with my business in Kyoto and I'm planning to go back to Jiangcheng. What are your plans? Great, I'm also going to Jiangcheng to see my sister-in-law. Inhow felt relieved. He had achieved his goal without even speaking. He had originally thought it would take some effort. Okay, you sit here for a while and stay put. I'll be right back. Yang Lin instructed, really not at ease leaving Inhow alone. Go ahead, I'll sit here and not go out, don't worry. Inhow leaned back on the sofa. No matter how he looked at Yang Lin, he felt like he was being guarded against like a thief. He still had to hurry back to the country, where it was comfortable. Yang Lin walked out, closed the door, and came to the ward. He looked at Zhao Yucai lying on the bed and said to Zhao Jingang, Uncle Zhao, I'll go first. If there's anything, just call me directly. Hu Lao was there for the entire surgery, and he can handle the next things. Okay, thanks. Zhao Jingang had already heard from Hu Guowei that the surgery had gone perfectly and that Zhao Yucai would wake up soon. Yang Lin gave some final instructions and then left. Before he even reached the waiting room, he heard Inhow arguing with someone. Yang Lin really had a headache. The more he feared something, the more it happened. What's wrong with me? I'm just lying here, I haven't stolen anything, so what's it to you? How dare you speak to me like that? I came here to see Dr. Yang, and you start cursing at me just because I asked a question. Oh, just a question? Don't you know what you just said? Idiot. What did I say? I just told you to pay attention and not to look around, this is a hospital. Humph, look at yourself. Do I look like I'm looking around at you? You're covered in fat. You're attacking my character. The nurse pointed her finger at Inhow angrily. Inhow was furious. He was playing a game and was in the middle of a heated game when a chubby nurse barged in and started lecturing him. She didn't even have the decency to take a leak. I've seen all kinds of beautiful women, and I wouldn't even want one like her if she was on a gurney. I hate it when people point at me. Inhow's eyes became fierce, and he put down his phone. The nurse swallowed, and her body uncontrollably took a step back. Okay, Inhow. Yang Lin spoke up to stop him, and then said to the nurse, Is there something the matter? No, I just want to ask about the precautions for the patient who just had surgery. The nurse said sheepishly, thinking that Yang Lin was so handsome and wanted to make contact, just not expecting to encounter Inhow and get scolded. I've already told Dean who the precautions, and he'll make the arrangements. If there's nothing else, go back to work. Okay. The nurse was unwilling, but still turned and left, she couldn't afford to offend him. Yang Lin closed the door inside. Forget everything I told you when I left. If you do it again, I'll buy you a ticket and send you back. Cousin, I didn't want to cause trouble. Look, I was playing the game properly, and she barged in and lectured me, saying that I was after her good looks. How could she say something like that? You tell me if I should be angry. Besides, you don't know what her motives were. Inhow is a smart guy, and he saw clearly what was going on, or he wouldn't have embarrassed the nurse. Cousin, you're already married. Yang Lin closed his eyes and tried to control his emotions. Fortunately, Inhow was not his child, otherwise he would definitely spit blood and try to stuff it back into his stomach and remake it. I know, okay, let's go. Yang Lin didn't want to say anymore, and found a time to call In Yen to send Inhow away early. Okay, I couldn't stand it for long. The smell of the hospital was unbearable. It's just a pity about the game I started. Inhow turned off his phone, picked up his bag, and followed Yang Lin out. He glared at the fat nurse when he saw her. Yang Lin ignored Inhow's little gesture and just wanted to leave quickly. Cousin, don't walk so fast, I can't keep up. Inhow followed Yang Lin at a trot, talking non-stop. Yang Lin felt like his ears were about to close up and his head was about to explode. Shut up, if you say anything else, I'll buy you a ticket right now and send you back. Okay, I won't say anything, I'll just play my game later. Inhow shrugged his shoulders and shut up. Yang Lin was finally able to have some peace and quiet. After returning to Jiangcheng, he would find someone to take Inhow around Jiangcheng. He definitely couldn't stand it himself. He pondered in his mind who would be the most suitable person. Chapter 309. Chapter 306. Yang Lin was assassinated. Get in the back. Inhow's hand on the passenger door handle froze. Fine, who asked for it? He opened the back door and got in. Cousin, where are we going? To see someone. You play some games, I'll let you know when we get there. Sure, Zhang called him. Last time he mentioned that the resources had been consolidated, and Yang Lin needed to go take a look. Some industries were not convenient to consolidate and were operating separately. Okay, then I won't disturb my cousin. Inhow pouted, it's just that he doesn't like the noise. When he wants him to talk, he won't. Yang Lin set the navigation and started the car. 20 minutes later, Yang Lin noticed that there was a car following them. Inhow sat up straight, and a light flashed on his phone. Inhow said coldly, how dare you? In broad daylight, you dare to play with guns? You want to die. We're being followed. Yang Lin still drove steadily, showing no signs of abnormality. He dialed the phone and said, I've been targeted by a sniper. The license plate number is, and it's following me all the way. Understood. Cousin, not bad, you have a lot of bodyguards around you. Inhow returned to his carefree manner, except that his body was tense, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Not bad. Yang Lin didn't say anything else, but kept a lookout around him, to see if there were any more enemies. After Ming Ruin's death yesterday, in order to ensure that the operation was foolproof, He Tian and Gon Tian got in touch to confirm today's plan of action. This is the city center, so they couldn't do anything themselves, so they had to follow Yang Lin first and find a suitable place to kill him. Yang Lin didn't want to cause a panic either, so he drove to a place with few people. When the fight breaks out, you take care of yourself. Yang Lin did not forget to remind him, after all, sniper rifles are being used, the people coming must be powerful. Don't worry, there may be a surprise later. Inhow was itching to get started, he needed to let off some steam, and this was just what he needed. Yang Lin nodded, not worried at all, he had seen Inhow's skills before. We've been discovered. The two men narrowed their eyes, as Yang Lin walked further and further off course. Damn! The two men did not hesitate and were about to turn around, but 3 cars appeared behind them, blocking the way back. Their hearts sank slowly, and they looked at each other. They could only go forward to gain a chance for survival. The cars behind them did not follow, and Yang Lin's car also stopped. However, Yang Lin did not dare to go out, fearing that if he poked his head out, he would be shot dead. Cousin, I'll go down and have some fun with them. Sit tight. Yang Lin shouted, if it's just hand-to-hand combat, I can go down and try, but the other person has a gun, and I don't know if they have any other lethal weapons. After a few minutes, no one moved. Cousin, I'll try. Yang Lin turned around and saw Inhow holding a gun in his hand. He frowned and asked, did you bring a gun to Kyoto? No, it's just a few parts. If there's nothing going on, it's just a toy. This is an extraordinary situation, isn't it? Continuing to wait is not an option. Trust me, I've done this kind of thing many times. Inhow kept glancing behind his head, a foolish heart that couldn't be restrained. Yang Lin put his hand on his forehead, what kind of person is Inhow? In Yen probably doesn't know either, otherwise why would she let him come to Kyoto? Inhow watched as he secured the silencer on the gun. He secretly opened the car door, lowered his body, and took a direct shot at the tire in the back. The tire is flat, so he can't even run away. Inhow smirks, his eyebrows raised, and he waves the gun in his hand. Yang Lin dials the phone, move in. Be careful of the gun in the other person's hand. He Tian, they can't hold back any longer. You cover me as I charge forward, take out Yang Lin, and drive off in his car. Good. He Tian nods, this is the only way. The car can't be driven anymore, so they have to find a way to break out, otherwise there's only a dead end waiting for them. Move. Don Tian opened the car door, rolled out, and rushed forward quickly and irregularly. Here it comes. Inhow also rolled out of the car and fired 2 shots in a row, both of which were dodged by Gon Tian. Gon Tian, you've improved. Inhow shouted. Gon Tian's body stiffened, his face suddenly changing. How did he need Inhow? He suddenly felt bad in his heart. Inhow is very powerful, and no one in the organization has stopped bragging about him. Bang. He Tian shot at the spot where Inhow had just been. Inhow must be dealt with, otherwise neither he nor Gon Tian will be able to leave. Inhow rolled to the side, covered in dust, with sand in his mouth. Damn it, you're looking for death. Yang Lin and the people in the car behind him also got out, crouching as they advanced. He Tian fired several shots at Yang Lin and Inhow, occasionally firing a shot in the back. Cousin, he's out of bullets. Inhow shouted out. Yang Lin gave a sign to the people behind him, and they all rushed towards the car in the middle. Shit. He Tian threw away his gun and took out the knife he had prepared in advance. He kicked open the door with one foot, and the person standing in the doorway was kicked over. Gon Tian, quickly finish this and run. Without the pressure of the sniper rifle, Yang Lin also joined the fight. Cousin, he's all mine, don't worry, I'll definitely take him down. Inhow was fighting very happily. Shut up and hurry up. Yang Lin roared, the longer the delay, the more trouble. Okay. Inhow quickened his actions. Bang. He seized the loophole and kicked Gon Tian in the chest. Gon Tian covered his chest and looked at him in horror. Bang. Inhow picked up the gun and shot Gon Tian in the knee. Ah. Gon Tian shouted in pain, sweating profusely, his eyes red. There's no escape now. Inhow stood up and looked at He Tian. After a bitter battle, He Tian had taken a few punches and knocked a few people down. He glanced back, dared not linger, and increased his speed to the extreme, running. Trying to run, no way. Inhow raised his gun and took aim. Bang. He Tian was shot in the calf and fell directly to the ground. Inhow blew on the muzzle of the gun, stood there handsome, and smugly said to Yang Lin, Cousin, what do you think of me? Yang Lin ignored Inhow. Indeed, his joining the fight quickly ended it. Yang Lin walked up to the group behind him, Gon Tian in one hand. These two, find somewhere to lock them up, I'll be there later. Okay. The group of men bowed their heads, ashamed. They couldn't even handle He Tian alone, and if Inhow hadn't shot from behind, He Tian would have escaped. Okay, go back, get better, I'll say hi to Shi Zhang. A few people took He Tian and Gon Tian, got into the vehicle behind them, and left. Inhow, do you know them? Yes, old rivals, members of the Devil's Murder Organization, but cousin, you really have a lot of face, they are super assassins, and rarely work together. Inhow narrowed his eyes, really not taking the Yin family seriously. His father had already said hello, and the surname Tan still sent someone to assassinate Yang Lin. Yesterday's Bai Hao should also have been sent by the Devil's Murder Organization to kill Yang Lin. So ruthless, 3 super assassins at once. If it weren't for his own misadventures in Kyoto, Yang Lin might already be a corpse. Chapter 310 Chapter 307 2 Assassins Dead. Yang Lin froze in place. Didn't his uncle say that he had already said hello? Why did the Devil's Murder Organization continue to send people to assassinate him? Saying one thing and doing another. I'll find a time to get rid of the Devil's Murder Organization. Let's go. Okay, cousin, wasn't I just super cool? You should thank me. If it wasn't for my bravery, you might have gotten into trouble. Inhow got into the car, quickly disassembled the pistol, organized the parts, and put them in his backpack. Well, thank you. Yang Lin said from the bottom of his heart. Inhow was suddenly stunned. He was joking himself, and didn't expect Yang Lin to express his gratitude directly. Cousin, saying thank you is too formal. As long as you take me to Jiangcheng to have fun, that's fine. Okay. Yang Lin drove seriously, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Half an hour later, Yang Lin brought Inhow to the front of an office building. Shi Zhang was already standing outside waiting, and he had just heard about the hitman, his heart pounding. My lord, I'm sorry. He bent down at a 90-degree angle. It's not your fault, go in. Inhow was at a loss for words, my lord. What the hell? Yang Lin had other identities. Shi Zhang looked at the person behind Yang Lin and frowned slightly. It's fine, let's go. Okay. The group walked into the office building and all the way to the top floor. Office. Master, this way please. Yang Lin sat down, Inhow sat next to him, crossed his legs, played with his phone, and didn't say a word. Tell me the situation. Master, the approval procedures for the mine have been completed, and the personnel have been arranged to go down and start mining. Continue. The approval process. Zhao Yucai has intervened, so there is definitely no problem. All the business resources have been consolidated in this building, while the rest are still operating independently. Shi Zhengyi piles up a thick stack of documents and puts it in front of Yang Lin. Leave it for now. Use our advantage to acquire and merge Li's business as soon as possible. In addition, collect more detailed information on the Li family and the Devil's Murder Organization, I will need it later. Yang Lin puts his hand on the documents and taps them with a clacking sound. Understood. Shi Zhang nodded and promised. Have you arranged everything for Wanzhi? It's already been arranged. Yifan Entertainment's top agent, who has been in the industry for 15 years, will personally take care of Miss Qin and help her with her career, so nothing will go wrong. Shi Zhang personally arranged this matter to ensure that Qin Wanzhi would have a smooth sailing in the entertainment industry. When Inhow heard the name Qin Wanzhi, his body stiffened. She's going to enter the entertainment industry. Does that mean I'll be seeing her on TV and the internet a lot in the future? Inhow felt a sharp pain in his head. Unless he stopped going online, he would somehow find out about Qin Wanzhi. He just couldn't forget her. Fine, just make the arrangements. Make sure she's protected. Yang Lin had seen for himself recently just how capable Shi Zhang was, so he didn't say anything. Where are the assassins? There are 2 secret rooms underneath this building. Go check them out. Yang Lin stood up and glanced at Inhow. It was rare to have a moment of silence. Cousin, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that? Inhow ran his hand over his face. There was nothing there. Yang Lin wouldn't be able to tell. It's fine, let's go take a look together. Okay, let's go meet our old rival. Inhow immediately stood up, not looking at Yang Lin, with a guilty expression on his face. If he knew what had happened between him and Qin Wanzhi, he would beat himself to death. He didn't dare think any further. In the dark room, He Tian and Gan Tian are tied to chairs, their wounds still bleeding. Their faces are growing paler and paler, due to excessive bleeding. Will we die here? Yes, I just hope it's quick. As an assassin, you must be prepared to be killed at any time, but I just can't accept it. There has been a major intelligence failure. Bang. The door opened. Yang Lin is walking in front, Inhow and Shi Zhang following behind. Hey, isn't this the famous killer? Inhow sneered, whistling. The 2 men looked up at Inhow. There was nothing to say between a defeated enemy and a victorious king. Who is the employer? Yang Lin wanted to know if the Devil's Murder Organization was continuing with previous assassinations or if it was a new task. Tell me what you know, and I can give you a quick death. Yang Lin continued, saying that killers like them are prepared to die at any time, but it is even more terrifying to be alive than dead. The 2 men glanced at each other. We don't know exactly who it is. Director Tan notified us to carry out the task and go to Kyoto. Our phones received your information, but we don't know anything else. Where are the phones? Master, our people have already confiscated their phones. Shi Zhang stepped forward and whispered. Bring it over. Okay. In a moment, the phones of both men were brought over. Open it. The phones were easily opened with the fingerprints of the 2 men. Shi Zhang, check this number. Okay, I'll have someone operate right away. Shi Zhang took the phone and walked out. Yang Lin, do you keep your word? Give us a quick death. Tian watched Inhow's smile and his body shivered. Okay. Cousin, wait, leave them to me, we are old rivals, I'll give them a quick death. Inhow pulled Yonglin a little, smiling horribly. Okay, don't waste time. No, Yang Lin, didn't you say you'd give us a quick death? You have to keep your word. Don Tian shook his head frantically, a look of horror on his face. Inhow's methods of dealing with people are ruthless. Hey, I'll give you a quick death. What, don't you believe me? Inhow walked up to them, took out his phone, and put it aside. He wanted to record a video. Yang Lin, expressionless, walked out. Let Inhow play. No, you can't do this. Inhow, give us a quick death, please. Ah. Yang Lin stood in the doorway and dug his hand into his ear. His cousin was really something, with endless ways to torture people. 5 minutes later. The door opened. Cousin, it's settled. Inhow put away his phone, his face even whiter with a smile. The depression in his heart was swept away. Finally vented. All I can say is that these two are unlucky. Yang Lin glanced at him and walked towards the elevator. Cousin, what kind of eyes are you looking at? I'll help you solve the two of them. It's not good if you don't have to do it yourself. Inhow chased after Yang Lin's butt. If you don't do it yourself, you don't need me to do it myself. Yang Lin rolled his eyes. He really dares to find any reason. It's obvious that he wants to play. Okay. Inhow leaned against the edge of the elevator and thought about it. The elevator opened and the two walked out. What about disposing of the bodies? How's the phone number search going? My lord, it's still being checked. This phone number is not registered, so it will take some time. Yang Lin was not disappointed. If it were that easy to find out, it would be abnormal. I'll go first. Call me if you have news. Chapter 311 Chapter 308 The Devil's Murder Organization has fallen out with the Li family. Go. Yang Lin's words had not finished when his phone rang. Another unfamiliar phone call. Recently, he has been receiving a lot of calls from strangers. Yang Lin, it's your aunt, Qin Shiwu. Qin Shiwu said with a smile, holding Shang Duoer's hand. Aunt, is there something wrong? You ran out of the medicine you prescribed for Duoer last time. Duoer's health has improved a lot. Do you need to adjust the prescription? Qin Shiwang stroked Shang Duoer's head, her eyes full of joy. She had once thought that Shang Duoer's life was over, but then she met Yang Lin and took the medicine he prescribed, and Shang Duoer's health gradually improved. Yes, where are you? I'm in Kyoto. Kyoto? I heard Wanru say that you were in Jiangcheng, so I took Duoer there. Qin Shiwang's brows lightly furrowed. There's been a mistake in the message. It's fine, auntie. I also suddenly had urgent business in Kyoto. I've finished with things in Kyoto, and I'll be back in Jiangcheng this afternoon, or tomorrow morning at the latest. Good, I'll be waiting for you in Jiangcheng. Qin Shiwang relaxed her brows and hung up the phone. It didn't matter if it was one day sooner or later, as long as Duoer's illness could be cured. Cousin, you've got so much going on, when will you have time to take me out to play? Inhow crossed his legs, played with his phone, and played games without looking up. When we get to Jiangcheng, I'll arrange for someone to show you around. Male or female? Inhow became interested and put down his phone. Male. Yang Lin glanced at Inhow in the rearview mirror and then heard a game over. What, so bad? Inhow yelled, picked up his phone, but it was too late to help. Forget it, I'm going to buy this game. Inhow said discontentedly. Inhow, you like playing games, I'll play against you. If I win, you promise not to cause trouble in Jiangcheng, okay? Cousin, you're so confident. Inhow returned to his carefree manner, casually throwing his phone on the back seat, smiling, leaning against the car door. Dare you? No problem, when do we start? We'll start as soon as we get home. Okay, cousin, don't cry if you lose. Inhow laughed out loud. During his investigation of Yang Lin, he hadn't discovered that Yang Lin was having a great time. In that case, with his own level, dealing with Yang Lin would be a breeze. If Yang Lin could lose, he had already thought of a condition. Cousin, if you lose, you have to promise me one condition. No problem. Yang Lin raised an eyebrow, with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and immediately agreed. Little brat, I have the system, you can't win against me, not in this life. Inhow had an ominous feeling and crossed his arms. Abroad. Director, the 3 assassins sent to Jiangcheng are all dead. What did you say? Director Qin was so excited that he kicked over the table in front of him. They are all dead. The people present did not dare to look up, their palms were sweating, and the sweat on their foreheads ran down their cheeks. Director Qin froze for 2 minutes and slowly sat down. It is not easy to train 3 special assassins, and it has cost countless manpower, resources, and money. The most important thing is that it has weakened the organization's strength. Who is Li Guanhai dealing with? He has lost 3 of his most capable people in one fell swoop. Director Qin clenched his fists. If this gets out, the organization's reputation in the assassin world will plummet. Get out and find out what happened to them in Kyoto. Yes. Hearing this, the person in charge felt relieved and hurriedly left. Director Tan took out his phone and dialed Li Guanhai's number. There was no answer. What's going on? He kept calling, but there was still no answer. He dialed several times in a row, but no one answered. An idea came to his mind: something had happened to Li Guanhai. The Li family was one of the most powerful in Kyoto, and if something happened to Li Guanhai, the Li family would not be far from ruin. He dialed another number again. What is it? Li Shishing was in a bad mood and didn't want to answer Director Tan's phone. In the past, Li Guanhai handled these matters, but the phone kept ringing, annoying him. Li Guanhai asked why 3 special assassins had been ordered, all of whom had died in Kyoto. The Li family needed to give an explanation. Director Tan's gaze was ruthless, and his voice was cold. Li Shishing was stunned. He had never heard Li Guanhai mention this matter before. The 3 special assassins must have been against Yang Lin. The assassins were dead, but Yang Lin was still alive. The Li family has suffered defeat after defeat in recent months, and Yang Lin's appearance is inextricably linked to it. If Yang Lin had died at the hands of the assassins, the Li family would still have a chance as long as he was alive. Unfortunately, Yang Lin is still alive. Explain. What do you want to explain? If you're not as skilled as others, just die. Guanhai has already been arrested. If you must explain, go ask him. Li Shishing's tone was not good. The Devil's Murder Organization has recently stretched its hand further and further, and he has long been dissatisfied. You want to renege on your promise. Director Tan squeezed out a few words from his mouth, his eyes cold. Play the fool? Did I promise you anything? Good, very good, then I'll collect interest from Li Guanhai. If I can't collect it, you can just wait to collect the corpse. Threatening me? We all know whose hands killed my second son, and you want to destroy each other, I don't mind. Li Shishing slowly sat down. He didn't want to be controlled anymore. If it wasn't just for these reasons, Li Guanhai wouldn't have gone in. Fine, we'll see. Director Tan hung up the phone. The Li family wanted to get out of control, but they were dreaming. If they didn't want to talk, then they wouldn't talk. Director Tan made secret arrangements to go ahead. Li Shishing knew that Director Tan would not let it go, so he would strike first. He made a call to a foreign country. Grandpa. Li Yugang, how's training going? Pretty good, I'm planning to take them out for a run in the next couple of days. Li Yugang stood straight, looking out the window. It's been over 20 years since he left, and this is the first time Grandpa has called him. Okay, I have something to tell you. Li Shishing told him everything that had happened. Li Yugang's hanging hand clenched into a fist, his veins bulging on his arms, his anger undisguised. My brother is dead, my father has been arrested, everything seems to have changed in an instant. The devil's murderers, Yang Lin, you just wait. Grandpa, what do you want me to do? Li Yugang, the devil's murderers will definitely not let the Li family go. They killed your uncle as a warning to us. Instead of being threatened, I hope you can take the initiative. Grandpa, I got it, I'll just use the devil's murderers as practice. Li Yugang's eyes were lifeless and emotionless as he spoke, before he let go of his fist. Having seen death and life for so many years, he had become numb. But Li Guanhai and Li Yushu have given him their care. He will not forget it. Starting today, there will be no more. If you need anything, just let Grandpa know. Grandpa, I don't need anything for now. After I've dealt with the people from the Devil Killer organization, I will go to Kyoto myself and deal with Yang Lin. Good, Grandpa will wait for your triumphant return. Okay, Grandpa. Li Yugang hung up the phone and shouted to his subordinates, assemble. Chapter 312 Chapter 309 Inhow lost the game. June pin number 1. Go upstairs. After parking the car, Yulin greeted Inhow with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He was ready to strike Inhow, otherwise going to Jiangcheng. With Inhow's temperament, it definitely wouldn't be peaceful, at least let him calm down a bit. Okay. Inhow didn't say a word the whole way, and kept fiddling with his phone. He is ready to show off in front of Yulin. The villa is equipped with a dedicated esports room, with a full sense of atmosphere. Cousin, not bad, you know how to enjoy yourself, I like it. Inhow touched the left and right, made up his mind, and decided to get one of these rooms when he got back. It was so impressive. My sister did all the work. Yulin felt a sweet feeling in his heart when he thought about it. From the time he met Qin Wanzhi to the present, she has done so many touching things. Damn, I have to ask my cousin for a set too. Yulin kicked Inhow in the butt. No swearing. Hey, slip of the tongue, let's get started. Inhow found a spot and started fiddling with it. Yulin sat down next to him and started opening the computer. Ding dong ding. Inhow's phone rang. Damn, who's interrupting my game, really bad timing. He picked up the phone and saw it was Qin Wanzhi calling. And immediately changed his expression. Cousin, you and your cousin-in-law have just finished making love and you think of me. Cough cough. Fong told me that you had plans last night, so. Yes, I did have plans last night. Inhow said with gritted teeth, he dared not say it out loud. Where are you? I'll send someone over to pick you up and show you around. Qin Wanzhi played with her hair, lying on the sofa. Yunfeng had already gone to the army, and the place was empty. I'm here at my cousin's place, preparing to have a big fight with him, and you interrupted just in time. Big fight? Qin Wanzhi sat up straight. What's going on? It's unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Inhow reacted, laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. Cousin, has your brain been corrupted by your cousin-in-law? Me and my cousin don't do embarrassing things. Yulin kicked Inhow, who winced in pain, touched his head, and moved aside. No, it's your mind that's corrupt. Qin Wanzhi blushed from her face to her neck, and she rubbed her head in annoyance, wondering what she was thinking. Cousin, the villa you gave your cousin is fantastic, can you get me one too? Inhow said this while getting ready for the game. No, I also spent a lot of effort to get the June pin number 1 villa, there is no extra. My heart is hurt, it's so hard. Okay, if you want a villa, I'll have someone get you one. Thanks, cousin. You're the best. I'll stop here. The game will start soon, and I don't want to lose. Inhow puts down the phone and focuses. Yulin dares to challenge, so he must be good at it. At least he's not worse than the great players on the internet. Qin Wanzhi puts down the phone, shakes her head, smiles, and starts working seriously. The Li family has already been seriously injured. While they are ill, they will be killed. Are you ready? Yulin asks calmly, sitting upright. Okay, cousin, go ahead. Let's begin. Yulin gave the order, and they started operating at the same time. For a while, all you could hear in the room was the sound of the keyboard and mouse clicking. The two held their breath and threw themselves into it. 10 minutes later. Game over. You lost. Yulin leaned back in the gaming chair and swayed back and forth. Impossible, cousin, you cheated, how is that possible in 10 minutes? Inhow looks at Yulin incredulously. Yulin looks at him leisurely, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. How could I cheat? I'm not as skilled as you, I can't cheat. No, I don't believe it, let's play again. Inhow has never lost a game before. He has challenged the big names in the gaming world before, and after fierce competition, he has won. It's only been 10 minutes, and he's already lost, so Yulin must have cheated. Inhow hounds Yulin, not letting go. Okay, let's play again. If you lose, you can't go back on your word. Don't worry, you can trust my character, I'll do what I say. Having achieved his goal, Inhow makes a serious promise. Yulin pouts, character? He shakes his head. Let's play. Another round of games ensues, again only the sound of the keyboard and mouse can be heard. Shit, I lost again, this time it was only 8 minutes. Inhow pats the keyboard, looking at Yulin in disbelief, a folk hero. Okay, remember what you promised me. When we get back to Jiangcheng, don't get into trouble, or I'll send you back in a box. Yang Lin stood up and stretched, feeling great. He played games in college too, but he had to work part-time and didn't have much time. The skills rewarded by the system are awesome, no wonder so many people like to play games, it really is relaxing. Cousin, one more game? Inhow pulled Yang Lin, he had to beat Yang Lin, face aside for now. Go away, you just promised on your character, I'm tired and don't want to play. It's good to stop playing when you've had enough, he knows that if he gives in, he won't have to leave this room again. Cousin, just one more game, I promise it'll be the last. Inhow looks sincere, and raises the Arabic numeral 1 in his right hand. Yang Lin raises his leg and gives him a kick, and walks out of the room. Cousin, you're poisonous. Inhow slumps in his chair and looks at the screen on the computer. No, I can't just give up. I'm so competitive. I've never lost a game before, so how can I just give up now? Inhow pulled himself together and left the room too. Yang Lin went to the living room, poured a glass of water and sat down. He took out his phone, flipped through the contacts and looked for someone to show Inhow around tomorrow. He made the call. Yang, you finally remembered me. Yubin said happily. Yang Lin's parents had already told him about his background and told him to make friends with Yang Lin. I didn't think Yang Lin would take the initiative to call him. I haven't contacted you recently because I've been busy. Are you busy recently? Brother Yang, you know I'm just a rich second generation who loves to play with cars. In my father's words, I'm a second generation who can't be helped. Yubin said with a smile. He has slowly come into contact with the company's business recently, but he's not interested. Racing is still his favorite. Brother Yang, is there something you need from me? Yang Lin wouldn't call me for no reason, he's busy. Well, I want to ask you for a favor. Starting tomorrow, show my cousin around Jiangcheng. No problem, I'm good at this, leave it to me, don't worry. Yubin patted his chest and promised. Okay, my cousin is a free spirit, he has a bad temper, keep an eye on him, if he causes trouble, call me. No problem. Yang Lin had just hung up the phone when he heard a plaintive voice. Cousin, am I a troublemaker in your eyes? Yang Lin looked up at Inhow at the top of the stairs. He gave him a look. Experience it for yourself. Chapter 313 Chapter 310 Yang Lin is preparing to return to Jiangcheng. Get ready, we'll be leaving for Jiangcheng first thing in the morning. Yang Lin drank some water, crossed his legs, and relaxed on the sofa. Okay, I'll just take one bag each, there's nothing to prepare. Cousin, don't worry. I'll definitely not get into trouble when I get to Jiangcheng. Inhow held up 3 fingers and pointed at the ceiling, looking serious. Yang Lin suddenly felt something was wrong and shifted his body to the side. What is it? Cousin, I'm fine. I just want to assure you that you shouldn't always treat me like a child who likes to stir up trouble. Okay, I believe you. You can spend the time on your own. Yang Lin put down the water, stood up, and went to sleep after a few hours of surgery in the morning, feeling very tired. Wait, cousin, I do have something small to ask you. Seeing Yang Lin about to leave, Inhow grabbed the sleeve of his shirt and stopped being coy. What is it? Let go of my hand. Yang Lin had a knowing expression on his face. Brat, if there was nothing I wanted, you wouldn't be acting like this. It's not a big deal, it's just that you're so good at playing games, better than the famous gaming gods on the internet. Can you teach me, please? Inhow folded his hands together, his heart itching. He thought he was already good at playing games, and didn't expect Yang Lin to be even better. He was unwilling to accept this and must surpass Yang Lin. Yang Lin stood up straight, thought for a moment, and then said, okay, but there's a condition. You need to settle down in Jiangcheng. Before you leave the country, I'll teach you the essence of the game and guarantee that you'll defeat all opponents. Can't you just give it to me right away? No, you think about it. Okay, I promise. Inhow slumped onto the sofa. In short, he couldn't get into trouble, so he just needed to control himself. Okay, I'll go rest, you make the arrangements. Yang Lin lifted his foot and left, a smile of triumph curling the corner of his mouth. In the room, Inhow lay on the big bed, rolling from side to side, really bored. He took out his phone and saw the video he had taken, and immediately remembered something funny. So, Inhow opened the computer, clicked on a website, and a terrifying avatar appeared. Log in. Then he uploaded the video. Suddenly, the internet was abuzz. He Tian and Gon Tian have died? Who the hell is this person, so awesome? Look at the terrified look in their eyes, like they've seen a ghost. Isn't this the work of the face-slapping devil murderers gang? Is there anyone from the Devil Murderers gang still alive who can come out and explain whether the video is real or not? After a while, there was no response. Inhow got bored and logged off. This was supposed to be a lesson for the Devil Killer organization. They had promised the Yin family something and then reneged on their promise. Yulin fell asleep on the bed. It was really exhausting. The next day, early in the morning, Yulin woke up before 5 o'clock. He had slept really well. But something big had happened. He looked at his phone. Shi Zhang had called him 5 times. Yulin immediately called back. Shi Zhang, what happened? My lord, the Devil Slayers were ambushed, and our headquarters suffered heavy casualties. Who did it? Yulin just wanted to say, well done, but you also have to see if the other party is a friend or foe. According to the information, the Phantom Mercenaries are supported by the Li family, and the details are still under investigation. Dogs biting dogs? Yulin frowned. Aren't they in a cooperative relationship? I'm not sure, it's still under investigation. This time the Devil's Murder Organization has suffered a major blow, but not to the point of being wiped out. They still have a few bases. Okay, just pay attention to the news, let them fight, and we'll reap the benefits. Yulin is happy to see them fighting, and they are badly injured. My lord, there is one more thing, the Min family in Country F has purchased arms materials from us. Is the organization also engaged in arms production and sales? Yulin was shocked, he didn't see it in the information. Yes, we have researched many high-tech products and parts. 5 years ago, we started building factories abroad to produce them. We have already formed a pattern. Our weapons are all state-of-the-art, but there are only a small number of them. Shi Zhang gave a brief introduction, but he had many questions in his mind. Did the master not know this information? Okay, what is the situation with the Min family? Yulin will have to go through the information in the organization in detail later. This is so embarrassing. The Min family is a noble family in the F country, and he has been secretly funding the Devil's Murder Organization. After listening to Shi Zhang's introduction, Yulin immediately decided that although he wanted to get rid of the Li family, it would be better to do so with the help of the Devil's Murder Organization. But he didn't like the Devil's Murder Organization either. Okay, the Shang family in Country F also consulted us. The Shang family and the Qin family are linked by marriage, that is, your aunt, Qin Shiwu. Yulin's mind was a bit confused, the relationships were complicated. Send me a copy of the Shang family's information. Yulin thought for a moment, trying to figure it out before making a decision. It just so happened that Qin Shiwu was in Jiangcheng, so he could ask her in person. Okay, I'll send you the relevant information right away. After Shi Zhang hung up the phone, all the relevant information was sent to Yulin immediately. After receiving the information, Yulin read it and also browsed the information on the organization. After a good rest, his mind was working well. An hour later, Yulin let out a long breath. He had underestimated the system, and it had rewarded him directly with a trillion-day sword organization, including various research, which was practically limitless. The Li family was nothing. Qin Luoshi had taken a bullet for him, and the reward was so generous. Was something else going on, or was the reward just too good to be true? He had to return to Jiangcheng early to properly reward Qin Luoshi, who was practically his lucky charm. The Shang family is also very powerful. Shang Jingwen looks like a good person. If the Shang family needs help, he wouldn't mind cooperating with them. He'll go back to Jiangcheng and have a good chat with his aunt. Yulin immediately decided to go back early. He turned off his phone, rubbed his eyes, and his brain was running out of space. He wasn't interested in business matters, and he would have to find a time to let Qin Luoshi take over. Ding dong ding. The phone interrupted Yulin's train of thought. He picked up the phone and looked at it. It was a call from Qin Moshan. Yulin smiled, and the matter of his position must have been settled. Yulin, are you awake? Yes, uncle, has the promotion document arrived? Yes, you can't hide anything from me. Qin Moshan was in a very good mood, and laughed heartily. Congratulations, uncle. From now on, you will have even more responsibility. By the way, can I have the information? I've already sent you the promotion document. The promotion document was received at 12 o'clock yesterday. I was worried about disturbing Yulin's rest, so I held back. No problem, it's ready. I'll send you the documents later. By the way, I'll arrange for a technician to accompany you throughout the process. Yang Lin, thank you. Qin Moshan said solemnly, his heart full of gratitude. To be able to hand over things for free and also arrange for someone to guide you, not simple. Uncle, this is something I can do within my capabilities, so you don't need to thank me. Good. Ha ha ha, I heard Qin Moshan laugh again. Chapter 314 Chapter 311 Back to Rose Manor. The next day. Early in the morning, after arranging everything, Yang Lin was ready to return to Jiangcheng. Zhao Yucai had already woken up, and all the indicators were normal. After that, Hu Laoshi could help Zhao Yucai regulate his body. His trip to Kyoto this time was a complete success. It was just that there was one more person on the way back to Jiangcheng. Cousin, I'm ready, let's go. Let's go. Get in the car. Inhow sat in the back seat with his eyes closed and said, Cousin, did you tell Auntie that my father called me to behave myself? Yang Lin laughed unkindly and said, Do you still need me to report it? Uncle still doesn't know about your good fortune. Cousin, you shouldn't be so insulting. I guarantee you with my character that I will definitely not cause trouble. Of course, if trouble comes to me, that's a different story. Inhow was in a very bad mood. In the morning, when he couldn't sleep, he thought about sending a text message to Qin Wanzhi to ask how she was doing, but he didn't expect to be blocked. Blacklisted it is. Okay, you rest well, as long as you don't cause trouble, trouble won't come to you. Yang Lin didn't say anything else, and drove quietly. The Li family has been dealt a heavy blow this time, and they won't be able to make a splash for a while, which is just the time to make good arrangements. Ding dong ding. Another unfamiliar phone call. A smile appeared at the corner of Yang Lin's mouth. Yang Lin, I know about the Li family's influence abroad. Tell me. The phantom mercenaries, founded by Li Yushu's younger brother Li Yugang, have already taken shape abroad. Last night they raided the Devil's Murder Organization and dealt a heavy blow to the Devil's Organization. Oh. Yang Lin knew some of the situation in advance, but he still wasn't clear about the details. Li Yushu's younger brother Li Yugang, it seems that Li Yugang can't be spared either. Is the news accurate? 100% accurate. The Li family has no one they can use right now. I'm barely qualified, I guess. Grandpa told me to get ready to take over some of the overseas assets. Li Yulin had no secrets. The situation today is all thanks to Yang Lin's help, otherwise it would never have gone so smoothly. Okay, I wish you luck. I need to know the Li family's layout and the whereabouts of Li Yugang. Okay. Yang Lin sent a text message to Shi Zhang, investigate and collect information on Li Yugang. Cousin, you're pretty awesome. Inhow suddenly blurted out. Of course, aren't I awesome? Didn't you see it yesterday when we were playing games? Puff cousin, you're breaking my heart. Inhow pretended to be dead. Yang Lin burst out laughing. After a few hours' journey, the two arrived at Jiangcheng Airport. Cousin, I'm so hungry. Inhow was carrying a bag and wearing casual clothes. He looked quite handsome, to say the least. Bear with it a little longer. Dinner is ready at home, so you can eat when you get back. Yang Lin received a message from Qin Luoshi saying that dinner was ready and they were waiting for them to come home. Okay, for the sake of the food, bear with it a little longer. Inhow perked up and got into the car. An hour later. The car reached the Rose Manor. Cousin, you're so generous. Inhow gave a thumbs up. His manor in Country F was similar to this one, except it was more luxurious and extravagant. Let's go in. Yang Lin had been away for a few days and missed Qin Luoshi very much. He wondered how the wound on her shoulder was doing. Honey, I'm home. Qin Luoshi and Yang Lu were sitting on the sofa when they heard Yang Lin's voice and both stood up. You're back. Qin Luoshi looked at Yang Lin with love in her eyes. She had missed him so much after just a few days apart. Brother, I've missed you so much. Yang Lu smiled, her eyes like crescent moons. Although it was nice to be here, she still had school to attend to. Qin Luoshi had said that once Yang Lin returned and the danger was over, she could go back to school. Cough cough. There's someone else standing here. Inhow coughed, otherwise he would be too sweet. Let me introduce you, he is Inhow, my uncle's son, here for a few days to hang out. After the introduction, Yang Lin looked at Yang Lu, worried that Yang Lin would think too much. Hello, my name is Yang Lu, I'm Yang Lin's sister. Yang Lu said with a smile. Yang Lin's background was already very clear to her. As long as Yang Lin was happy, their relationship would not be severed just because they were not related by blood. Thinking about all this, Yang Lu was not at all awkward. "Hello, beautiful, I'm very happy to meet you. You must be my cousin's wife. I've heard my cousin talk about you. You're beautiful and kind, just as I expected," Inhow said seriously, with a smile on his face. Yang Lin punched Inhow in the shoulder. "Behave yourself. Cousin, look, you really let him have it, my shoulder is red." In no time at all, Inhow had returned to his usual self. Everyone laughed, the atmosphere was great. "You must be hungry, Auntie Lu has already prepared dinner, let's eat." "Great, my cousin-in-law understands me, my stomach has been growling for a long time." Inhow followed them to the dining room without further ado and sat down. Yang Lu glanced at Inhow from time to time, and Inhow tilted his head while eating. "Younger sister Yang Lu, is there something on my face? Why are you constantly peeking at me? You're not falling in love with me, are you?" Cough cough. Yang Lu spat out the food she had just eaten. She pulled a piece of paper and wiped her mouth, quickly saying, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Cough cough. "Slow down, Yang Lu, ignore him." Yang Lin gave Inhow a look and kicked him with his foot. "Cousin, why did you kick me?" "I was just telling the truth." Inhow continued eating. Cough cough. "I just think you look a bit like a star in the Korean entertainment group, very handsome, but why be so narcissistic?" Yang Lu rolled her eyes. At first, she thought Inhow was a gentleman, but it seems that was all an illusion. Indeed, as Yang Lin said, he is a funny guy. "Hey, I also think I'm very handsome. The stars in Korean entertainment are all made up, but I am the original genuine product. Don't compare me to fakes," Inhow said seriously. "He does look a bit like a celebrity, and his temperament is biased towards Korean entertainment. But these are all superficial. The real him is terrifying." Yang Lu also let go and boldly joked around. The few happily ate their meals, and from time to time Yang Lin would pass the dishes to Qin Luoshi. "Yang Lu, I'm full, how about you?" "I'm full too, so what? Take me out for a walk, I don't want to be fed dog food, it's too sweet." "Okay." Yang Lu covered her mouth and laughed. Yang Lin and Qin Luoshi had such a good relationship, when would she be able to find her own other half? "You can't stop eating, let's go for a walk, I'll have someone take you away later." Yang Lin threw peanuts at Inhow, and they just happened to go into Inhow's mouth. "Okay, I'll follow my cousin's orders. Yang Lu, let's go for a walk." "Okay." Yang Lu stood up and took Inhow away. Chapter 315. Chapter 312. Qin Shiwang arrives. The door to the villa closes, and Yang Lin places a hand on Qin Luoshi's shoulder as the chair moves closer. "How's the injury on your shoulder? Does it still hurt?" Yang Lin whispers gently in Qin Luoshi's ear. "No, it doesn't hurt anymore." Qin Luoshi's face turns slightly red as Yang Lin blows warm air in her ear, tickling her. "I'll check it later." Yang Lin smiled seductively, sat up straight, crossed his legs, and Qin Luoshi was still very shy. Qin Luoshi gave Yang Lin a look and bowed her head to drink her soup. "Was this trip to Kyoto smooth?" "Smooth, a few things have been dealt with, and the rest will just develop as it should." "That's good, you should rest too, you haven't stopped for a while and you must be tired." "I don't think I can rest." Yang Lin shook his head helplessly. He also wanted to rest, travel around with Qin Luoshi, and make a villain in the meantime. "More things?" Qin Luoshi raised her eyebrows slightly and looked at Yang Lin sideways. "Bah!" Yang Lin gave Qin Luoshi's side face a kiss. "You surprise attack." Qin Luoshi said coquettishly. "Ha ha ha, I like it." After saying that, Yang Lin took Qin Luoshi by the hand and walked over to the sofa, where he sat down and put his arms around her. "Luoshi, if you want to truly rest, you must eliminate all hidden dangers and not always be on your guard. What do you need me to do?" Yang Lin pondered for a while, not knowing what to say to Qin Luoshi. There was no way to explain the system. "Is it a problem?" Qin Luoshi's heart lifted, her brows knitted, and her face turned slightly pale. "No, I just don't want you to get tired, but I'm not proficient in business. To put it more bluntly, I don't want to use my brain." Yang Lin placed his head on Qin Luoshi's right shoulder and held her tightly in his arms. "Leave it to me." Qin Luoshi leaned back relaxedly in Yang Lin's arms. If there was anything she was good at, business might be one of them. After all, she had spent the previous 10-odd years preparing to take over Jioding. Okay, I have a copy of the company's information here, take a look when you have time. Also, there are a few companies in Jiangcheng that I haven't bothered with, so you can help manage them too. If possible, the companies in Kyoto should cooperate with my sister. I believe that in the near future, the two of you can become real business tycoons. Yang Lin reckoned that if the two of them teamed up, no domestic enterprise could match them. As for foreign business, take your time. Good. Qin Luoshi was full of expectations. Ever since she woke up, she had felt useless, but now she had finally found a place to be useful. Honey, after we've eaten and drunk our fill, let's do some exercise. What exercise? Shouldn't we rest for half an hour after eating, or go for a walk? What exercise can we do? Qin Luoshi looked at Yang Lin in confusion, and Yang Lin's face was full of love. Her face immediately turned red. Rascal! Ha ha ha! Yang Lin hugged Qin Luoshi and walked upstairs. Yang Lin, it's still broad daylight, Inhow and Yang Lu might come back at any time, let's talk about it tonight. Qin Luoshi hugged Yang Lin's head and, in a panic, tugged on his ear. The arrow is on the string, it's hard, wife, don't you miss me? Yang Lin continued to seduce Qin Luoshi, kicked open the door, and slammed it shut behind him. He gently laid Qin Luoshi on the bed and then fell onto her. Honey, I've missed you so much. Yang Lin's head gently brushed Qin Luoshi's chin as he looked at her lovingly. A wave of emotion washed over Qin Luoshi's heart, and she couldn't hide the love in her eyes as she reached out and wrapped her arms around Yang Lin's head. I've missed you too, every single moment. Yang Lin couldn't hold back any longer. Ding dong ding. An untimely phone call came from Yang Lin's pocket. SSH. Who's calling at this time? Never mind. But the phone didn't stop, it kept ringing. Yang Lin, the phone's been ringing, it must be important. Qin Luoshi nudged Yang Lin, she was a little uncomfortable too, but definitely better than Yang Lin. Phew. Yang Lin sat up, unbuttoned his shirt, and looked like he was full of pent-up desire. He took out his phone and looked at the person who had interrupted him to see what the problem was. Auntie. Yang Lin suddenly remembered that Qin Shiwu was waiting for him in Jiangcheng. He quickly swiped his phone to answer the call. Auntie, I'm sorry, I was just a little busy. It's fine, I looked at the time and you should have already arrived in Jiangcheng, so I called you. Qin Shiwang's family was outside the Rose Manor, and the security guards wouldn't let them in. There was nothing they could do but keep calling Yang Lin's phone. She was a little annoyed. She should have asked Qin Luoshi for a contact last time. I've already arrived in Jiangcheng, Auntie. Where are you? I'll come find you. Yang Lin patted Qin Luoshi's head to ease his depression. No, we're not invited guests. We're outside the Rose Manor, but we just can't get in. Qin Shiwang said with a smile, holding Sheng Duer's hand. Auntie, wait a minute, I'll ask the guard to let us in right away. Good. Yang Lin immediately called the security office and asked them to let them in. Luoshi, your aunt and uncle are here, let's go downstairs. Good. The two quickly tidied up their slightly messy clothes so as not to be rude. They waited at the door. Qin Shiwan's car pulled in. Auntie, uncle, hello, go in. Okay. Several people walked into the villa chatting and laughing. Yang Lin, we are uninvited. Auntie, I'm embarrassed to say what you said, I didn't contact you as soon as I returned to Jiangcheng. We're all family, so don't be polite. Qin Shiwan's happily surveyed the surroundings, the environment was good, and the taste was also very good. Dor, how have you been feeling lately? Yang Lin looked at Sheng Dor and asked in a low voice. Qin Luoshi placed the prepared fruit on the table and sat next to Sheng Dor. It's more comfortable than before. That's good, I'll take your pulse, don't be nervous. HM. Yang Lin held out his hand and carefully took Sheng Dor's pulse. No one else said a word, waiting quietly. 2 minutes later. Yang Lin, what's the verdict? Auntie, don't worry, things are heading in the right direction. I'll change Dor's medicine a few more times to continue toning her body, and her health will gradually improve, just like anyone else's. Good, that's great, wonderful. Qin Shiwang excitedly hugged Sheng Dor, this was the best news she had ever heard. Sheng Jingwen slowly released his clenched hands, relaxed his brows, and let out a long sigh. They had sought out many famous doctors, and each time they had gone with high hopes, only to leave disappointed. This time, they were not disappointed. Yang Lin, you saved Duor. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. Yang Lin had not finished speaking when the door was pushed open. Inhow and Yang Lu walked in, chatting and laughing, holding flowers in their hands. Chapter 316 Chapter 313 Yan Lin's conversation with the others. Bang! Followed by the sound of a door closing. The several people looked at each other, and there was no sound in the living room for a moment. Yang Lin coughed lightly, stood up and said, "Aunt, uncle, this is my cousin Inhow, and next to him is my younger sister Yang Lu." "Inhow, Yang Lu, these two are my aunt, uncle, she is Shang Duer, my cousin." "Hello?" Qin Shurwing broke the silence first. "Hello auntie and uncle." Yang Lu greeted politely, then looked at Shang Duer and said, "Sister, you're so cute." After that, she handed the flowers in her hand to Shang Duer. "Thank you, sister, you're so pretty." Shang Duer smiled, showing 2 dimples on her face. Shang Jingwen frowned and looked at Inhow. Qin Shurwing didn't know who he was, but Shang Jingwen knew very well. "It's been a long time, Mr. Shang." Inhow sat down next to Yan Lin with a smile on his face and placed the flowers in his hands on the table. "It's been a long time." Shang Jingwen didn't expect Inhow to be Yang Lin's cousin, and even less did he expect to meet him here. After all, Inhow's danger level was not generally high. Seeing this, Yan Lin understood that there must be a story behind it, and he said, "Uncle, Inhow, let's go to the study, there are some things we need to discuss." Then he looked at Qin Luoshi, "Take good care of your aunt, Duoer." "Okay." Qin Luoshi nodded and agreed. Yang Lin got up, followed by Shang Jingwen and Inhow. They really didn't want the women to know certain things, so as to avoid worrying and being afraid. They just needed to be happy and live a happy life. Study. "Uncle, Inhow, sit down. Do you know each other?" Yan Lin sat across from him and asked with certainty. Inhow glanced at Shang Jingwen and gave a cynical look. "The head of the Shang family. I've heard a lot of rumors about him in Country F. He's well known." Yang Lin looked at Shang Jingwen in surprise. He didn't expect him to be so impressive. He gave a completely different impression. "Yang Lin, don't be surprised. I'm also a father." Shang Jingwen relaxed, crossed his legs, and his brows revealed a fierce look. "Inhow, on the other hand, you, the head of the Yin family's criminal underworld, what are you doing in Jiangcheng?" Shang Jingwen had done a detailed investigation into the Yin family and had not found any connection between them and the Qin family. Could it be? An idea came to his mind. Shang Jingwen sat up straight and then laughed. Qin Modai really has lost the big picture and picked up the small. Guess? Inhow folded his hands together and was not surprised. If Shang Jingwen hadn't guessed, then he wouldn't be him. "I came to China to meet my cousins, no other meaning. If you don't mind, I'll go back to F with you, and save on the fare." "No, you can play as long as you like, I've never seen you before." Shang Jingwen didn't want to get too close to Inhow, he was not someone to mess with. Compared to the other 2 Yin family members in charge, Shang Jingwen didn't want to see Inhow the least. Cough cough. "I think I've got it figured out, your relationship seems to be bad." "Cousin, I'm very sad to hear you say that. I have no contact with him, so how can it be bad? We've just heard of each other's names." Inhow defended himself, as if he was not welcome anywhere. "Okay, let's get down to business. Uncle, you know the Min family in Country F, right?" "Yes, our business with the Min family is evenly matched in Country F. As for overall strength, we are better, but not by much." Shang Jingwen spoke the truth, without hiding anything. If the Min family offended Yang Lin, Shang Jingwen could intervene, but it wouldn't be a good thing. "Uncle, you've got it all wrong. I have no grudges against the Min family. It's just that he wants to buy the arms I have and give them to the devil's killing organization." "Holy shit!" Inhow yelled, stood up, and stared at Yang Lin in surprise. "Cousin, you have an arms factory." Shang Jingwen was also very surprised, but he didn't show it very obviously, after all, his age and experience were there. Cough cough. "There is one, but it's not very big." Yang Lin didn't know how to explain it, so he spoke vaguely, covering up the embarrassment in his heart. "Cousin, the arms factory doesn't matter if it's big or small, it's very awesome, so why don't you just give me all the weapons?" Inhow said with a smile, his hands constantly rubbing together. "You'd better forget it, if you want a small amount, I'll provide it, but as for the rest, forget it." Yang Lin thought very clearly. He still hoped that the military factory would play its regular role. He originally wanted to tell Qin Moshan about this matter, but the factory was not in the country, which was very inconvenient, so he thought of the Jing family. Cousin. Inhow was unwilling and wanted to continue pestering Yang Lin. Stop, if you say anything else, it's not at all stingy. Inhow sat down with a huff, cross-armed his hands in front of his chest. Yang Lin, what do you want me to do? Sheng Jingwen asked directly. I want to cooperate with the Shang family. The factory has the production capacity, but lacks sales channels. I don't want to spend time developing the market. The Shang family's channels are mature and fully meet my requirements. You can make a profit from this, but I hope that the weapons produced by the military factory can be used in regular channels. I don't care about other people, I just want to do my best. In addition, the Shang family is also involved in high technology, and I happen to have a lot of patents in this area. We can cooperate commercially. As for scientific and technological achievements that have risen to the national level, I cannot give them to you. I hope you understand. Yan Lin spoke all his thoughts at once. This was the result of his careful consideration. Cooperation is a win-win situation. Forcing your way into the market of country F and trying to get a share of the pie might backfire. Cousin, you really don't treat me as a person. Our Yin family is not bad either. Inhow said discontentedly. Although the Yin family is not as good as the Shang family in business, they can at least squeeze into the top 5. Coupled with the underworld they run, no one in country F dares to mess with them. The Yin family runs things differently. I've already handed over the mall to Luo Shi. In a while, we'll go to the Yin family and if there's a suitable project, we'll cooperate. Yang Lin explains seriously. He had studied the industries of both families before making this decision. Fine, this time we'll let Shang family win. Inhow pondered and decided to go back and tell his 2 brothers. He would try to fleece Yang Lin, who had quite a few things on his hands. Sheng Jingwen was shocked. He stared at Yang Lin in silence, wondering how Yang Lin had done it. The Shang family's success today was the result of the joint efforts of several generations. And Yang Lin? He had only returned to the Qin family recently, so where did he get the industries in his hands? He had to think about it. Could it be that he had a more secret identity? Otherwise, the explanation wouldn't hold up. Yang Lin, would you mind telling me where these industries and technological achievements came from? Chapter 317 Chapter 314 Inhow and the others discussed going out to play. Yang Lin was silent for a while, then looked up and said, Uncle, I can only say that the things I have in my hands have all come through regular channels and are legal. As for the rest, I can't tell you for now. Sheng Jingwen kept staring at Yang Lin. Yang Lin's thoughts didn't seem fake. What was he hiding? Perhaps it was because the forces behind him were too great that he couldn't or didn't want to say. But no matter what, the cooperation proposed by Yang Lin is of great benefit to the Shang family. Inhow also did not let go of Yang Lin's expression. It seems that Yang Lin needs to be re-examined. His influence is no less than the Yin family's, and his own worries are superfluous. Perhaps Yang Lin's abilities can rival those of his 2 older brothers. Okay, I promise you, I will draw up a plan for cooperation as soon as possible. Will you go with us this time? After Sheng Jingwen finished speaking, he glanced at Inhow. He didn't expect Yin Yan to be hiding so deep. I'm afraid even Qin Modai doesn't know her identity yet. We really need to go. I'll arrange things in Jiangcheng for the next 2 days, and then make a decision after that. Okay, we'll take Duor back first, and I'll wait for you in France. Okay. Yang Lin nodded. As the head of a family, Sheng Jingwen definitely had a lot of things to deal with, and it was already very rare that he could accompany his wife and son to Jiangcheng. Cousin, you're going to F country so soon, and I haven't had a chance to have fun in the country yet. Inhow hung his head, not wanting to go back. There wasn't anything going on at the base anyway, and he thought the country was quite fun, except that he couldn't use force at any time. Yang Lin was also worried. Inhow was like a time bomb, with no rules and doing exactly as he pleased. If something happened in the country, it would be difficult. You can have fun for a couple of days. The exact time hasn't been decided yet, and I want to go see my mom as soon as possible. This matter has been weighing on Yang Lin's mind. Although he has seen Yin Yan in the video, she must be different in real life. Hey, okay, when will the person you arranged arrive? I want to go explore Jiangcheng. Inhow can't wait to go out and explore, wasting time at home. I'll call him later and tell him to take you away. Yang Lin said impatiently, a wry smile appearing on his face. Go downstairs. Sheng Jingwen looked at Inhow and always felt strange. Was this still the Inhow he knew? Funny. Unaccustomed to it, Sheng Jingwen's eyelids twitched. Good. As the few people just walked to the stairs, they heard a burst of laughter and joy from downstairs. Who's here? Inhow hurriedly ran downstairs, his body particularly agile. There was an extra man and woman in the living room, and the few people were chatting together warmly. Brother Yang. Yubin was the first to see the people coming downstairs and called out, his eyes burning with excitement. You're here. I just got here. Qin Yan heard that I was going to your house, so he had to follow me here. Yubin scratched his head embarrassedly. Brother, I came to see Yan Lu. Okay, and to discuss fashion with your wife. Qin Yan pouted, muttering in dissatisfaction. That's great, Yan Lu was also bored, you came just in time. Yang Lin smiled. There were a lot of people, and the house was lively. He walked over to Qin Luoshi and sat down next to her. Sheng Jingwen also walked over to Qin Shiwu and quietly watched the young people fool around. Cousin, you just let him take me around Jiangcheng, right? Yes, he is Yubin. He will take you around these 2 days. Okay, no problem. Inhow made a gesture and walked over to Yubin, putting his hand on his shoulder. My name is Inhow. I'll be troubling you for the next 2 days. Show me the food, the scenery, and the exciting things in Jiangcheng. Okay, no problem. I will definitely complete whatever Yang Go asks me to do, and I guarantee that you will have a blast in Jiangcheng. Ha ha ha. The two of them laughed smugly. Yang Lin put his hand on his forehead, hoping that nothing would happen in the next few days. Brother, what are you playing at? Take us with you. It's the weekend, I'm off work, so it's a good chance to see something. Qin Yan folded his hands and looked at Yubin pitifully. Yubin was a bit embarrassed. After all, when the guys are together, the girl follows, and it is inconvenient for some things. Brother In, okay. Qin Yan looked sideways at Inhow, his eyes full of longing. Inhow's body shivered, so this is how girls can be. Okay, just follow, but don't disturb us. Inhow thought to himself, she's just a little girl, right? Qin Yan jumped up, smiling and saying, Yang Lu, you must be bored staying at home, let's go together. Inhow froze for a moment, is this still the same pitiful girl? She's so good at acting, but the words have already been spoken, they can't be taken back. Yubin gave Inhow a look, see, I knew it would be like this. Yang Lu also wanted to go out, but she didn't know if it was okay. After all, she had just gone out for a walk, and the number of security guards at the villa had not decreased. If she went out rashly now, would she cause trouble for Yang Lin? She looked at Yang Lin, her eyes full of questions. Go, it's fine, have fun. Yang Lin nodded. Yang Lu was at the age where she should be having fun, and it was unrealistic for her to stay at home all the time. Besides, Li Guanghai and the killer had been dealt with, and the danger had been temporarily lifted. Thank you, brother. Qin Yan, let's go have hot pot this afternoon. I'm starving. No problem. Let my brother treat. Qin Yan said unceremoniously, and glanced at Yubin in passing, his eyes full of smugness. Brother, I've created the opportunity for you. No problem, I'll treat. You can eat whatever you want and play whatever you want. Yubin patted his chest heroically, his face full of excitement. Inhow ran his hand along his chin, looking back and forth, something's up. Hey, this is fun. At that moment, Shang Duor gently tugged Qin Shiwen's shirt. Duor, what is it, are you not feeling well? Qin Shiwen's asked nervously. Shang Duor shook her head, crossed her arms, and looked at Yang Lu and the others with her eyes. Duor, you wanna hang out with us, right? Yang Lu walked over to Shang Duor, knelt down, and took her hand. Shang Duor nodded and said softly, I wanna go. Shang Jingwen sat up straight and looked at Qin Shuen. This was the first time Shang Duor had expressed her own opinion. Tears welled up in Qin Shuen's eyes, and Shang Jingwen hugged her. Trying hard to control his emotions, he took a deep breath and became worried at the same time. Inhow and the others going out to play would definitely be crazy. What if Duor got hurt following them? Shang Jingwen was a little worried, but Duor had expressed her own wishes for the first time, and he couldn't bear to refuse. Yang Lu couldn't make the decision, so she looked over at Qin Shiwu and said, Auntie, is it okay? Qin Shiwu wanted to nod, but she also had some concerns, so she looked at Shang Jingwen questioningly. Inhow knew that Sheng Duer had always been sick, and when he saw Shang Jingwen's indecisive look, he understood what he was thinking. Don't worry, I won't let Duer play anything dangerous, I promise to keep Duer safe. Chapter 318 Chapter 315 Yan Lin and Qin Luoshi reveal their plans to each other. Inhow sits helplessly on the sofa, wondering why no one trusts him. Yan Lin and Shang Jingwen are also like this. I'm reliable, okay? Uncle, Duer needs to interact with people, which is good for her recovery. Don't worry, Jiangcheng is currently very safe. Yang Lin understands Shang Jingwen's concerns, but it is not possible to keep Duo or Shang by his side all the time. Flowers in a greenhouse can easily be broken, and besides, young people are full of youthful exuberance, and Duo needs to experience it. After weighing the pros and cons, Shang Jingwen nods, and he will arrange for bodyguards to be behind them to ensure Duo's safety. Go ahead, have fun with them. Thank you, Dad. Duo Shang shows a happy smile. That's great, Duo, you're having so much fun with us. Yu Qinyan said with a big smile, like a big sister protecting her little sister. Let's go, let's go. Inhow couldn't contain his excitement anymore. Sitting here was a waste of time, so he might as well go out and have some fun. Let's go. The five of them got up together. Yang Lu and Yu Qinyan took Sheng Duer's right and left hands respectively and walked towards the door. Qin Shiwang's eyes never left Sheng Duer. After the door closed, she shed a tear. Returning to Beijing was the wise choice. In this environment, Duer will definitely get better. Sheng Jingwen hugged Qin Shiwang tightly. This trip was worth it. Yang Lin, thank you. Uncle, we are family, so you don't need to say thank you. Yang Lin stroked Qin Luoshi's hair and said with a smile. Auntie, where are you and Uncle staying? Qin Luoshi patted Yang Lin's hand and said apologetically. At the hotel. Qin Shiwang wiped away her tears and answered with a smile, as if a great weight had been lifted. Auntie, there are many empty rooms in the villa, if you don't mind, you can come and stay at our house, my parents are also at home, we can chat and not be bored. We don't want to intrude, we plan to go back in a couple of days, there are still many things waiting for Jingwen to deal with in F country. Qin Shiwang politely declined, saying that Sheng Jingwen could not be gone for too long, or he would lose control. Yang Lin will be going first. There are still things that need to be taken care of. The prescription? Uncle, just a moment. Yang Lin immediately went to the study and grabbed a pen and paper to write it down. 5 minutes later. Qin Shiwang left with the prescription and Sheng Jingwen. Honey, they're all gone. Shall we continue? Yang Lin hugged Qin Luoshi, his chin rubbing against Qin Luoshi's shoulder, which had not been injured. Behave yourself. Qin Luoshi slapped Yang Lin's hand away. It was still early, and besides, she planned to devote herself to her work and fulfill her dream of becoming a business queen. Yang Lin, what were you two talking about upstairs? Yang Lin let go of Qin Luoshi, stretched his legs out straight, and leaned lazily back on the sofa. Honey, if I told you that I am a rich second-generation heir with a hidden past, would you believe me? Qin Luoshi lowered her head, thinking about Yang Lin's past, and then looked up and said, I believe you. Honey, I have a business in Beijing. You know, I don't know anything about business, so I can only rely on you. A business? Haven't you always hired a professional manager to manage it? A few companies in Jiangcheng are doing pretty well and have very good performance. Qin Luoshi didn't quite understand. Was there really a difference between the businesses in Beijing? Yang Lin took out his phone and forwarded the information that Shi Zhang had sent him to Qin Luoshi. Take a look at the phone. Yang Lin couldn't explain it well, so he let Qin Luoshi see for herself. Tianjin organization was also rewarded by the system because of Qin Luoshi. It was just right, and the business part was in the hands of Qin Luoshi, so he felt more at ease. Qin Luoshi spent a full half-hour reading the information. She was shocked and looked at Yang Lin with wide eyes. Could such a business be Yang Lin's? It is more than 50 times the size of Jioding Construction, covering all aspects of clothing, food, housing, and transportation. What's even more impressive is that it has many high-tech products such as artificial intelligence and lithography machines. These are things that are difficult to buy even with money, and many countries are scrambling to buy them. Qin Luoshi took a deep breath of cold air and never came back to her senses. It's really like Yang Lin said, he is a rich second generation with a deep hidden identity. Is this really yours? Yes. Yang Lin said with certainty. He has seen the capabilities of the system and is also very surprised, not to mention Qin Luoshi. The Tianjin organization does not have hundreds of years of heritage and cannot achieve today's success. Qin Luoshi let out a long breath and sat there in a daze. Yang Lin did not disturb him, and he could only rely on Qin Luoshi to digest it himself. Okay, I'll go manage it. Thank you, wife, you're so good. There are a few companies in Jiangcheng. See if you need to merge them together. I don't know about this, I'll rely on you. Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief and gave Qin Luoshi a heavy kiss on the cheek. If Qin Luoshi had pursued the matter and asked questions, he didn't know how he would have answered. He really loved her. I'll wait until I figure out the situation before I get into specifics. Who should I contact? Wait, I'll send you Zhang's phone number. Yang Lin immediately sent the number to Qin Luoshi. You go ahead and play, I'll go upstairs and do some research. Qin Luoshi got up and left. Yang Lin had a lot of secrets, but he didn't want to talk about them, and Qin Luoshi didn't plan to keep asking. After all, everyone had their own little secrets. She had always wanted to make a big splash in the business world, and Yang Lin had given her a great foundation, which she would seize and build a commercial building on. No, I just got back, you can take your time researching it later. Yang Lin grimaced. If I had known, I would have waited until tomorrow, and the benefits would have been gone. Qin Luoshi shook her hand while her back was turned, refusing. Hey! Yang Lin slumped down, eating grapes, and regretted his decision. He had already left the business matters to Qin Luoshi, and they had been taken care of. As for personal matters, it was better if he was in control. Ding dong ding. Listening to the phone ringing, Yang Lin felt a little helpless. When would the phone stop ringing? He looked at the caller ID, it was Qin Moshan's phone. Could there be a problem with the technology? Uncle, what's wrong? Yang Lin, your technician is here, and I've received the information. That's good, you can leave the rest to the researchers. Yang Lin let out a sigh of relief, thinking there was something wrong. Yes, just leave it to them, we are just simple folk, we don't understand these things. But I heard your technician say that you have a lot of high-tech stuff on hand. Qin Moshan paused in the middle of his sentence, waiting for Yang Lin with a smile. Yang Lin smiled, and realized that he was waiting for him here. No, the country needs it. I'm just a soldier in the army. It's useless to want that stuff. The country needs to develop technology. Qin Moshan said at the end, looking serious. It may seem like times are peaceful, but in fact the country is under a lot of pressure. Only by vigorously developing technology and strengthening our strength can we not be bullied. Uncle, I understand. I will contact Gua, the president of the National Academy of Science and Technology, in my spare time. Yang Lin also didn't want to keep these technological products in his hands. After all, only the application of production capacity can generate value. Good, thank you. Qin Moshan excitedly put down the phone, lit a cigarette, and smiled. He is worthy of being a Qin family child. With Yang Lin, the Qin family will stand for decades to come. Chapter 319 Chapter 316 Ocean World. Yubin, where are we going? Yubin drove a spacious car, and the five of them didn't feel cramped even when sitting inside. Inhow fastened his seatbelt, looked at Yubin, and said that he had checked the location of Jiangcheng and honestly didn't know much about it. Where do you want to go? Yubin didn't answer, but looked at the three girls sitting in the back seat. If it was just Inhow alone, there would be plenty of places to go, but with three girls tagging along, it would be a bit inconvenient. Brother, let's go to the ocean world. I heard there are activities there that are quite fun. Yang Lu and I were planning to go this weekend, and it just so happens that Duor has never been there before. How about it? Yu Qinyan folded his hands together and looked at the two of them expectantly. Isn't ocean world for kids? Yubin looked at Inhow in puzzlement, his eyes full of questions. Ocean world? Inhow's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, such big people going to ocean world. Come on, I heard it's quite fun. Duor has been at home all the time, she hasn't been there to play, how can you bear to see us sad? Brother Ian, it's true, there are a lot of promotions about Ocean World on Douyu, it's really fun, let's go together. Yang Lu also joined the discussion. Yubin and Inhow could tell from the other person's eyes that they didn't really want to go. If they went, they would just be carrying bags around, and there would be no passion at all. However, the eyes of the three people in the back row were too burning, and it was hard to refuse. If only they had known not to bring the three of them, and just gone out with two people, how much better it would have been. Inhow, just go with them to the ocean world this afternoon, and I'll take you to something exciting tonight. Yubin gave a playful smile. Yang Lin's racing skills were top-notch, but I wonder how Inhow's are. It so happens that there is a car racing competition in the mountains tonight, and he wants to persuade Yang Lin to participate. He is sure that Yang Lin will win first place, but now it seems unlikely. I wonder how Inhow's racing skills are. What kind of excitement? Inhow is interested and leans sideways in his chair. Wait, I'll tell you while I drive. Yubin navigates and searches for Ocean World, starts the car. Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. Inhow urged, if the evening's activities are not exciting enough, he is considering going it alone in the afternoon. After all, he has seen marine animals directly in the sea, so what's the point of seeing them in an aquarium? There's a car racing competition tonight. How's your racing skills? Are you interested? Yubin said excitedly, as long as it's about racing, he's interested, but his skills aren't top-notch, and sometimes he gets abused. Unfortunately, that's just the way it is with talent. When it comes to racing, I dare say no one can beat me. Inhow leaned back in his chair, rubbing his hands together. It was indeed exciting. He decided to take a break in the afternoon and have some fun and relax in the evening. Are you serious? Have you ever raced against Yang? Yang's racing skills are awesome. Yubin said excitedly. Everyone around Yang Lin is amazing. Although Inhow said so, his skills must not be bad. Is my cousin really that good at racing? Yes, didn't you know? Okay, I really don't know. Let's find a time to have a good race and get revenge. Inhow thought about being abused while playing the game yesterday, and he was so angry that his teeth ached. Finally, he found an opportunity to get back at him. What revenge? Nothing, just drive well. Inhow would never say such a shameful thing. Brother, take us with you tonight. Yu Qinyan stuck her head out the front and smiled at Yubin. A girl, what's the point of racing cars, just stay at home at night. Inhow pushed Yu Qinyan's head back hard. Discrimination against women. Yu Qinyan huffed, put her arms around her chest, and looked out the window. Half an hour later. Ocean World. Door, let's go, let's have fun. Yang Lu took Sheng Dor by the hand and walked towards the entrance of the venue. Yubin automatically queues up to buy tickets. Inhow stands by his side, looking listless and helpless. Just think of it as practicing in advance for accompanying children to the aquarium. Let's go. The three of them are in high spirits, looking at the dolphins, seals, and penguins ahead of them, occasionally whispering and laughing, full of youthful exuberance, with smiles on everyone's faces. Yubin and Inhow are uninterested, walking slowly in the back, like two old gentlemen taking a stroll, completely different from the people hurrying around inside the venue. Yubin, what time does the venue close? Inhow found a seat and sat down, not bothering to walk first. What a waste of time. It's 5:30, just bear with it a little longer. Yubin patted Inhow on the shoulder. Men and women really do have different interests. Who? Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. Yubin, is that Yang Lu's voice? It sounds like it, something's happened. The two of them quickly ran in the direction of the noise. They saw. Yang Lu was holding Sheng Duer tightly in her arms, while a fat man on the other side shouted at her, "How dare you? You didn't even apologize to the person you stepped on. You think you can get away with yelling and blaming others? You'd better think again. Duer didn't move an inch. Your son fell by himself. What do we have to do with it?" Yu Qinyan stood in front of the two of them, crossed his arms, and looked around. He couldn't find the two of them anywhere. The man opposite was fierce and evil, and she was a little scared, but she couldn't scare Duer. "You fart, my son will fall for no reason, looking for a beating, right?" As he said this, the man was about to strike, and Yu Qinyan nervously closed her eyes and yelled, "Assault." I don't feel any pain." She opened her eyes and saw Inhow grab the man's hand and push hard, and the man fell backwards and collapsed on the ground. "Phew, you finally arrived. I thought I was going to get a beating today." Yu Qinyan let out a sigh of relief and glared fiercely at the man opposite her. "How dare you hit me? I'll fight you to the death." The man got up nimbly and kicked Inhow in the face. Inhow also lifted his foot and kicked the man in the knee. "Ah, my leg is broken." The man kept howling, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Inhow was not right. He was good at martial arts, but he was obviously not in the same league as Inhow. "Damn, you're a pushover, shut the hell up." Inhow impatiently kicked the man, who endured the pain and dared not howl anymore. "You bastard, you dare hit my dad, I'll kill you." The man's son, without knowing when, rushed directly in front of Inhow and punched and kicked him. Inhow frowned, and the boy's father was a bad influence on him. He reached out and grabbed the boy's arm, swung him around, and threw him onto the man. "You should be grateful that they are fine, otherwise, it will not be as simple as a kick. Get out." Inhow's face was very scary, and the temperature around him dropped a few degrees. If they were not there, Yang Lu and the others would not have gotten off lightly. Okay. The man endured the pain, hugged his son, and limped out of the house. Chapter 320 Chapter 317 Brother Su, I've been beaten up, please come and save me. How is Duor? Shang Duor is the Shang family's precious treasure, and she has always been in poor health. If something happens to her, Shang Jingwen will be furious, and that will be trouble. Brother, I'm fine. Shang Duor gave a sweet smile. She had been having a lot of fun in the afternoon, and just now she was also protected in Yang Lu's arms. She wasn't hurt, but she felt very warm instead. That's good, let's go, I think we've had enough fun for now. Okay. After something like this happened, none of the people were in the mood anymore, and they had pretty much played enough. Let's go out for dinner. A few people walked out of the aquarium, Yubin went to get the car, and they waited at the door. Where are you going tonight? I'll take you back first. Brotherine, you want to get rid of us so quickly? No way, we're hungry and want to eat. Yu Qinyan was still thinking about the racing car, so how could she be so easily dismissed by Inhow? She winked at Yang Lu, thinking that such a fun and exciting thing would not be without them, but she was dreaming. Inhow was at a loss for words. He couldn't scare people, and he was afraid that Yang Lin and Shang Jingwen would chop him up. Yubin's car pulled up, get in. Inhow got in the car and glanced at Yubin. Yubin didn't understand why and froze for a moment. Brotherine, no need to wink and smile, we'll just follow. If you don't let us follow, we'll go complain, right Duor, Yang Lu. Yu Qinyan and the others had already discussed it, and they were all very curious. They didn't want to let this opportunity go, and besides, with Inhow and the others there would be no dangerous situations. Yes, we want to go too. Yang Lu agreed, and car racing did sound exciting. Since they had arrived in Jiangcheng and gotten in the car, they had seen too many things, and this wasn't a bad one. Me, I want to go too. Shang Duor said softly, she just wanted to be with Yang Lu and the others. Headache. Inhow put his hands on his forehead and simply closed his eyes. Xinyan, racing is not for girls like you. You can go shopping or have coffee at night, whatever you like, just do something that girls are supposed to do. No way, we just like to go watch racing. Don't worry, we'll just be watching from the sidelines, we won't cause any trouble. Yu Qinyan promised, slapping a red date on top. Okay, if anything happens, it's got nothing to do with us. Inhow's head was spinning from the noise. He waved his hands, saying that nothing would happen with them there, and that they were just like playing with a few children. Oh yeah, Ingo, I knew you were the best, I love you. Yu Qinyan and Yang Lu gave each other a high five, their goal achieved. Shang Duor also held out her hand, shook hands with them, and smiled. Let's eat first, what do you want to eat? How about hot pot? Is that okay? Okay, hot pot. The group unanimously decided to drive to the nearest hot pot restaurant. They went to the Sifan Hot Pot restaurant. The group entered and found a seat by the window, where they could watch the pedestrians coming and going outside. Soon, all the dishes were served. Eat as much as you like, and order more if you're not full. Let's eat. The group was uninhibited, having let go after spending the afternoon together, and they didn't hide their eating manners. 10 minutes later, a few fierce-looking men walked in. Brother Ming, they're the ones who beat me up at the aquarium. You have to avenge me. The man pointed at Inhow and the others. He walked out of the aquarium with his child, thinking about it over and over again. He was not convinced. He was the one who hit others, not the other way around. Besides, he was recently competing for the position of team leader. If he gave in like this, who would obey him in the future? Thinking about this, he immediately contacted Brother Ming and found a few people to deal with Inhow together. Can't Inhow fight? A few people will gang up on him and see if he can fight back. Damn it, you should just swat a fly, otherwise it's annoying when it buzzes around your ears. Inhow put down his chopsticks, his face displeased, and he took a tissue to wipe his mouth. Kid, watch your mouth, come here and give my brother 3 kowtows, and we'll let this go, otherwise, I'm not responsible if you lose a limb. Yang Lu looked at the men with murderous intent, a little scared, and took Duer in her arms, whispering, Brotherine, let me call my brother. No need, I can handle it. Inhow rejected with a single word. If he couldn't even handle this trivial matter, he would have wasted all these years. Very well, missing arms and legs, he doesn't mind letting them taste such a feeling. Yu Qinyan also leaned over Yang Lu, making enough room to reveal an unfriendly smile. She wasn't worried. After witnessing Inhow's skills this afternoon, he was definitely awesome. Just wait until later when she cheers him on. Kid, what's it going to be? Do you want us to do it, or do you want to come over and kowtow? Inhow stood up and slowly walked towards them. Kid, you know what's up. Brother Ming laughed out loud, his round belly shaking with laughter. It was so funny. After standing still, Inhow said, I am a good person and will fulfill your wish. Ah. Minggu shouted, and his right arm bent directly to 90 degrees. Inhow gave a kick, and Minggu fell to his knees with a thud. Just listening to the sound made him feel pain. Damn, what are you all standing there for, are you dead? Hurry up and give it to me. Ming Ji's teeth were chattering with pain. He had been playing hawk for many years, and had been pecked in the eye by a hawk. Inhow stood with his hands folded, looking quite the chivalrous hero from behind. Brotherine, you're so cool, so handsome. Yu Qinyan was enjoying the spectacle and shouted out. Shang Duor also stuck her head out and looked in the direction of Inhow. The remaining few burly men, hearing Ming's words, all started to attack Inhow. Bang bang bang. Inhow landed one leg and one punch after another. In no time, there were 7 or 8 people lying on the ground, wailing in pain. It was a spectacular sight. Anyone else? Keep screaming. You can't kill someone in China, so you have to scare them into submission and make sure they never mess with you again. Although Ming is kneeling, he is still shouting. The forces under Jiangcheng have already been ruled by Fong Tian, and he is being used by Su Huan, who will definitely avenge him. I'll give you a chance. Call Fong Tian. Inhow patted Ming's face, his face dark with anger, the air pressure very low. Ming couldn't help but shiver. He knew Fong Tian, and could only contact Su Huan, who would definitely help him. At most he would be punished when he returned, but first he would teach the young man in front of him a lesson. He could not let him hit him for nothing. He glared hatefully at the man, who had made him lose face. No more nonsense, hurry up and hit me, I have plans tonight. Inhow impatiently kicked Minggu, really affecting his mood. Flies are small, but they are disgusting. Minggu held his shoulder where he had been kicked, and said with fierce eyes, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish, kid, just wait and don't run. Ha ha ha, I'll wait. Inhow snorted, as if he had heard the funniest joke ever. Minggu pulled out his phone with difficulty and dialed Su Huan's number. Su Go, I've been beaten up, please come and save me. He pitifully embellished the story, avoiding the important points and giving a brief account of what had happened. Damn, there are still people like this. Wait for me.